goes next isn't very clear. Both sides essentially settle into a lack of deals. The government releasing some measures, but those measures the farmers say aren't going far enough. So, for the moment, tractor blockades are in place.
The robotics playing storing more manufacturing, protecting workers.
Si je gagne rien, je ne peux pas investir, donc c'est une économie qui est pas plus. On manifeste, on est en train de traiter le libre-échange avec le Mercosur. On n'en veut pas de la viande, c'est-à-dire qu'on pollue ici, qu'on pollue là-bas au Brésil. Je pense qu'elle pollue plus là-bas au Brésil à venir avec les gaz à effet de serre en France. C'est vrai qu'on n'est plus compétitif. Nous, on travaille à des euros de l'heure, eux ils sont à 1 euro de l'heure.
Cars faster and more efficiently.
Nous, on vit vraiment de nous faire entendre et on a, je pense, aussi, et il faut surtout savoir qu'on n'arrêtera pas. Donc tant qu'il n'y aura pas d'accord, tant qu'il n'y aura pas des choses concrètes sur la table, on restera. Voilà. Je pense que bloquer une autoroute comme on l'a fait ici aujourd'hui, dimanche soir, ça n'a encore jamais été fait. On reste ici, on va aussi partir un peu sur la capitale donc d'ici jeudi, et voilà, il y a des choses qui se mettent en place, mais on ne quittera pas tant qu'on n'aura pas des choses claires vis-à-vis des politiques.
We continue. We are waiting this amendment to ensure that we can work safely and we can deliver good food for the clients, for the consumers, and not buying food from other countries outside Europe with other norms that we are using here.
So if you're thinking of taking a road trip from
Et il faut surtout savoir que donc, tant qu'il n'y aura pas d'accord, tant qu'il n'y aura pas des choses concrètes sur la table, on restera. Je pense que bloquer une autoroute comme on l'a fait ici aujourd'hui, dimanche soir, ça n'a encore jamais été fait. On reste ici, on va aussi partir un peu sur la capitale d'ici jeudi et voilà, il y a des choses qui se mettent en place, mais on ne quittera pas tant qu'on n'aura pas des choses claires vis-à-vis des politiques.
We continue. We are waiting this amendment to ensure that we can work safely and we can deliver good food for the clients, for the consumers, and not buying food from other countries outside Europe with other norms that we are using here.
So if you're thinking of taking a road trip through France, this is not the time to do it. You're going to run into practice. Lots and lots of practice. They're being driven by protesting farmers. They've been out now on the roads for the last couple of weeks, setting up barricades, using hay bales to block traffic, and now using their tractors to essentially encircle Paris with a protest movement of barricades trying to put the government under pressure. They have an array of demands, but essentially the message is that in this country that is the European Union's agricultural superpower, being a farmer is becoming increasingly difficult. Farmers say that they're struggling with higher costs, that the produce they make isn't getting the money that it used to, and that they're dealing with imports of all sorts of things, from chickens to tomatoes, and also produce coming from Ukraine. Government releasing some measures, those measures the farmers say aren't going far enough. And so, for the moment, the practical case
pense que la police là-bas au Brésil a fait en France, c'est vrai que ils sont à l'heure.
This is crazy. We be going into this. This is nuts. You're going to see 21 videos plus, including animal crap literally being sprayed everywhere, even inside McDonald's. It's gone bonkers now. The new European Union headquarters building is and has been attacked. Protests are going on in Ireland, Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Belgium, Holland, Germany, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Czechoslovakia, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Belgium, Greece. 17 countries all over Europe. It's not just France, Germany and Holland. It's going nuts. There's literally been over hundreds of arrests, and that's just in France. We don't know what the figures are. All over, it's gone bonkers. Not only have there been tractors, we have seen taxi drivers and truckers get involved too. Supply chains are going to be affected very soon. My advice, when you see what's going on here, with all of this information coming in every single minute now, you're going to need to stock up. Already we have been seeing shelves emptied in some places. It's the demand high food. For fresh food, it's been massively affected, okay? Farmers, they're protesting. Not much is being done around the fields, so the fresh foods are literally not there. We are talking meat, dairy, eggs, etc. Okay? Fresh food like salads, vegetables and things, yes. Do what you feel you need to before your store runs out. Now, like I said, we have got lots to go through. We haven't even got time to do the 5x5, so we're just going to roll with this live, okay? It's absolutely nuts. So let's try and find out what is going on here. Look at this. The impact of protest of Europe's economy. This commotion has the potential to not only disrupt the agricultural setup of the region, but also to disturb the transport sector responsible for delivering various goods, hence halting the overall supply chain and affecting the regional economy at large. The aggressive demonstrations, clashes with police, nationwide shutdowns, gridlocks on roads and mass protests will have grave repercussions on the trade and manufacturing sector as well. In addition, the farmers are now targeting the port areas to disrupt logistics infrastructure, impacting port activities. Recently, one of the protests in Belgium, the port of Macgregor, was blocked by farmers for up to 36 hours as part of a wider European set of demonstrations. We are not mucking around, boys and girls. This is deadly serious. There are lots going on all over the place. So, you bear with me while I get all of this set up. We have got lots. We've got people joining the chat as we speak. If you can you please share this video? It's very important. We do need to get this information out there because we are going to be seeing the possibility of farmers in England and Wales going on strike and going on protest very soon. Okay. Look at this. On the 5th of February, that is today, the agricultural anger is changing. look at the map. This is what's currently going on all over Europe right now as we speak. And it's only going to be a matter of time before we see England and Wales, possibly Scotland as well, and some of these other countries. But the overwhelming majority of Europe are protesting right now. And like I said, we are seeing already supply chain disruptions. Now, it is pretty crazy, but would you believe me if I told you that the European Union headquarters building has been attacked? We have never seen this so far. We are not really being told this on the mainstream, so it doesn't take much to do a quick search and we can see for ourselves what's going on. All of these images, look at this. They put barricades with the police, barbed wire barricades. We have been seeing lots of that sort of activity with water cannons, pepper spray, fires, demonstrations, etc. This is literally right on the doorstep of the European Union headquarters. This is how crazy it's got now. We're not just talking about a few towns and cities around Europe. It's gone nuts. And I'll tell you one thing, whilst I was watching this live, as all of this was breaking on Twitter or X, lots of these videos now, lots of them that were being filmed in and around the headquarters of the European Union building have now been deleted. They have been removed. So if any of you clever people managed to save and download these, good job. And I would get to upload them as well, because the European Union do not want the general public to see scenes like this. This is not staged, this is not green screen, this is not set up, this actually happened. And we are only going to see this get worse. Okay? There's no way that this is just going to stop just like that. Like I said, we have got lots of information to get through, namely this. This was coming out of Wales. This was literally 2 hours ago now, okay? Welsh Rural Affairs Minister Leslie Griffiths has been urged to pause consultation on the Sustainable Farming Scheme, the SFS. The Sustainable Farming Scheme, in many people's opinion, is complete BS, nonsense, and entirely unworkable. And this is one of the main points that the British farmers have literally had it up to here and are doing something about it. Don't forget, stay tuned with this video and we're going to be seeing exactly what's been going on and just how bad this situation is becoming. The Future of Farm Support Framework for Wales, which farmers have been branded as unworkable. Okay, this is a very good place to sign up for. This is on X or Twitter. No farmers, no food. Okay, I've been following for a while. It's currently got 48,000 followers. We need to get this right up. We pretty much need everyone in the UK to be following this for the latest information and updates. We could already see some famous names associated with this: Neil Oliver, Andrew Bridgen, Matt Letizia, as well as many others. Okay, no farmers, no food. Go into Twitter or X and you will see that information, and it's really cool because it's literally being updated every hour throughout the day. There is a hell of a lot going on. So, like I said about what was going on in the Brussels headquarters for the European Union, this sort of stuff is being removed from the internet, so we need to share this sort of stuff before it's gone. Now, this is what I was talking about. Lots of these videos now have been taken away. I would like to draw your attention to the barricades on the front there, and they are trying to break them down, and they've just been met with pepper spray, etc. I don't understand why they needed to use that sort of barricade there when you consider farmers have turned up with tractors. All you really need to do is literally just push the tractor through the barricades. Maybe this is because it's the first time this has ever happened that we've been witnessing, And tactics are being monitored, and no doubt at some point soon you are going to see this situation change. We have been seeing manure, hay, straw, car tyres all set on fire. We've been seeing fireworks thrown. We've been seeing members of the public literally being tear gassed by the European Union headquarters. And there's also footage that you've probably seen from inside the building, giving us a perspective of what is actually going on. There are literally thousands and thousands of people literally jammed packed this square, and there doesn't seem to be that many police officers. So yes, this situation is literally only going to get worse as we go through all of these videos and show you guys just how crazy this stuff's been going. So here is some more.
Think you or a loved one may have been targeted by
Don't forget,
scams or
these videos,
fraud?
they are
The
trying to remove
AARP
these
Fraud Watch
things,
Network
and we haven't
helpline
seen
is
anything
here for
like
you.
this on the
Our trained
BBC,
fraud
Sky News, Telegraph, The Guardian, The Sun, etc. This is not happening, but it is. All this has happened only a few days ago, and more people are turning up and trying to record videos and put them on there, but they just keep getting removed. So like I say, if you can, please share this video on WhatsApp, Twitter, Signal, Telegram, etc. It really helps, because as soon as people start getting this information, sharing it around, we can actually see what has been going on around Europe. We've got 1,000 people in the chat already. That's awesome. The German railways have now joined the German farmer and trucker protest. This has literally, like I said, gone all over Europe. It's crazy what's going on. Some of you guys may or may not have seen all of these sorts of pieces of information, but nonetheless we need to get this sort of stuff shared, because we are seeing big changes going across Europe right now. Right, here we go. As promised, this is in France. They do not muck around in France. Apparently there has been a temporary halt in France, but you know what the French are like. They're going to be back on this very, very soon. The stuff that's been going on is just incredible, truly historic. Like we are witnessing, this is not just a few tractors, okay? This is all over Europe now, and this stuff, it starts, I've seen things like this in past in history, and you see revolutions are spawned from things like this. We could be on the brink of something pretty big here with all of this discord which has been going on all over Europe. These are before we saw the scenes and the European Union headquarters. These are all of the farmers all meeting up, all in communications, and all arriving in Brussels. If you wanted to watch all of this video, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of tractors literally just coming down this road. It's incredible what's going on, but you have to ask yourself, are you seeing this on the BBC? Are you watching this on mainstream media? All of it? Lots of it is being downplayed or even censored outright. And this, I believe, was it Poland? Yes, Poland, as you can tell by the flags there. It's all over Europe. Astonishing what's going on. These are the Dutch farmers. They have set up a blockade of supermarket distribution centres around Holland. Okay, so like I said, it is a very, very good idea, in my opinion, to start stocking up now. You don't want to be the person to go into your supermarket only to find empty shelves. Why are there going to be empty shelves? Well, when you disrupt distribution hubs with food, there's no food that gets out. That is pretty much how it works, okay? Don't forget, they are trying to raise awareness and draw as much attention as possible about this potential revolution which is growing all over Europe as we speak. This, I believe, is in France. Yes. En route to Rennes. Look at the amount. It's all the way in the background where the top there. There's miles and miles and miles of tractors. Like I said, this is building all over Europe now. It's incredible. But not just Europe as well. Ireland. We have brothers in Ireland who are also joining in with this mass protest all over Europe. Did you know that the Irish farmers were instructed to kill over 200,000 cows to reduce climate emissions? You can check it out yourself if you don't believe me. I know it sounds crazy, but the Irish farmers have absolutely had it up to here. 200,000 cows to get rid of them because they are contributing to climate change. Surely this is pure madness. You have to be brainwashed entirely to believe this BS. Again, over in Ireland, pretty much the same as what we saw, but from a different angle. Lots of farmers in Ireland. If you are watching from Ireland, and if you are indeed a farmer, can you please share this information? We need to get this content out there so we can all see what's going on, and we can all do our bit to make sure that we get this hideous climate change agenda changed for farmers. Don't forget, no farmers, no food. It is that simple. We are seeing, who remembers the Peasants' Revolt in England many years ago? We are on the brink of some change right here. Can you see this? Look at all that mess inside there. Let's turn that off. This is animal feces being sprayed all over Aldi. My God, it's going to take them a long time to clear that up. Like I say, you think you're going to go down to your local Aldi? Well, I don't think they're going to be opening with this much disruption. Okay. Like I said at the foot of the video, now would be a good time to start stocking up just in case. Or pray like mad that this doesn't happen and everything's going to be okay. But it's up to you to do. Personally, I make sure I've got enough food on board for all sorts of reasons. And this is looking a very viable reason right now. Look at all of these countries on top there who are taking part in this. This is historic. I can't begin to estimate how many people are currently involved all over Europe with these protests. Insane. It just goes on and on and on. Like I say, we have got these videos to go through. One of the main reasons is we don't want to miss out on this before they get deleted. I think 6 of these videos have already been removed from Twitter. So as much as we can share and watch this, the better. So look at the amount. Is that mind-blowing or what? It's astonishing. This is in Germany, I believe. Yes, this is very real. Like I said, the Welsh farmers. Now, there was a meeting in a place called Welshpool, which is in mid-Wales. And I remember someone alerting me about this meeting in the live stream I'd done recently, telling as many people as possible to go there and it looked like it was a great success. That information got out there thanks to you guys who shared my videos, really helped make these sort of meetings happen. Don't forget, there is more than us than there are of them. We are all connected. We can all share this information. Now this, what I've been told by someone on the inside, is going to be one of the kingpins towards the protest, which we are going to see soon in Wales and indeed England. We need to watch this space, and I'm going to do my best to keep up to date with what exactly is going on off the back of that meeting in Welshpool only the other day. Okay, this is just the most up-to-date information we can get. This was over in Holland. Yeah, this literally just shut the whole road and stopped transport moving around. That's the reality. That's what's going on. And let me tell you this, boys and girls, this is not the only country to start blocking main transport hub roads. No, there's quite a few actually. It does get a bit unbelievable. Like I say, we need to make sure we are aware of what's going on so we can plan and prepare accordingly. This again is over in Holland. Wow. So after Paris and Brussels, Dutch farmers are now joining in, blocking roads, stations, government buildings, and distribution centres. So nothing at some point soon is going to be getting through, guys. All of a sudden, you are going to see lots of severely upset people, and that's putting it mildly. The tyres all over the roads. This has been going on all different parts over Europe, and there are untold resources with these tractors. They can carry a lot of weight, a lot of fuel, and a lot of tyres. Lots of them are all out at the moment, so expect delays everywhere. So let me know in the live chat. I've not even gone in the chat. I'm literally rolling with this because we are getting this information out there. We just keep pushing the truth out there, guys. What have we got here? Ha ha ha. Crazy. In Paris again. So this is over the River Seine with the police. Don't forget, there's not that many police there, but look around. The amount of tractors and farmers there. At the moment, we are seeing initial probing, as they say, when it comes to protests and riots. We are expecting this to go pretty crazy over the next day or two. So we are going to do our very best to remain vigilant and keep everyone updated to what's going on. Okay. This is what I was telling you guys earlier about the food. And this is one of many media right now. Supply chains have been disrupted. Fresh food around certain parts of Europe have been stopped. The distribution centres are not being able to get their food out. Hence, food outlets like supermarkets like this one, for example, are pretty much empty. It's not just vegetables and salad. It is literally meat and dairy too. As soon as this started to happen, people went out there and panic buyed. And look at it, they have absolutely stripped all of that fresh produce from that supermarket. And this is a guy who can't believe it. He just went out there to go and buy some groceries for his family for the week. He was too late. He was one of the unprepared. He now has very little to choose from to go back and try and feed his family. This is one of the reasons why we prepare. We should always make sure that we have plenty of food and supplies in our homes. Don't forget, who foresaw this coming a few months ago? It happens. Always be prepared. It makes perfect sense in the crazy world we're living in. No, we are not going to go back to 2019. Deal with it. These are the changes. This is happening right now in Europe. Like we saw earlier, they are literally just piling up all of the car tires and setting them on fire. You can see this smoke for 40 miles away. 40 miles away. And it's more than just this, okay? It's unbelievable. And the talk of so much stuff going on out there is people so getting riled by this. Everyone's starting to feel revolution coming with what's going on, and it's going to start in Europe by the way things are going. Italy's farmers head to Rome in tractor convoy as European anger spreads. This is today. The stuff that we've been seeing is over the last 3 or 4 days. Like I've been saying, stuff is coming in every day, and this is all of the latest stuff today. Slogans including "No farmer, no food." Okay, this is crazy. Angry farmers again blocked the Dutch-Belgian motorway border crossing between Maastricht and Liège. Unbelievable. This is real, guys. This is not made up. This is not BBC fear porn. This is the truth of what's actually going on in Europe. And it's up to you. If you want to pray that nothing's going to happen in England and Wales and Scotland and Ireland, it's already started in Ireland. Like I said, anyone in Ireland, let me know how you guys are being affected with supplies because of all of these protests. Like I said, they are already on it in Ireland. Okay. This is more. I think this is in Spain. So if any of you guys going out to Spain to get a bit of winter sun, guess what? Good luck getting some fresh food out there because the farmers aren't working right now. What are they doing? They're protesting en masse, as you can see here. And this is just one small region in Spain. There are multiple Spanish protests going on right now as we speak. And some people have been saying that they have been finding it very hard to get fresh produce because of the supply chain disruptions. Like I keep saying, please share this video. We need to try and help as many people as possible. We do not want people going hungry. So the clock is ticking. But like I said at the foot of the video, look, taxi drivers, okay? It's not just tractors. It's not just truckers. Taxi drivers as well. And there's going to be other people. You're going to be probably be seeing the emergency services joining at some point soon. Firefighters, ambulances, etc. This seems to be spreading at a rate of knots, like craziness. Look at this. Nearly 100 French farmers have been arrested in Paris after they forced their way into Europe's biggest food market as tractor protests continue to spread. French police arrested 91 protesters who entered the sprawling site in Rungis. Sorry, I'm not French. South of the French capital on Wednesday amid days of growing discontent. Growing discontent. Well, that is one term that you can use to describe all of this stuff that's going on. And like I said, finally, back here in the UK, that meeting I told you about, you know, when someone very kindly, I wish I could remember your name, alerted me to what's going to be going on in Walsh very soon when I was doing that live stream. I put the information out, I shared it everywhere across social media platforms. Good place to share information is WhatsApp, whether it's .com or on the app, and Telegram is very good as well. Sharing stuff like that, and indeed on Facebook. Luckily, lots of us shared this, and look, the turnout was unbelievable, a huge success. Look at this. Organisers said 1,100 Welsh and English farmers attended the 1.5-hour meeting at Welshpool Livestock Market on Powys. This was like only a few days ago. The meeting was held against the backdrop of mass protests by farmers in France, Belgium and other EU countries against anti-farming government policies. Anti-government farming policies. So yes, like I said, who would have thought it when we saw that madness at the EU building only the other day? This is pretty good photograph trying to explain. You've got one line of police officers armed with pepper spray and water hoses and that very, very weak looking barricade there. You have got thousands of very angry people and farmers not that far away. One of these days, we are probably going to see all of them tractors just continue to drive straight through and bulldoze their way through that. Once they've gone through that, you are going to see thousands of protesters enter that complex. You've only got to look at the ratio of riot police and protesters, and it's not going to take long to work out that so many protesters are going to breach that line and indeed enter the European Union headquarters in Brussels. Unbelievable. So like I said, guys, girls, we are going to keep our eyes on what's being. And this absolutely does have whiffs of revolution within it. We have seen in history things like this happen when it starts getting momentum and getting en masse, when it starts to disrupt more and more people get involved. And it's not just farming policies. You've got to be pretty crazy to not see what's going on. Ever since 2020, when that fire button got pressed, angers are rising. People have had it up to here. This looks like the straw that could break the camel's back. So like I say, please help if you can. Share this information. We need to get this out there big time. Underneath the video, click share, let people watch it. The more people see this sort of stuff, the better. Thank you very much for Darren for that super sticker. Well done to Phobal Moan for becoming a new member. That is fantastic. You guys are awesome. Thank you to Judy and indeed Carl over on PayPal for donating. Thank you very much. The links below the video to help and support this channel. Yes, I have been shadow banned. That's why it's so important to please share this video. Give it a thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button and don't forget to check your notification bell on a regular basis. Once again, thank you so much for your support, helping get out there. It really, really helps. For last Friday's live stream, lots of rejigging going on in the studio. We ran out of time, hence we are back on it now. And I thank you all for your continued support. You guys take care. Stay funky.
Food for thought. Intended, absolutely fucking intended. Europe's on. Not like Metallica at any stadium concert doing their third encore. Not like me after 8 pints of lager and half a bottle of Jack Daniels on the dance floor. No, it's literally on fire. The peasants are revolting. More importantly, it's the farmers. The farmers in Europe revolting. Started in Holland. Land grab by the EU. Trying to take 3,000 of the most productive farms in the world. The EU and its unelected leadership by the World Economic Forum, following the globalist agenda, wants to grab 18% of Europe's land and turn it into natural forests and parks. Sounds great, doesn't it? What happens if you take 18% of all the farmland in Europe? Is it going to affect the food chain? Quite definitely it fucking is. And what you're going to grow on that farmland? Genetically modified crops. I tell you right now, there's no way I'm having anything stuck in my arm ever again. But some of these people, you know, multi-billionaires and the like, are talking about modifying your. And if people won't take injections for the good of the planet and the like, they'll put it in your food chain. So the farmers, like I say, Berlin, the heavy metal thunder rolled into Berlin. Mostly peaceful, filled the capital. Tractors, farmers revolting. We've had the Dutch, the Belgians are in Brussels, not happy again. You know, they're hitting the farmers. Farmers for me and truckers are working class. Working class people. If farmers and truckers are protesting, there's something something seriously wrong going wrong on the planet, isn't it? We had the Freedom Convoy in Canada. Outcome's not decided of that yet. Basically, truckers said, no, we've had enough of all this crap. And they were made out to be some sort of, I don't know, military organisation making a coup or whatever. You know, the hate was poured on them from a certain Canadian Prime Minister. But yeah, farmers revolting. We know the French love a good fight, don't we? A good protest. Good on them. It's about time everyone else got on board. French farmers have laid siege to Paris. Yeah? All the motorways, entrances to Paris. Not literally. The people of Paris aren't going to starve. But they've said enough. We're not taking this shit. Shit being an appropriate word. There's tractors everywhere. The police have put up barriers. Have you seen the size of some of these fucking tractors? Rolling over the top of fencing and barriers. They can't be stopped. Paris centre. Excuse my French. Excuse my French and knowledge. I believe it's the Champs-Élysées or something similar. The road leading up to the Arc de Triomphe. Yeah. You won't have seen this from our popular news outlets. But the sides of the road stacked with bales of hay. Yeah. 3-4 times my height. Bales of hay. The French farmers, along with the Belgian farmers, have been muck spreading. Manure. Shit. Yeah. Police stations and the like. Motorways and the like. Dumping manure. They fucked off. They're not taking this shit, pun intended, anymore. Like I say, for me, I'm right behind them all. Now, not all farmers are like the Dutch, you know, the best farms in the world. Some is less productive, etc., and needs to come into the modern world. However, they're all having a go. And it's not just them countries I mentioned either. I believe it's happening in Poland, Hungary. Yeah, this revolt is starting. Yeah, the people have had enough. And the farmers are doing a very good job of disrupting things and bringing people's attention. Obviously not through the media, because we don't get that, do we? We don't see it. We didn't see the Dutch farmers, very little of the German farmers, and I bet we don't see the French. I bet we don't see the Champs-Élysées road leading up to the Arc de Triomphe. Here's the thing I was thinking. Imagine Paris, how it is, because it is a volatile place and has been for a good few years. Imagine if people started setting them bales on fire. Now that would be a catastrophe. That would be a catastrophe. And I'm not suggesting anyone does. I just thought, you know, that'd be naughty, that. Because I doubt very much whether the authorities could deal with it. So I'm just going to leave it there now, guys. Yeah, Europe on fire. Like I said, like me on the dance floor. But in all seriousness, thanks for your continued support. God bless you all. Thinking of those 300 and growing 1,000+ people on the streets. Thinking of all the people who do unpaid work, caring for their loved ones. And anyone else who's struggling in life. God bless you all. Thanks for coming. I'll see you.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I have with me today a special guest, Colonel Douglas Macgregor, to talk about all of the different fires going on around the globe, especially those that affect the United States. Colonel Macgregor, thank you for joining me again today.
Sure, happy to be here.
Wanted to get your thoughts on this because I have people like Gerald Celente from the Trends Journal on, and he says things like, you know, we're already in World War. You think that they just start overnight. No, they slowly build. Just this morning, I was reading that Ukraine is telling their citizens, Belarus is about to attack us. Be ready to be attacked by Belarus. They're also saying Hungary and Romania are about to come take back Western Ukraine. And then Finland is telling their people, Russia's about to attack us. And if they do, Belarus will jump in. So like, there's all these rumors of wars going on. And it, like, doesn't that just put everyone on pins and needles? And that's what can really light the fire of a third world war?
Well, first, that's the playbook. If you're a neoconservative and the neocons are driving the train, they're part of the larger globalist elite that wants to transform us into sedated sheep. You know, they want to degrade the concept of a human being with a living soul and adopt the atheistic sort of materialistic approach to dealing with people as fungible products or commodities, things that are meaningless in and of themselves that can be employed as they see fit. This kind of Trotskyite logic and thinking was the origin behind the Comintern. And we've become a kind of 21st century version of the same thing. No, you're absolutely right. We are sowing the seeds of discord everywhere we possibly can. Now, can all of these come together and result in a global catastrophe? I suppose it's possible. It's never impossible. But there are a few differences that need to be noted. In 1914, when we saw the First World War break out, all of the major participants were already primed for some sort of conflict. They all underestimated its dangers and its destructiveness, but they were all ready to pounce. They were already in the launch mode. It didn't take much to cause it. In fact, Gavrilo Princip, the man that killed the Archduke, said after he was captured, even if I had never been there and never shot the Archduke, eventually this war was going to happen. Well, there's some truth to that. But what you have is the slow burn today that takes months and years versus the month or so that elapsed between 28 June and the end of July, 1, 2, 3, 4 August. In other words, everyone did not instantly pull the trigger. It took a succession of events. Well, take that same sort of choreography and apply it to the world today. We're not going to see World War III break out this week or next week. It's going to take a few months. I think by April, May timeframe, all the pieces will be in place. And whoever is not involved in the region or externally will become involved. Remember, Russia is closely aligned with Iran. The Russians are not going to allow Iran to be destroyed. By the way, if Turkey entered this fight, the Russians would not allow Turkey to be destroyed. The interesting thing is that Russia and China seem to be very concerned about preserving the international system. We seem hell-bent to destroy it. And yet we're the people that talk about, the rule-based order. What rules? Whatever we say is the rule. Whatever we say, you do. That's all. It's all hypocritical nonsense. It's meaningless nonsense. It's a facade. We're not even enforcing our own laws inside the United States. We're rewarding criminals for their criminal behavior. We're putting policemen in jail. Policemen are afraid to enforce the law. We won't defend our borders. We now have a president who wants to commit federal forces against Texas. And anyone else that challenges the right of his party, his administration, the swamp, just put it all together, to open our borders and flood us with millions of people that we did not invite, we can't use, we can't assimilate, we can't put to work. And everybody talks about, well, our economy is growing. It's government spending. We are not growing. Our economy is weak. That's the point.
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or Medicaid? If so, you are now eligible for a new smartphone with 25 gigabytes of free high-speed data, plus unlimited talk and text. Join over 5 million Americans on this new nationwide government program. There are no credit checks, no shipping costs, and absolutely no monthly bills. Click on the Start Now button to begin the 2-minute enrollment process.
This is Rad Select Blur. Select Blur is one of the most important developments in security and surveillance video.
And our financial position has never been more fragile. And it's only a matter of time until the world holds a fire sale on our treasuries. Look, we are going to take $300 billion in assets that are Russian and illegally seize those and turn those monies or assets over to Ukraine, this criminal regime in Kiev that's our puppet led by Zelensky. Now let's stop and think about that. If you watch this, if you're India, if you're China, if you're Saudi Arabia, pick your country, Brazil, Argentina, anywhere, why would you want to hold U.S. treasuries? How do you know the rug's not going to be pulled out from under you the way we are pulling it out from under Russia? They're going to start offloading our treasuries. And remember, most of these were purchased when they were at 0% interest. So these things are of very little value to them anymore. It's a losing proposition. But that cascading effect overseas is also going to be felt here because our banks own the same toxic treasuries that are now have no real value. They are a burden, not an asset, but they can't sell them. What happens to us? We're just walking into a giant bear trap. That's the point.
Yeah. Oh gosh. No, you make a great point. You made me think of something that Stephen R. Covey once said. You know, he said, "Oh, you know, Jesus has this example of you leave the 99 to go after the one," but he said you can also flip that around. If the 99 see you mistreating the one, they lose trust in the shepherd, right? And so what you're saying is, you know, if they see America, United States, steal this money from Russia and then give it away to a corrupt nation, then these other nations go, wait a minute, what if they did this to us? Let's get out of their paper. Let's get out of their assets. Like you say, that could create a huge firestorm, you know, financially for us here in the United States. Final question. I appreciate you coming on. What are your thoughts on this situation at the border? We have Governor Abbott who's saying, I have the right to defend my state. I have the right to keep my people safe. We are, you know, the biggest loading zone for illegal immigrants coming into the country. I want these other National Guards coming in. Let's protect this. And now you have the federal government saying, no, absolutely not. Tear down the barbed wire, let them in, process them faster. But then at the same time, giving lip service saying, we might need to close the border, immigration's out of control. Does all of the positive talking points out of the Biden administration, is that all just to get reelected? Like, what are your thoughts on this situation?
Yes, it's meaningless.
Okay.
Just ignore it. You know, if it were flatulence, it wouldn't stink up a broom closet. Just ignore it. What are we seeing happen? Well, we're seeing something very tragic. National Guardsmen, just like soldiers in the regular army, are all sworn to uphold the Constitution and to protect the American people. And we're actually talking about a situation where conceivably this president could order federal forces to intervene against guardsmen on the border with Texas in order to open the border to millions more people about whom we know nothing, and many of whom probably present a clear and present danger to our country and to our society. What is wrong? This is not something that the U.S. Army and the National Guard should have to confront. These people serve the same flag. You know, it's no surprise that soldiers being interviewed, these are regular Army soldiers at various Army posts, including Fort Hood, which is now Fort Cavazos, are saying, I'm not going to do it. You know, I agree with the National Guard. We should protect the country. Some of them have said, well, I'll go over to the Guard. Well, that's punishable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It would be very sad if something like that happened and we were prosecuting soldiers who have sworn to protect the country for not committing treason. Because arguably, when you look at what this administration is being done, it looks increasingly a lot like treason. Why would you subject your country to this? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you subject your people to this? I was talking to some people recently that had lost their jobs. You know, it's a bad economy, but in some cases, these people had lost their jobs because their jobs had gone to illegals. Well, gee, what a surprise. The illegal will work for less. And then we have to listen to people working for the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal pour buckets of filth and abuse all over American citizens and say, well, gee, we should be grateful for all these illegals. They're better people. They'll work. Americans won't. Well, Americans want a living wage. Don't they deserve it?
Yeah. Oh gosh. Lots of problems, you know. I hope they all work out. The one that has me nervous, you know, is I can't imagine being in the military where I go, okay, wait a minute, I've sworn an oath to the Constitution. I love my country. I will give blood for this flag, and then the chief commander is giving an order that feels like it's against the Constitution, that it feels like it's against protecting the United States. I mean, I can't imagine the mental game that is going on in people's minds right now as they are potentially sent against their own brothers and sisters in Texas.
Well, no, I mean, that no responsible commander-in-chief would do that to soldiers and guardsmen. It's out of the question. That's why I'm saying no soldier or guardsman should ever have to confront this issue. This is something that should have been sorted out a long time ago in Washington, D.C. But unfortunately, the American people are an afterthought. And oh, by the way, we need to bomb Iran. Insane. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I agree. People like you and others, you're coming together under Our Country, Our Choice to help educate people on values, the Constitution, love for the country, love for family and freedom. Is Our Country, Our Choice.com the best place for me to push some traffic so they can learn about the organization?
Well, we're not so much about educating, although hopefully we will do some of that. We think large numbers of Americans understand what you and I have been discussing. We want them to join us. We want other like-minded organizations to join us. We will give them room on our platform. We're building a media platform, as well as building the membership in our organization, which we regard as a movement, which we think can become the third way in American politics. In other words, conceivably, over the long term, it can become the foundation for a third party. We badly need an American national party. The Democrats and the Republicans don't qualify in that category. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll push people down through that link. I appreciate you coming on. I know your time is valuable. Thank you for all of your insight, all the research you do to keep us up to date on so many different it's information that they're putting out there. But thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Enter to win $100,000 in the league.
Bending, scare. It was really scary watching them wave back and forth.
So last night at midnight, we were watching Shrek 2, and my friend comes in, and he's like, I just tread up the hill in mud. We had no idea. We heard it was raining, but we didn't know there was anything like that. We looked outside, and there's 1.5 feet of running water outside of the house, and it starts steeping through the doors. And so they start boarding up the doors, and I'm like running equipment upstairs because we have studios downstairs, and like we're trying to save things. We make the decision to go to our neighbor's house. In the evening, we wake up, and my car's in 5 feet of mud. His car's in, your car's fine, but other friends in 3 feet of mud, and the house is not good.
I mean, this happens very rarely, but there's 3 cracks in the top of the hill, so the mud has come down, and it's just too much rain and not enough places for it to go, and so, you know, now the city is going to have to come out and put some K-rails in, concrete barriers to divert. And
it's crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's very crazy.
I'm Jill. We live right next to, we're in 1858. Okay. This has been a tough day for our city, a tough day for Angelenos, and I have spent time with our fire chief going around town looking at some of what is really devastation for many homeowners and residents who have had to suffer from mudslides related to the storm. We anticipate the rains for a couple of more days, but know that we are not standing alone in our city. I have been in regular communication with our governor. Vice President Harris has reached out to us to let us know on the state level. They are there, they are with us, they are standing by, and will be helpful with anything that we need. This is not the end. Please remain safe and off the roads. Register for Notify LA. The city, again, and all of the first responders will be working around the clock to serve, and we will keep you informed as the storm continues. If you could just say a word, I know Angelenos would really appreciate hearing from you.
Look, first of all, I think you guys are undergoing one hell of an operation here, and the catastrophic risk of flash flooding is still, I guess, in the works. You know, I just got off the phone with Governor Newsom. We're working closely together that the state is mobilized with the resources you need. If there's anything more you need from us, from my FEMA director, Deanna Griswold, is on top of this, along with Region 9 Administrator Bob Fenton. and famous, well-positioned with personnel, State Emergency Operations Center, and resources across the state. We'll get any help on the way as soon as you guys request it. So just let me know. That's why I'm calling.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. President.
Now, at approximately 2:45, LAFD resources responded to a river rescue operation in the Pacoima Wash at Foothill Boulevard. A bystander reported a man jumped into the flowing water.
Unlock the mysteries of the city with FCLA Crime News, your go-to source for the latest and most gripping crime stories. Get in-depth look at the pulse of crime. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for real-time updates and exclusive interviews. Tomorrow's news today.
Successfully rescued the resident and his dog in a coordinated operation. LAFD operations lowered a rescuer into the water who was able to grab the patient, who was still conscious. He was later treated at a local hospital, and his canine was able to swim to the edge and escape the rapids. The rescue is a dramatic example of why we are asking residents to please stay away from the LA River and other moving water.
Star was me. Oh, really? 97. He was in the morning.
Well, we were sitting down getting ready to eat when we heard a big rumbling, and it sounded 10 times worse than an earthquake rumbling. And then the house started fiercely shaking, and then we just hear a big boom, and the ceiling fell down, wires came down, beams came down.
As I keep on doing more laps, you start seeing the temps go up.
with the iDash, I was able to see the temperature increase. The iDash keeps my car safe on track, so that way I can drive it home.
And then it fell on my house. There's been trees falling all around here and trees down the street. These trees, they need to do something about it. I think the city needs to do something about it.
Cleaning up and dealing with is starting to cause a dip in the acres in the dirt, and it's where and see the damage right there. And you see where we tarped over the stuff that's over there. It's like as soon as I got home, tree snaps and falls on the power line and takes out the line and one of the poles, and right then and there we lost power. And like literally 10 minutes later, the wind takes my canopy. The way it snatched that canopy, it was like it was going kite flying. It was just unbelievable. Winds were pretty strong. And the trees, we was looking at the trees, they were bowing and bending. It was really scary watching them wave back and forth.
So last night at midnight, we were watching Shrek 2, and my friend comes in, and he's like, I just tread up the hill in mud. We had no idea. We heard it was raining, but we didn't know there was anything like that. We looked outside, and there's 1.5 feet of running water outside of the house, and it starts seeping through the doors. And so they start boarding up the doors, and I'm like running equipment upstairs, because we have studios downstairs, and like we're trying to save things. And we make the decision to go to our neighbor's house. In the evening, we wake up and my car's in 5 feet of mud. His car's in, your car's fine, but other friends in 3 feet of mud, and the house is not good.
I mean, this happens very rarely, but there's 3 cracks in the top of the hill. So the mud has come down, and it's just too much rain and not enough places for it to go. And so, you know, now the city is going to have to come out and put some K-rails in, concrete barriers to divert the mud flow. And
it's crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's very crazy.
I'm Jill. We live right next to, we're in 1858. Okay.
This has been a tough day for our city, a tough day for Angelenos, and I have spent time with our fire chief going around town looking at some of what is really devastation for many homeowners and residents who have had to suffer from mudslides related to the storm. We anticipate the rains for a couple of more days, but know that we are not standing alone in our city. I have been in regular communication with our governor. Vice President Harris has reached out to us to let us know on the federal level and on the state level they are there, they are with us, they are standing by, and will be helpful with anything that we need. This is not the end. Please remain safe and off the roads. Register for Notify LA. The city, again, and all of the first responders will be working around the clock to serve, and we will keep you informed as the storm continues. If you could just say a word, I know Angelenos would really appreciate hearing from you.
Look, first of all, I think you guys are undergoing one hell of an operation here, and the catastrophic risk of flash flooding is still, I guess, in the works. You know, I just got off the phone with Governor Newsom. We're working closely together that the state is mobilized with the resources you need. If there's anything more you need from us, from my FEMA director, Deanna Griswold, is on top of this, along with Region 9 Administrator Bob Fenton. And FEMA is well positioned with personnel, State Emergency Operations Center, and resources across the state. We'll get any help on the way as soon as you guys request it. So just let me know. That's why I'm calling.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. President. I know.
Now, at approximately 2:45, LAFD resources responded to a river rescue operation in the Pacoima Wash at Foothill Boulevard. A bystander reported a man jumped into the flowing water in pursuit of his dog. Now, LAFD firefighters, including specialized swift water rescue, urban search and rescue helicopter crews, successfully rescued the resident and his dog in a coordinated operation. LAFD operations lowered a rescuer into the water who was able to grab the patient, who was still conscious. He was later treated at a local hospital, and his canine was able to swim to the edge and escape the rapids. The rescue is a dramatic example of why we're asking residents to please stay away from the LA River and other moving water.
Let me know if they're going to show you, and if so, we'll get a rescue your way. Otherwise, let me know if they're just going to transport. I'll let you coordinate once they get them up in the cockpit where they want to put them at. Copy, Elko, I see. Just let me know if you're going to go ahead and short haul them over to land-based companies, or if you guys are going to handle the transport. Okay, Elko, back to you.
Start with me. Oh, 1997. We was in the morning.
flooded.
NBC long ago, so those streets, even though it's not pouring rain, it's still dangerous out there, still slick.
Lynette, Adrian, it absolutely is. We finally got a break in rain right now. We have some low-lying clouds in the distance, but you said it just behind me. There's still some flooding, but because the rain has stopped, it's allowing for the water to recede just a little bit. So that's the good news for drivers who are heading out in the Paris area right now. We're on Ramona Expressway and Paris Boulevard, but you can still see significant flooding across the way. And it's not just flooding folks are dealing with, but that crash this morning really making matters worse. Check it out. This happened within the past hour or so. Our camera caught the moment. A driver just continues to travel down Ramona Expressway while another driver is in the intersection. They clip the front of the car and keep going. I believe the driver eventually stopped, but it's tough to tell from the video. Local fire and sheriff's departments arrived to help. Our meteorologists have been warning us about conditions, flooding just like this, adding to already tough commutes on the road. We watched the water recede at this intersection, but it was flooded several inches last night. A local tells me multiple cars got stuck in the floodwaters too and needed to be rescued by tow truck drivers. Thankfully, we're not seeing that this morning, but back out here live, you can see folks trying to maneuver around all of that flooding. Not sure if Renee could point the camera this way. It might be tough to tell, but it looks like there's some slowing happening just beyond those cones there. It's hard to tell what's going on, but we've seen a crash. We've also seen multiple emergency responders in the area all morning long. In fact, we heard sirens going off, so we know emergency personnel have been awfully busy. Hopefully that's nothing too serious down the way. Maybe they're just trying to get around those cones, trying to get around all of the flooding you could see as that driver passed by. But that's the current situation out here. We know the rain is not over. The storm is not over. We're getting a little bit of a breeze too, by the way. So if you're hitting the road, these are all the conditions you need to be aware of here in Paris. Reporting live, I'm Lauren Coronado for Today in LA.
All right, Lauren, thank you for that live report. And another mudslide came crashing through a home in Baldwin Hills.
This is one of more than 100 mudslides reported across Los Angeles during the peak of the storm. NBC4's Bailey Miller is live now to show us the damage. Bailey.
Good morning. We're in Baldwin Hills right now. We know some neighborhoods in this area have been hit extremely hard by this storm. Part of the reason for that is because many of these homes are sitting on top of hillsides or sitting at the bottom. Now, this is a perfect example of that. You could see here in this neighborhood off of La Brea and Don Milagros, you could see some of this mud kind of trickling its way down. And the reason it's trickling is because it hasn't rained that hard this morning, but take a look at this home after the rains were incredibly hard even yesterday, and you could see how much mud has poured onto this property. It's landed on their driveway, and of course it's covered their cars and even caused some damage to the garage here. I mean, this is an absolute mess, but this is not the only house that's dealing with damage like this. Take a look at some of the damage in other parts of this neighborhood. One homeowner gave our Alex Rozier a tour of her home on Veronica Street off of La Brea, not far from here, after a mudslide poured into her backyard and into her home around 4 a.m. yesterday morning. Now, quite a mess and so much damage left behind as that mud and the force broke through her walls while she was sleeping.
And I was sleeping here, and it just, yeah, you can see it came right out of the frame. You know, I've been here 25 years. This is the first time, like, it took out a whole tree. I don't know where it is anymore.
All right, other neighbors nearby were impacted as well as mud flows damaged their homes. You've got trees, debris, parts of the home strewn all over. I mean, it's just a mess for some of these homeowners. And back out here live, you can just see how much mud there is underneath this house here. I mean, this is the struggle now that these homeowners have to deal with. It's still sprinkling right now. They obviously want to clean up this mess, get all this mud off, but it's still so soggy out here, so wet right now. So this cleanup is going to today, but they're just waiting for it to get more dry so they can actually do something, get inside these homes. So it's just a mess and such a nightmare for some of these homeowners out here. Reporting live here in Baldwin, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Bailey, thank you for that live report. And take a look at this. Rescue crews have been busy saving people who have been caught in rushing water. An LA City fire crew pulled off this really tricky and dangerous rescue at the Pacoima Wash near near Foothill Boulevard. Crews man apparently ran after his dog into the water, and then they both got stuck. The man had to be taken to the hospital and was treated. Animal Services took care of his dog while his owner was at the hospital.
Wow, just seeing video of the rescue, hearing from the woman in Bailey's report about just trees essentially disappearing. It's crazy what's going on out there, and this has been a warning.
Downtown LA got more rain over the past 3 days. You were telling us this than it did during the entire month of February. I mean, we're just breaking record after record. Put it in perspective for us.
Okay, so we started breaking records on Sunday. We broke them again yesterday. I got a graphic to show you. I don't know if we can show that on Weather One. So Sunday's rainfall, remember, this is when the rain started. We had 4.10 inches of rain reported in the downtown LA area. Yesterday, 2.93. Now, to put this into perspective, the average rainfall in February, which is usually our rainiest month, is 3.24. So far, we're at 8.72. And the seasonal average rainfall, which is from October through September, most of the time the rain that we get is during our rainy months. So that's between October through about March is when we get about 14.25. But we've already received about half a year's worth of rain in just these past few days. And we're not done yet.
It's still raining,
yeah,
right.
It's still raining, and currently we have this moderate to heavy rain falling across the areas with flash flood warnings that remain in effect, especially in Orange County, and a flash flood watch that's going to continue through this afternoon.
Surprised, I heard this morning you say that Bel Air got an amazing amount of rain. Were you surprised that that area got hit so hard?
Well, that's an area that's just off the foothills. So we have that rain that's been falling heavily over the Santa Monica Mountains, a spot that's been under a flash flood warning since Sunday.
All that stuff we've been watching of all of this, well, guess what? Here in the UK, keep watch. Welcome back, friends. Yes, we've got some stuff to go through, and it looks like we are on the brink of seeing the same here in the UK with the farmers and the protest. Without food, we're done. So what do we know about how sustainable the UK is right now? Let's have a little look into it and find out pretty much what is being going down the pipe. Now, big things are looking like they're coming down the road. I want to draw your attention to this. Furious British farmers now ready to march. We are seeing a growth in this movement. It's insane. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the links to all articles we're going to be going over underneath this video. So you're more than welcome. It's already started up in Scotland, apparently. Yes. Right, here we go. First, costs are spiraling. Farmers have faced steep rises in the cost of everything from fertilizer to wages and the energy used in production since the pandemic. Many farmers have left the sector altogether due to financial pressure. According to the National Farmers Union, the NFU, 5% of dairy farmers left the industry in 2022. Half, can you believe this? Half of fruit and veg farmers fear going out of business this year. There were estimated to be approximately 103,900 farmers working in the UK as of the second quarter of last year, compared to 111,300 in the previous quarter. I wonder what it is right now. British farmers have faced surging and fluctuating input costs from the war in Ukraine. The phasing out of an EU-era payment system, which helps sustain their income, and a spate of rural crime that police seem powerless to prevent or prosecute. Second, the supermarkets are still squeezing farmers and not buying enough British produce. Food and farming groups have expressed their dismay at the wafer-thin margins being left for primary producers once everyone else in the food chain has taken their share of the cash. Margins across whole food chain are tight, but processors and farmers suffer unnecessarily when the lion's share is kept by booming retailers. We have witnessed this, especially last year. Third, the government has been all over the place with its policies. not allowing farmers to plan ahead. 3 secretaries of state for DEFRA, Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, in the space of 1 year have had different approaches to the UK farming sector, all by design. Absolutely not a coincidence there. The thought of the woke, townie-backed Labour administration on the way has many farmers pulling their hair out. Yes, let's hope that this does not happen with the elections coming up soon. The Australia and New Zealand trade deals have left farmers feeling shortchanged and angry with Boris Johnson, that lovely clown again. Recruitment these days is particularly difficult and for young. After a bit of resistance, now thinking twice about agricultural training courses and farming apprenticeships because they see UK farms under so much pressure. We are seeing exactly the same issues with the armed forces recruitment currently. We are seeing the same right now in the farming industry right now. Fourth, the UK's replacement subsidy scheme to the EU's Common Agricultural Policy, which saw direct payments made to farmers based on the amount of agricultural land they maintain, is unpopular. The new scheme pays farmers to provide public goods such as protecting nature and improving the environment. Now, we are going to look at this in a sec. This is extremely important and worrying at the same time. Ministers insist this will lead to a fairer system and help meet wider climate ambitions. Red flag right there. But farmers are skeptical and say the application process is complex and impractical, while take-up has been slow. No surprises there. Meanwhile, direct payments have been reduced and ended last year, replaced by de-linked payments, which stop completely in 2027. Did you hear that? Replace payments which stop completely in 2027. There will be no subsidies from 2027. Wow. So you're more than welcome to read this report. It's very, very interesting. It only came out the other day. Okay. I want to draw your attention to this as well, because all of this is absolutely relevant. In 2022, the number one country, United Kingdom's lamb and mutton imports was New Zealand. Imports from Oceania came to a total of about 12.6 million metric tons of lamb from New Zealand and about 5.3 million metric tons from Australia. What the hell are we doing importing all this food? We should be growing our own food in our own country. That is the whole reason why the overwhelming majority of everyone in the UK voted to get away from the EU, that corrupt, unelected, bureaucratic nonsense pile of God knows what, telling us what to do, taking lots of money. They're unelected. We've done very well getting away from Europe. It's up to us to vote the right people to run the country so we don't end up in this mess. So what's happened? We have been lied to, cheated and schemed by the government ever since. And it's election year. So let's move on with more things about this farmer march, which is coming right down the road very soon.
Hey, it's Petty Prep time, and I'm on a mission to upgrade your emergency food. If you're like most of us, you probably bought something like this without putting much thought in.
Canada trade deal. The UK government has made the right decision. This is 2 days ago. Canada had reportedly been seeking a relaxation of the ban of hormone-treated beef, while the UK has concerns about the 245% import taxes Canada placed on British cheese at the start of this year. 245% import tax. Hormone-treated beef. Would you like to eat hormone-treated beef? I couldn't care less what the so-called experts say, that it's good for you and it's nothing wrong. Do you trust that? All I want to do is eat organic, grass-fed meat reared here in our own country. Is that too much to friggin' ask? Wondering why we are getting it imported and all of this nonsense. This goes deep, guys. I'm not joking. No wonder the farmers in the UK have had it up to here with what has been going on. Look at this, the Carbon Pulse. The UK government gives a New Year boost to sustainable farming scheme to onboard more farmers. Look at this. I can't highlight this, but this is what we're going to read, this section here. The development comes in for the same month as the new mandated biodiversity net gain (BNG) requirements are expected to come into play for developers in England, who will need to ensure a 10% improvement in biodiversity on the sites they develop, or to produce BNG credits equivalent to that impact from land elsewhere, opening up a big opportunity for England's farming sector to earn BNG credit revenue. Now, basically what that is saying is they are telling farmers that they have to give up more of their farmland over to nature and the wildlife and the bugs. Okay, so what you're looking at is less and less amounts of space, and it's going to grow less and less amounts of food. It doesn't take a genius to understand that. So we read on, people. This is crazy. It's blowing up all over X right now. Jeremy Clarkson has basically said good luck to all of those in France protesting. Protesting farmers camped out at barricades around Paris on Tuesday. It is kicking off in France right now, using tractors and mounds of hay to block highways leading to the French capital. Listen to this, which is set to host the Olympics in 6 months. Now, the French authorities are absolutely furious and fuming about all of these protests because they want Paris, especially, to be all nice and clean and ready and tidy to host the Olympics this year. We've already talked about loads of things are going to be kicking off in and around the time the Paris Olympics starts, July into August. So watch this space. It is going to get really hot over in France. What else have we been digging up? Scarecrow protests outside Parliament ahead of grocery supply chain debate. Did you know about this? A protest by dozens of scarecrows outside Parliament on Monday comes as MPs are set to debate reforms to the grocery supply chain after more than 110,000 people signed a petition pressing the government to overhaul the grocery supply code practice. Basically, the farmers need and deserve, in my opinion, more money and more rights to just grow food to keep us all alive, basically. So we are going to look finally at this. This is very interesting, and I'm going to put all links below this video to get on board with this. And I want to show you this, which is over on X.
My A1C was up here. Now it's down with Rybelsus.
His A1C? It's down with Rybelsus.
My doctor told me Rybelsus lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill.
And that people taking Rybelsus lost more weight. I got to my A1C goal and lost some weight too.
Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
Kayak? No way. Why would I use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? Kayak. I like to do things myself. I do my own searching. It isn't efficient. use kayak. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Kayak. Search 1 and done.
No farmers, no food. I'm following. It's got 41,000 followers. Let's get that number to skyrocket. Share this link because this X page is unbelievable. We need to give these guys full support. There are farmers struggling to make ends meet all over the UK, and quite frankly, according to this guy and many others, lots of them are going to be walking away from farming this year. This is a very good thing. It basically explains what's going on. Okay, I want you to watch. Can you see what's going on here? So on the left is retail, and on the right is the big player. Now, supermarkets and farmers, basically, this is what's been going on. Now, if you watch what's going on here and see what's happening, all of a sudden, look, there's nothing left. There's no other choice. Guess what's going to happen to the price when there's no other choice? That's exactly what we're seeing with the increase in prices with UK grown produce here in the UK. The farmers are getting diddly squat and the supermarkets are making a fortune. And I mean a fortune. There he goes, Jeremy Clarkson, currently living over in the Cotswolds. French farmers, I bet no one has ever said this before, but good luck coming from England. Absolutely. We absolutely stand by all of the farming problems which is going on across Europe and all over the UK. This is growing, and expect to see this sort of thing here in the UK very shortly. Don't forget, all of the links you're going to need to look at, which I've talked about so far, are all underneath this video. And we are going to be doing a live stream directly after this video, talking about what can we do? How do we get involved? Because if we don't start making a stand now, guess what? There's hardly going to be any food grown here in the UK for British citizens. It's going to be imported. And whilst it's imported, you've got prices, supply chain issues. We've already got that stuff going on in the Red Sea, which is absolutely skyrocketing anything coming out of China. So when that supply chain starts to get ruined, who's with me? Do you think that the UK should be able to self-sustain itself without any imports pretty much from anywhere else? That's what I want from this country. What do you want? Let me know in the comment section. Don't forget, please share this video because I am being shadow banned because I'm speaking the truth. And yes, I'm over the target. This stuff is coming down the pipe real soon here in the UK. And is it being talked about in the mainstream media over here? No. So get this shared. Share the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. And don't forget, every Friday, 8 p.m, there is a live stream on this channel. So if your notification does not work, try to remember, maybe set an alarm on your phone. You don't want to miss it. You will need to be
Hello, all Bitcoin of MicroStrategy. It's no secret.
I mean, I think the whole idea of getting a lot of people to like use ChatGPT and all of this stuff is to lead us down this path that Kissinger and Schmidt, among others, sort of are charting out for humanity. Where if you, it's pretty much common sense though. Like if you develop a skill and then don't do it for 10 or 15 years, for example, you kind of forget how to do it, right? Or even, I graduated from university like a little more than 10 years ago. How well do I recall the stuff that I took in university? Not great, right? So there's this whole idea of if you don't use it, you lose it. So if people are depending on AI to tell them where to turn when they're driving their car, and no one uses like actual maps anymore. I mean, I understand that it's convenient, right? And I'm not saying like, oh, we need to go back to the 90s, but right. But I mean, it becomes after a slippery, or just having the computer tell them everything to do, every step of their lives ends up becoming micromanaged to an extent. And the idea is that AI, through all the data that it absorbs about us, knows so much about us. Some of these people say
child sacrifice has not been abolished in Oklahoma. It has from the mailbox, or rather from the murder mill to the mailbox. Legalized child sacrifice has been moved from the clinic to the couch. Now it's happening in abortion clinics, but it's happening in the privacy of people's homes. Now hear me. The Lord sees child sacrifice as a great evil. Whether his image bearers are killed publicly with forceps for everyone to see, or whether they're killed privately in people's homes. It's a great evil no matter the instrumentation. The sixth commandment stands firm, and yet it is being violated daily in our state. Meanwhile, the civil government, whom our holy God has armed with the sword of vengeance to both be a terror to and punisher of evildoers, the civil government, these very men appointed as magistrates to uphold justice, they are allowing the most innocent among us to be slaughtered while giving immunity to the ones who are killing them. They're intentionally giving immunity to the mothers and giving them a license to kill. When it comes to legalized child sacrifice, you are not doing fine, Oklahoma. Woe to those who say peace, peace, when there is no peace. Woe to those who say we are an abortion-free state while we are fifth in the nation in abortion pills. But the good news is many in Christ's church have been awakened. There were a few watchmen on the wall who blew the trumpet, and many have now rallied together at that exact point to fight with the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. We started with a rabble of faithful Christians in Norman, Oklahoma, and they helped bring about Senator Joseph Silk, who authored the very first abolition of abortion bill in the United States, right here in Oklahoma. And he continued faithfully in the state Senate for many years. Then the torch was passed to Senator Warren Hamilton, who is here with us today. He has stood firm on the word of the Lord and honored Christ in his office. And Senator Hamilton has not only authored abolition bills, he has argued against the pro-life partiality bills, even from the floor, saying, this dishonors the Lord, this is showing partiality to the wicked, this is allowing children to be murdered. We praise God for you, Senator Hamilton. And now, Senator Hamilton has backup. In 2020, Bill Askell told the abolitionists, repenting for being apathetic, he said, reinforcements are on the way. And now Bill would tell you that he's not a prophet, nor the son of a prophet, but I'm here to tell you, Senator has been and he has already come out swinging. Reinforcements have arrived, not only here as the church lifts their voice, but even in this house. We praise the Lord. Bill, we all praise God that you were right. We need more men like former Senator Silk. We need more men like Senator Hamilton and Senator Devers. So pray for God to raise them up. Pray for God to give us godly magistrates who will do what is right, justice. Support them when they run and when they legislate. Become like them by running yourself in your district. All that is needed for legalized child sacrifice to continue in our state is for good men and women to do nothing. Or for good men and women to do just enough to ease their conscience. If you understand abolitionism and you come to Abolition Day and do things sporadically just to ease your conscience, child sacrifice will not be abolished. Beloved, I plead with you, do not be an Abolition Day abolitionist. This cannot be the only time we pray, speak to others, or lobby our legislature. Please do not simply come to this kind of event to ease your conscience as the pro-life movement has been doing for 50 years. You can't just show up and say, I did a good thing. I took off work. I didn't give them roses. I told them to abolish abortion. You and I have to be in the fight every day, every week, every month, every year. God does not need your good works, brothers and sisters, but your pre-born neighbors absolutely do. We are here again, and we will keep coming back, proclaiming, praying, singing, and laboring until justice for all is established in our state. We will keep coming back, amen? We will keep laboring until our pre-born neighbors are treated as equally as our born neighbors. Now, brothers and sisters, we have a prophet who...
Good afternoon on today's Angry Bulletin. On February 14th, 2024, if all goes well, SpaceX will launch the United States' second attempt to put a lander on the surface of the moon in the 21st century. But will this one fall prey to the same kinds of problems that the Peregrine did? What makes Intuitive Machines lander any better than what Astrobotic has built? And what sorts of payloads does it have on board? Is it going to be able to accomplish the same types of objectives that Peregrine did? Or does it have a different objective entirely? All of this and more coming at you on The Angry Astronaut right now. Good afternoon, and once again, welcome to The Angry Astronaut. In a couple of hours, I'm going to be leaving for the town of Harwell, where I am going to be meeting with a representative from the UK Space Agency, a graduate of ESA's astronaut program, actually. Really excited about that and all of the programs she has to talk to me about, but we're not talking about European spaceflight. We are talking about SpaceX and, more importantly, Intuitive Machines. Now, of course, we are all familiar with what happened to the Peregrine lander, the ill-fated first attempt of the NASA CLPS or CLIPS program, the plan to scout out the lunar surface to learn as much as we can about the world where we are going to be establishing a permanent presence, because there's quite a number of things that we still don't know, especially about the surface. So losing Peregrine was a pretty significant blow. Not devastating, because there's going to be a much larger lander that Astrobotics is going to be sending out hopefully later this year that has a much more ambitious payload. But in the meantime, Intuitive Machines and SpaceX have their own plans to go to the moon. And even though this lander does not have as many payloads as the Peregrine did, it still has some amazing packages on board that are going to give us lots of critical information about the exact region where astronauts are going to be setting down on the moon, hopefully by the end of 2026. Of course, all of us know it's going to be a lot later than that, but still, whenever they set down, they're definitely going to need the information that this lander is hopefully going to provide. 8 days from the time that I'm recording this video, SpaceX will launch the Intuitive Machines Nova C on its long journey to the moon. After its launch, it will, of course, separate from the Falcon 9 on a direct trajectory towards the moon. This is a little different than other launches that use a more gradual orbital approach. This is going to deliver the Nova C a little bit faster to the lunar surface. Now, its primary systems, the guidance, navigation, and control systems, and the automated flight management and software will power up and orient the spacecraft correctly before it begins its first commissioning burn. That is to say, a test burn of its primary engine, which, by by the way, runs off of methane and oxygen, a methalox engine, which is very rare for these types of spacecraft. So after its course maneuver, it will update its trajectory through a variety of correction maneuvers, 1, 2, and 3. Third correction maneuver will be the most critical because it will be the last opportunity to correct the spacecraft's trajectory as it's heading towards the moon. If it's not in the correct trajectory at that time, the spacecraft is going to be lost. Now, all this happens on day 1 through 7. By day 8, this vehicle will be in position to enter lunar orbit insertion. And by the way, that maneuver is going to take place on the blind side or the far side of the moon. This is the largest maneuver, changing the velocity any 100 meters per second, a deviation that in order to be measured by the moon's gravity. And it's a 100-kilometer circular low lunar orbit. That's the orbit it's going to be entering to prepare to land on the surface. Once again, in sharp contrast to Peregrine. As you can see, the probe is on a direct trajectory towards the moon utilizing this fairly powerful Methalox engine. So after the insertion, the Intuitive Machines Nova Control team will start a cadence of activities to check the status of Nova C and its systems in low lunar orbit to get ready for landing. They calibrate the navigation cameras for lunar lighting conditions. The rotation of the moon brings the landing site into phase with the Nova C orbit after about 12 revolutions around the moon. After that, a descent orbital insertion will be carried out, and it happens on the opposite side of the moon from the landing site. The main engine fires to allow Nova C to get down to its minimum altitude, and that drops, by the way, from 100 kilometers to about 10 kilometers during this time frame. All of this happens, by the way, between days 8 and 9. Now, by the end of day 9, the Terrain Relative Navigation, or TRN, cameras and lasers on the lander's downward side will be feeding information to the navigation algorithms, which update position and velocity for course correction by guidance and control. The Nova C must then reduce its velocity even further by about 1.8 kilometers per second in order to carry out a soft landing on the moon. Some lander designs have propulsion systems with multiple jets that fire on and off during descent to achieve this. However, Nova C's design has an engine designed to continuously burn and throttle from power descent initiation until touchdown. Nova C will then pitch over at the end of its braking maneuver and will be generally upright at that point, with its now forward hazard relative navigation sensors facing the area where the lander intends to land. By the way, hazard detection and avoidance is a very big thing indeed. Intuitive Machines designed Nova C's trajectory to fly directly to the intended landing site. However, once it's there, the onboard software processes camera data to confirm a safe landing site and selects a new designated landing site with the slightest indication or unexpected slope. They have to make sure that it's free of hazards before they actually set down. All of this sounds very impressive, but once again, a single failure with the propulsion system, as happened with Peregrine, and the whole thing will be lost. Now, Nova C will be approximately 13 meters above the surface at this point, and the lander goes into a vertical descent at 3 meters per second. Then the lander breaks down to only 1 meter per second, approximately 10 meters above the surface, beginning its terminal descent. And at this point, Nova C uses inertial measurements only. The inertial measurement unit senses acceleration like a human inner ear. No cameras or lasers are guiding the spacecraft to the surface because they would read lunar dust kicking up from the lander's engine, which would confuse them. And then, in a moment that will undoubtedly cause the greatest anxiety at Mission Control, both with Intuitive Machines and NASA, the lander will set down. Now, it is designed to set down at a speed of 1 meter per second. One thing that concerns me a little bit is this lander seems to be a bit tall and top-heavy. I've seen a mock-up of it before, and it definitely is a lot taller than you might think. Approximately 4.3 meters tall, or over 14 feet tall. So pretty tall, and once again, that makes me feel a little uneasy, but it does have a wide landing gear, so it should be okay. So what's on this lander? Well, obviously, lots of NASA payloads. One of the most important is the ROLSes, the Radio Observations of the Lunar Surface Photoelectron Sheath. That's a mouthful, and it's pretty big. It weighs over 13 kilograms, but what it does is it's going to study the radio emissions that come from the moon, because that's actually been a bit of a mystery, and it's also going to study the plasma environment. What does that mean? Well, the moon does not have a magnetic field to shield it from the solar wind, and so charged particles bombard the lunar surface and create what's called a plasma environment when these particles strike the regolith, and it levitates fine dust particles, actually. And this could actually be hazardous to life support systems, spacesuits, etc., so we need to learn as much as we can about that. NASA actually has a total of 10 payloads on board this particular lander, also including the Laser Retroreflector Array, which is designed to measure distance. It is a mirror system reflecting laser light directly backward to the orbiting spacecraft that emitted the laser light, in other words, another spacecraft sending the laser down to precisely determine the lander's location on the surface of the moon. NASA's been doing a lot of this lately in order to provide a little bit more precise lunar navigation to future missions. You also have the Navigation Doppler LiDAR for precise velocity and range sensing. This is something that NASA's been testing a great deal on their landers, again, to provide more precise landing solutions. Then you have the SCALPs, the stereo cameras for lunar plume surface studies. Now, lunar plume is going to be a very big deal, especially for Lunar Starship, because it's such a huge spacecraft and is going to require a pretty significant amount of force in order to decelerate it down to the lunar surface, which is going to create a massive plume. So these cameras are going to capture images of the effects of the lander's engine plume as it interacts with the lunar surface while it's descending, and as the dust plume settles after the spacecraft lands as well. Now, coupled with these cameras are my favorite private commercial payload on board, which is the Eagle Cam. The Eagle Cam is going to take a lunar selfie, a third-person perspective of a spacecraft landing on the moon. And the way it's going to do that is it's going to deploy the camera approximately 30 meters above the lunar surface. The camera will then hit the regolith, somehow orient itself properly, and then capture images of the spacecraft as it touches down on the moon. And by the way, this is not a NASA payload, as I said before, but a private commercial enterprise being carried out by Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Now, there aren't as many payloads on this thing as there were on the Peregrine. It doesn't have the same payload capabilities, which is a little disappointing because there isn't going to be any instruments studying surface radiation levels on the moon. That was a very important feature of Peregrine, which isn't being duplicated on this mission. But the positive thing is, this lander is setting down at the lunar South Pole, at a crater called Malapert A, which is a satellite crater to Malapert, a 69-kilometer diameter crater in the moon's south polar region. And the nearby Malapert Massif is where NASA is considering putting down the Artemis 3 astronauts. And that was the NASA Viper rover that Astrobotic is going to be putting down in the same region to look for lunar ice very soon. So this particular landing is going to provide critical information about how to land at the lunar South Pole, because the lighting is different, the shadows are different, everything is different about this region of the moon than what we experienced with Apollo. And these are going to present unique and difficult challenges to our efforts of establishing a permanent presence on the lunar surface. I certainly hope this probe meets with more success than the Peregrine and that it's actually permitted to complete its mission. Yeah, I had to get that last dig in there. In any event, thank you very much for watching. Please like, please subscribe. Also, please consider supporting me on Patreon, as some wonderful people have been doing so far this year, still trying to get to that 1% threshold, 1% of my subscribers supporting me on Patreon, which would change everything for this channel. So keep that in mind, and as always, stay angry about space.
I'm going to tell you 3 ways I use generative AI powered by Adobe Firefly to make my creative materials even better in Adobe Express as a content creator. I've been getting a new logo, and the text effects feature made it super easy to create something unique and fun. I've been doing some goal setting and mood board creation, and the text to image feature really helps, especially as I'm imagining how I want to change up my space. Finally, generative AI has made storyboarding for branded videos so much easier. I saved so much time not having to sift through videos and images for references. It's just so cool to type what I'm imagining and watch it appear. These materials were so easy to make, and I love how they turned out.
Welcome back. Today I'm on a journey with me. For the last 3 weeks, I've known that humans have been in touch with an extraterrestrial non-human civilizations since 2019. What do I do with this information? And is it true? Hey viewers, this has really taxed me, and it's taken me a long time to decide to actually do a film about it, because if it's not true, I seem like the ultimate plonker. If it is true, why am I bringing you this information, and why isn't the person who wanted to share it with me telling CNN or the BBC? You know, it's world-changing news. So I have a real dilemma with this story, but there's a lot of it that checks out. So today, follow me on this journey, a journey where I've asked this person really difficult questions, really put him on the spot. We've had times where we've communicated over Zoom type calls, over the telephone, over WhatsApp, everything. And I've really given him a hard time. And he checks out. The guy who contacted me is the semi-retired but still working head of a pan-European radio telescope network. I know his name, but he doesn't want to share it publicly. So it gave me the opportunity to check him out with his colleagues, and absolutely, I mean, he was in charge of radio telescopes in Europe, so he knows what he's talking about. He also worked for a large German car manufacturer beginning with P, building all their networking telecommunications for their electric cars. The guy's super important and, you know, highly skilled and knows about radio telescopes and radio telecommunication. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. So the first question is, how did they find the signal? So as I said, I've given this guy a really hard time. I've asked him direct questions, and if he doesn't answer them, I'm just not doing the film. But he's answered most of them. So how did they, and who are they, find the signal? All right, so his answer goes like this. There's an organization called SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And SETI started a whole bunch of years ago when data collection, storage, and processing was difficult. So Frank Drake, who wrote the Drake equation, and the science broadcaster and researcher Carl Sagan came up with a protocol that SETI can use. And their idea was to just listen to a narrow band that they thought was the most likely place that aliens would communicate. It makes sense. I mean, they can't listen back in the 60s everywhere, and if they could listen everywhere, the amount of information would be too hard to process. So they decided to limit SETI's search for ET by listening in the hydrogen band. Now, hydrogen is an element that's omnipresent in our universe, and it vibrates and it makes a noise. If you've got a radio telescope, I don't have one, and listen anywhere, you'll hear the distinctive buzz of hydrogen. So Sagan and Drake surmised that if you just listen in the hydrogen band, an ET would know that we can hear it, they can hear it, so it would be an ideal frequency to choose to communicate. But it has a problem. I reached out to very top radio astronomers and they confirmed this hydrogen band and said, yeah, it's everywhere and it's quite noisy. That means that if an ET was actually transmitting a low power I Love Lucy show, in the hydrogen band, you probably wouldn't hear it because it would be masked by the noise of hydrogen. So this pan-European alternative to SETI, this guy works for, decided now in the 21st century we can listen in a much wider broadband wavelengths, everywhere in fact, because we have the processing. So they've decided to listen in the quiet spots between natural radiation frequencies, not the hydrogen band or other bands, but in the bits between. That makes perfect sense. And in 2019, they found an ET non-terrestrial mechanical signal coming from deep space, he says. Okay, that's amazing. So my next hard question to him is, why didn't you publish it? Why didn't you tell the world? Why isn't it peer reviewed? Why isn't it in scientific journals? You are the chairperson of a large European radio telescope organization. His telescopes are in Germany, Italy, and Russia. Why didn't you publish the fact? It's an amazing piece of information. I mean, other signals like the WOW signal and Little Green Men signal immediately got a lot of publicity, but this one, nothing, nada. So does that make it not true? So he has a really good answer for that, and that is, so they found the signal and they decided to approach the United Nations for advice. And the UN have a policy on ET and us meeting aliens. They even have an ET officer who's in charge of it. And they advised this European organization not to reveal it to the world in one big press release, but to come up with a 25-year plan of release, of disclosure. And we're currently in year 5. And year 5 says in the plan that by year 5 you know about UAP, UFOs and aliens are in the news all the time, and you're slowly building up over this 25 years to the point where the world understands that there is something out there. We don't know what it is. Then in 2030, whatever, 2035, it comes out that we've actually made contact back in 2019. That's what he says the disclosure timeline is currently at, year 5. All right, good answer. So that kind of makes sense for where we are. A UAP story with Congress and other people, you know, UFOs and aliens and the whole UAP and what are they, who are they here on Earth, are they contacting us, is there probes? All these kind of questions are now in the public domain. People are talking about it. It's popular, it's trending, as I find on YouTube. It's certainly a topic of conversation that most people discuss. There's absolutely no evidence that they exist, but we have raised consciousness, or a group have raised consciousness, you know, the Leslie Keans and the of this world and the Luis Elizondos have actually got the whole alien UAP thing into the public domain. Maybe that's what they are paid to do. I don't know. There's no evidence that we actually have contact, but maybe we definitely have raised awareness, without a doubt. So his answer was good on that. I kind of like it. So the next obvious big question, mate, is who are they? Where are they? Where did the signal come from? He doesn't want to say the exact constellation, the star system, but he did confirm that it was just over 11 light years away. Well, that's a massive problem, isn't it? So, this is vital that you understand this. Radio telecommunication signals travel at the speed of light, a constant set by Albert Einstein. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. So, for example, you send a message to the moon, it takes 3 seconds. There's a delay because it's a long way away. You send a message to Mars and it takes whatever. Is it 20 minutes, 30 minutes? It's a very long way away. AET, a non-terrestrial intelligence on a distant planet, I guess, round a star, 11 light years away, the signal takes 11 years. So the signal that they supposedly picked up in 2019 actually left in, what was that, 2008? So it took 11 years. The I Love Lucy alien show took 11 years to transit to Earth until we heard it. And then, if we're talking to them and went, ooh, we got your signal, who are you? And sent that back, say in the first year, which is kind of unlikely, but just imagine, it would take 11 years to get back to planet Zog, wouldn't it? It's a 22-year round trip. It's a very slow communication. And in fact, they still haven't got it. If we transmitted a signal in RF using a large radio telescope back to where the source of the signal that supposedly he picked up was, it won't get there till what, 2031? It's going to be a long time till, and then it's going to take 11 years for them to reply. But he said, we talked to them in real time. Well, it's starting getting into science fiction, says Simon. I'm beginning to look like a plonker. Until he told me about quantum tunneling communication. What's that? Oh, this is really, this bit of what I'm telling you is probably the only thing that I'm saying today which I can completely verify and say is real. The rest, I'm leaving it up to you, to your imagination and the evidence that I presented, to bring your own conclusions to whether we actually have been in contact since 2019. But his answer to my question about 11-year two-way conversation, 22 years to and fro, that doesn't make any sense, was quantum tunneling. What's that? Well, it's real. It's currently probably deployed. The military probably use it right now. It's a way of communicating instantly over vast distances, faster than the speed of light. Supposedly, it's already operational to talk to space satellite assets. And it's not directional either. So you could have a quantum tunneling communication device at a headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska, and talk to a ship in the Pacific or in the Middle East instantly, with no delay or waiting for the ionosphere to work out properly. Just bleh. But is that real? Yes. So I asked him all about it and said, tell me the science of quantum communicating. And he did. So you have to understand that when Niels Bohr and the quantum physicists worked out that things in the very small subatomic world don't work the same as the big world, so you have this quantum world, they discovered this thing where pairs of quantized subatomic particles are connected. So if one is spinning, say, up, which is anti-clockwise, and it has a pair It has a twin pair which is spinning down, which is clockwise. And that connection with these pairs can be vast distances apart. They can be at the other side of the universe, and they still seem to communicate. Now, Albert Einstein hated it and had this big row with Niels Bohr. And Albert Einstein called this spooky action at a distance. I think the word spooky is brilliant. Thank you, Albert. Because it doesn't make any sense. How does one atom or one quantized particle spinning tell another one to spin in the other direction? And if you look at this one and it starts spinning that way, the other one will reverse over a vast distance. How does it communicate? Well, it would need to communicate faster than the speed of light. Albert Einstein hated it. That's not how it works. What the quantum world is actually saying, this is mind-boggling, is our sense of reality of time and space and distance isn't true. We actually only must live in a flat plane where everything is actually connected, where everything is touching, and we only perceive time, distance, and space in our perception of normal reality, where in fact in the quantum world, everything is interconnected. That's as far as I'm going to go on that subject. So how do you make quantum tunneling communication work? Well, you do in a university in Germany. This guy checks out. This guy actually has done it. He actually demonstrates it. It's peer reviewed. It's in papers. He even gets his undergraduate students to copy the experiment. So today I'm going to tell you how quantum tunneling does work and is probably being used today. And of course, could talk to our friends on the planet Zog if they had a quantum tunneling receiver. This is maybe I will do some drawings to illustrate it. So imagine you have a source of photons, in this case microwave photons, just somewhere else in the electromagnetic spectrum, and you pulse them. So you're having ping, 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 and you shine the microwaves into this, a prism. The microwaves are going to go into the prism and be refracted 90 degrees and come out of the prism to a detector. Then you're going to have an oscilloscope that's going to show the top trace is the pulses of the origin of the beam. So ping, ping, ping. And the second trace on the oscilloscope is the detector that detects the microwaves that have refracted 90 degrees through the big prism to a detector. And that's going to go ping, ping, ping. But there's going to be a tiny delay because the microwaves had to travel through air, through the prism, through air to the detector. So you can detect that there is a slight delay, which corresponds to normal physics. Got it? But that's not quantum tunneling. Turns out that some of the microwaves don't refract. Some of them carry on in a straight line. This is really simplifying it. This is because in quantum tunneling, the quantum photon actually fits inside an atom. It's not reflected or bounced off atomic matter. It actually goes through the subatomic bits of an atom. That's the way I understand it. So a quantum tunneling effect happens. Imagine now you have a second prism. The quantum tunneling signal will go straight in a straight line to the second prism, where it then bounces inside the prism to another detector. Now you've got three traces on your oscilloscope. You've got ping, 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 the signal, pong, 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 the original signal on this first prism, and this detector on the second distant prism that's looking at these quantum particles that have gone through the time and space to the second prism. Where would the signal be? Well, you would imagine it would be ping, 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 then slightly delayed for the first one, and then blink. The third signal on the trace would be very slow because, of course, it had to traverse time and space to get, it doesn't work like that. The third signal is exactly in lockstep with the second signal. So you've got the first origin ping, and then the two detectors, one a million miles apart from the second one, both pinging at the same time. Amazing. For some apparent reason, as the photon leaves the first prism, it appears in the second prism. So the moment it leaves the first, it's already entering the second. The bit in between, the space, the million miles, the 11 light years, or the billions of light years, doesn't exist. It's totally ping together. So you can send a signal out of a quantum tunneling device and receive it at any distance. Instantly it leaves the first device. It's the second device. Have a communication, maybe. That's how it works. So you can actually build this at home, given the oscilloscope, two big plexiglass prisms, and a microwave source. And I will post in the description a link to this guy called Nimitz who actually did the work. It's real. I think it's currently deployed. But are we in touch with ET? I've no idea. It's a lot of what this guy said makes sense. He's a very sensible chap. He's a very important chap. He checks out. His colleagues confirmed that he's real. This pan-European network that isn't working like SETI, that's looking for ET in the quiet spots, exists. I know where the telescopes are. I know their work, but they haven't published it. If they did contact the United Nations, are we in a 25-year disclosure pan? And we're currently in year 5, where everybody's talking about ET and UAP? Yes. So is it real, or am I a plonker? I think I'm just going to let you decide. I definitely know quantum tunneling exists. I definitely know it works. I've also got good evidence that it's currently deployed as a system that works. It's a really interesting dilemma for me as a YouTube creator who wants to share stuff with you. Do I just tell you everything everybody tells me? No, I check it out. Some of this checks out, and other parts might be far-fetched. I guess the truth is out there.
My name is I am a former United States Army military specialist. After I got out of the military, moved up here. I've lived here since that time, over 35 years. The reason I moved up here is because knowing what I knew, being in the military intelligence, #1 hotspot for the Russians to bomb. So if a nuclear bomb were to go off, I might see a flash. That would be it. There would be no suffering.
His identity has been concealed for his own safety.
What I am about to tell you is classified on the highest level of security in our federal government. Telling you this could get me sent to Leavenworth for the rest of my life. During the height of the Cold War, I worked in a telecommunications center which delivered all of the high priority messages. It was not uncommon for most everybody in my office to have a top secret security clearance. Basically, there's unclass, and then there's what they call unclass FDO, which stands for encrypted for transmission only. And then you go from there to confidential, secret, top secret. And top secret is the highest one that anybody in the federal government can have. But above top secret, there is 5 levels of access. But different people, because of the background investigations that were done on them, had a top secret access level 1 or 2. I had a 3. Most of the people in the Pentagon have a 3 or a 4. And of course, the president and everybody around him has a 5. Our most important job was to make sure that the president had the information that he needed as fast as possible.
It's your anniversary today. You could have arrived empty-handed, but you exist in a world where it's easy to get flowers this fresh. Your door to better relationships. DoorDash.
From movie night to game day, my Sonos speakers really are a total game changer. Standalone, they're amazing. But when they're paired together, they make an unstoppable team.
Touchdown!
My living room comes alive with the Sonos Arc soundbar. With crystal clear dialogue and cinematic sound, it really raises the bar for movie night. Add the Sonos wireless subwoofer, and it's like I'm a star on center stage. This subwoofer pumps out lower lows, creating fuller, more deep.
One day, in 1983, he decoded a message that left him and his colleagues completely perplexed.
We saw this message come through and processing it, and replying on it was,
Israel killed more than 27,000 Palestinians and has caused reverberations of hate around the world and right here in Austin. Palestinians are already grieving for Gaza, and now this brings that pain close to home. Our city officials have created a climate of fear. Many of them have been silent on Palestine. They have not reached out to the Muslim and Palestinian communities, and now the silence of the mayor can only be seen as condoning this violence. The mayor has not only been silent, he has contributed to this climate of fear. On October 12th, the mayor issued a statement of support for Israel and a warning that the next day was going to be a day of rage in which supporters of the Palestinian cause in Austin might engage in acts of hate and violence against the Jewish community. The police were put on high alert, and local mosques were asked about any individuals that were suspicious that they might know of. Of course, there was no incident, yet the mayor never apologized. Nothing happened on this day in Austin or in the world, yet the implied sentiments about Arabs and Muslims were already made. The damage was done. In fact, there have only been incidents against Palestinians in the city. In Austin, Palestinian students were harassed by the IDF, who threatened to kill Arabs. Silence from our council. TAs were fired at T for speaking out about Palestine. Silence from our council. Our community has only ever engaged in peaceful protests and peaceful rallies in the streets and here at City Council, asking for the bare minimum. We're asking for a resolution against Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, and asking for the City Council to stand with us and help us feel less afraid. We are not the enemy. Our communities have been crying out for safety. We stand with the family of the man who was attacked and are so grateful that he is recovering. We have to wonder how many more incidents like this have to happen. How long will our community be afraid? And when will our mayor and city council do the right thing and bring the community together? Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Zainab. Okay, our next speaker is Joshua Sklar. He's a representative of Jewish Voices for Peace, JVP Austin. He lives in Austin for 14 years, and he's a graduate student at UT. Joshua?
I just want to start by saying I'm so impressed by the grace and equanimity of my fellow speakers because they are entitled to be furious. I'm furious. JVP stands with the Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian communities here in Austin. Urge that this be investigated as a hate crime. There's a very toxic notion that Jewish safety is somehow mutually exclusive with Palestinian and Muslim safety. And I believe that our leaders have perpetuated it. In fact, our safety is deeply intertwined, as is everyone's safety. I just reject that notion wholeheartedly. And this hatred has to stop. There's been such an outswell of support for the Jewish community, and I have seen nothing for the Muslim community, the Arab community, or the Palestinian community. I call on our leaders to make a statement, a real statement, that is not an afterthought, as was the case at my university. That is all.
Thank you, Joshua. Okay, our next speaker is Reverend Crystal Silva. She's an ordained minister of the United Church of Christ, an activist, and a member of the Austin for Palestinian Coalition. Reverend Silva.
Thank you. My name is Crystal Silva, S-I-L-V-A. I'm an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. I stand here in solidarity with not only the Muslim community, but with the Arab and Palestinian community, who are all living in fear even prior to this horrific incident. First and foremost, our prayers and our solidarity go out to this young man and to his family here, who are courageous, speaking, and who are hurting at this time because of this hateful attack that could have killed him. As a Christian minister, I am committed to justice and peace for all people, for the safety of all people. I lament that our local, our state, and our federal government officials have done nothing to prevent this type of hate and violence in our communities, and in fact, they have contributed with their silence. President Biden and his ongoing genocide in Gaza and his unwillingness to call for a ceasefire has created this violence. In addition, our local and state officials have been silent and have contributed to the dehumanization of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims that caused this incident to happen. Their silence is matched only by the gross portrayals of Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians in major outlets like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. It is incumbent on all government officials to have the political and moral imagination to create safety and humanization for all their constituents and for all citizens, and they fail to do this for Palestinians, for Arabs, and for Muslims. The violence in our country and that is being committed in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Yemen, is spilling out in our streets, and this family is paying for it. Ceasefire now, in the name of all that is holy. Stop the dehumanization of our Palestinian siblings now, and stop it now to prevent further violence.
Thank you. Okay. And our next speaker is our own council member, Zohaib Qadri. Council member?
Good morning, y'all. My name is Councilmember Qadri. I represent City Council District 9 here in Austin. Truthfully, I'm at a loss of words, which doesn't happen often. But I was gutted when I heard about the news about what happened on Sunday night. I reached Brother Nazar, and I just came back from visiting Zachariah at the hospital. I was very inspired by his strength and his courage through it all, and very thankful for another brother who was at the scene who rendered aid to Zachariah. I think everything that happened, all the horrific events that happened on October 7th and everything that's happened since then, my biggest fear here in Austin was if the violence was to come here to Austin and we would see folks in the Jewish community or Muslim community touched by this violence. And I think that became a reality on Sunday night. I'm deeply troubled by what happened. When I was talking to Zachariah, he was telling me that he has a friend who goes to UT who walks the path where he was stabbed, and that it could have been his friend, or it could have been someone else. And I know that UT, is a diverse community that calls many folks from the Muslim faith and the Jewish faith home. And knowing that this could have been one of them just terrifies me. And we've seen violence happen in Chicago, where a 6-year-old Palestinian boy was stabbed to death. We saw this violence happen in Michigan, where a rabbi was stabbed to death. And we saw this happen in Vermont, where 3 Palestinians were shot. And what's happened here in Austin is just, it's beyond horrifying. I'm thankful for everyone here today. I'm thankful for APD, and I've been in constant conversations with Anderson as we get more details on the situation. And my heart truthfully breaks not only for Nizar and his family, but all families here in Austin that are hurting, that went to bed last night a little bit more afraid than they did the day before. And I think it's important for us, whether it be local leaders. I know we have Representative Goodwin here from the state, and all our leaders, all the way up to the top, to speak out against hate in all its forms. So with that, I will pass it off to Brother Carol. Yeah.
City Council, thank you very much for being here. On behalf of my family, on behalf of our community in Dallas-Fort Worth, on behalf of the community of Austin, I will invite you, the City Council people, and the Mayor, Abbott, to my house to sit down and talk about the situation in Gaza, to show them exactly what's going on. I know most of the major media is hijacking the news in Gaza. I want to show you the reality of them. I want to show you what the kids eat right now in Gaza. Grass. I want to show you what the people eating in Gaza. Animal food. I would like to show my side of the story. So I invite you all to my house, to my mosque, to my community. I will host for y'all in the city of Austin anywhere you want to, so I can show you what's really going on in Gaza. I will really appreciate if you accept my invitation and the city of Austin. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Nizar. And thank you again, State Representative Vicki Goodwin, for being here. We really appreciate it. We'd like to bring our brother Muhammad Ayachi, who's with American Coalition for Palestine, up to say a few words. Did I get it right?
Let's go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Ayashi. I'm here in Austin once again to kind of help express our sentiment and our thoughts and how we feel. I work with the Muslim Coalition for Palestine. We've been organizing protests in the city of Dallas, the same way the Austin Coalition for Palestine has been working in Austin. We came down here to promote peace and to share that violence is not acceptable and it's not the answer. And we were met with violence. We are not going to stop until we get full justice for what happened to our friend, to our son, to our volunteer, to our brother, and to the member of our community who was a victim here last night. It's worth noting that the currently grieving spent very little time talking about what they just experienced, and they were still hyper-fixated on the situation in Gaza. It's worth noting that even after Governor Abbott has consistently stood for Israel and supported them while Americans and Texans are struggling to afford health care, are struggling to afford housing, are struggling to get basic necessities, his priority was to go to Israel and to focus on them. And yet, even then, with such an injustice, he was invited to their home. It talks about what happened. That you guys tell the truth and only the truth. Please don't twist it. I've seen stories from the mainstream media talking about how a girl was in a car and a bullet hit her. She was murdered in cold blood in Gaza. I've seen stories about a building exploding in Gaza. No. It was a direct missile from Israel killing innocent people. Tell it for what it is, because when you change this narrative, what you're actually doing is dehumanizing them and empowering people like the man who came out yesterday and stabbed an innocent Palestinian American. Let's not forget, this happened here in Texas. Let's not forget, this is a Texan, and one drop of his blood is more important to us as Americans than any amount of buildings and infrastructure and financial developments that Governor Abbott and Joe Biden has been hyper-fixated. We are here speaking as the people and speaking for the people. and we can never, ever forget that. It is our duty to continue calling for a ceasefire. It's our duty to keep saying, end the violence. That is what we are here for, and we will accept nothing less. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad. Okay, we're going to ask our Sheikh, Imam, religious leader, Jafar Muhibullah, with Islam Obey, to come up and close us out in a prayer.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. My name is Jafar Muhibullah, Jafar Muhibullah. You've heard the facts, you've heard the sentiments of the Muslim community. So I'll just close with a prayer. We pray for the well-being of the stabbing victim of this past weekend's heinous act of violence, and for everyone who has faced such acts of violence. In the same breath, we pray for justice and peace. Oh God, we ask for the power to create a community based on empathy and understanding, wherein all people can coexist without the fear of being attacked because of the color of their skin or the creed of their faith. Help us, oh God, to live as equals and honor the value of every individual. Oh God, who created and sustains humanity, in your presence we find tranquility and safety. So help us to be ever conscious of your being and guide us towards achieving security and equanimity in the presence of each other. Thank you. Peace be upon you all.
Ameen. Thank you, Sheikh. Okay, we have concluded our press conference, but I want to make you all aware that we will be having an interfaith prayer session, and we'll be making everyone aware of the date, the time, and the place soon. So if there are any questions, we'll entertain those now.
We had the Austin Police Department put out a statement just shortly ago, and they said that they are going to investigate this as bias motivated and turn it over to the DA's office to see if it's their responsibility to then decide if it's a hate crime or not. Is this sufficient for you, and could you please, Dad, come answer? Oh, come to the microphone, please.
I think what happened is clear as the sun today. I really call for the law enforcement to do the right investigation and determine exactly what happened. All I want is justice for my son and justice for our people in Gaza.
Excuse me, sir, while we have you there, I'm so sorry, just so you don't have to repeat this information. If you're comfortable with sharing, could you talk to us about your son physically and how he's feeling, and I guess your reaction when you heard that he was stabbed?
Terrible. Just imagine a father driving. I just left my son in good condition, and I told him, let's go to Dallas. I will pay for your dinner, you and your friends. I want y'all to come with us. I don't want y'all to stay here because y'all far away from me. I can protect y'all. Something happened, I'm far away from y'all. The young, they decided to try the good food in Austin. They stayed. I drive hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, and I get a terrible call saying, Uncle, you have to turn back. Your son been stabbed. The first thing came to my mind is I'm gonna lose my son. He just have his baby, his wife. I was thinking how I'm gonna tell them that I failed to protect my son. I came here as security to protect security for the law enforcement here first, because our people listen to us. When they see the color of my skin, when they see my face, they know I'm on their side. When I tell them to back off, they back off. I came to protect our people, and I failed to protect my son. I didn't know how to relate the message. Just put yourself in my position. Imagine your son, your grandson, somebody calling you saying you've been stabbed. It was a terrible moment. I don't know what to do after that. It was just, I don't know how did I get to Austin even. So it was terrible. My son was yelling and screaming at 4 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't do nothing about it except call nurses. Please help him. Please help my son. I really don't know what to do at that moment. And all of this goes back, not because I failed to protect him. The city of Austin failed to protect my son. Greg Abbott failed to protect his citizen. Mr. Joe Biden, he failed to protect this country.
Thank you, brother. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Kerry is following up on this case. I was on the phone with our attorneys this morning, and so it's in law enforcement's hand and the district attorney's hands now. But we will be following up. This is not going to just go by the wayside. Okay. Any other questions?
Has the family heard from law enforcement or other government officials about the investigation, or are y'all?
I have not been contacted with
Any other? All right, well, we want to thank you all for coming out. We appreciate your presence and pray for us. We'll pray for you. And peace be unto everyone here. Thank you. Oh, Mike. Your sister is
I guess that means we're here. We need to go there and there. Americas, the Alamo. We definitely need to go to those places. Yeah, they dance in the bars. You know, it's a little early for dancing on the... Are you dancing in the bars yet today?
Not yet.
A little bit later? All right, we got to get a few drinks in you first. She says, I'm done. They can't handle how much fun I am, I guess. And especially the way I'm dressed, I look like who knows what. I definitely fit in where I am. I'm blending in well, guys. I look like the guy in the chair, minus the chair and the air cast on the leg. Guys, we're going to, so far our plan, unless something gets us derailed, is to go to the, what's that called? Mardi Gras. If we go to that, I'm sure we'll have to do some dancing. Oh no. Oh wow. That's a long walk. Oh, here we go. Here's the Tower for America. February 13th. Oh, so the guy at parking lot. Policia. Hello, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. How are you? So this here, I don't know, that's a sculpture, but this is the Tower of Americas. Obviously, that'll be easy to find when we want to go over that way. Hey, do you know anything about some food trucks around here?
Right now, during the week, I think they're going to be kind of hit and miss.
Oh, okay. How far does this go?
This is actually, you're in the middle of the horseshoe is what we call it.
Okay.
So, you just figure like a horseshoe. So it branches off. Hey, buddy, you looking for the food truck part?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over there down Broadway.
That way? Alright.
They have a park for now? They have a park for you?
Cool. We're wandering. I'm like Mr. Magoo. Eventually, I always find everything. Thank you. Yeah. Cool. He said it doesn't open until 4 p.m. or something. No boat, do not engage the police. Oh, I know, we're like, hey, which way can we go? Oh, you're trespassing. Put your hands behind your back. You're going to jail right now unless you delete your videos again. Oh, here we go. Mardi Gras is here. Boom, baby. Where's the beads? It's probably too early for this. Have we even hit noon yet? No, not even noon yet. We're ready to party in the morning here. The boatards are out. I'm going to show them my boobs if they have beads. I don't do that shit for free. Guys, do you like dicks? Who loves dicks in here? Dick's Last Resort. They got all the funny, whatever you call these. These are like big brand restaurants that you see in every big tourist spot. Obviously, I'm articulating that well. Look at this, guys. We've discovered our friend again. We're gonna have to buy water because I gave mine away. Look at that, we found one truck. Oh, guys, this might be our motto. Let's get sauced. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Kit Kat's here. Everybody be on your best behavior. I'm already nervous. Yikes. Gemini, that's funny. Tell them. We'll get the nurses to party
two away. We are two away. Thank you for the super chat. We are one away.
I was going to make it through this. Let me. It hurts. Oh, it's okay, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pleb is back. In tonight's special report, I have massive updates on in Europe, as it appears now that the farmers are united all over Europe, rising up against the radical climate agenda. You won't want to miss tonight's story. Stick around. Today's report has been brought to you by Beaver Bitcoin, Canada's best Bitcoin exchange. I've been listening to your feedback the last couple of months, and a lot of you guys want to buy Bitcoin. You just don't know how. It's too confusing. Well, my sponsor, Beaver Bitcoin, is stepping up in a huge way and offering customer service to those who don't understand how to buy Bitcoin for the first time. If you guys want to acquire Bitcoin, head over to beaverbitcoin.com/pleb, sign up, and they will walk you through your first purchase. And as usual, folks, please double check that you're still subscribed. I need you to be vigilant, okay? Because YouTube is unsubscribing so many of you. I still read the comments every single day. I don't know why they're doing this. Maybe because I tell the truth. Maybe because I'm a conservative. So please double check that you're still subscribed. Yesterday, I hit 100,000 subscribers, and this was my reaction from the live stream. Let's go. 2 away. We are 2 away. Thank you for the super chat. We are 1 away. Oh my God. We are at 100,000 subscribers. 100,002 subscribers. Have made it. Okay. What a special moment that was yesterday. And thank you to everyone who joined me on their lunch hour to come witness me hit 100K. And thank you to everyone who's been with me since the beginning. This has been quite the ride, and I cannot wait to see what's in store for the future. Welcome to your Friday report. We are going to have a wild episode here, as I am going to cover the farmer protest. This protest is spreading all over Europe, with new countries joining every single day. It's so inspiring, and for whatever reason, the mainstream media is just not covering it. Tonight's report will start with Joe Rogan, who claims that we are in a great awakening. The world is waking up, and I surely do believe him, as we are seeing these farmer protesters rising up all over Europe. Let's listen to Joe Rogan.
We are at the precipice of unstoppable great change, and I think it's going to hit us like a fucking tsunami, and I think we're just really fortunate to be alive at this time, yes, where the whole world is going to shift in a really wild way. And I think one of the things you're seeing from whether it is these or these government entities that are trying to control narratives, this is like them trying to grasp at the last bits of control that are potentially available. But I think inevitably they're going to lose.
Joe Rogan is right. We are seeing a grand awakening. We are seeing the sheep waking up. This was all started in Canada by the Canadian truckers and is now being finished by the farmers in Europe. Every single day now, we are seeing more countries join this fight here, as now the Netherlands involves Scotland, France, Germany, Poland, Lithuania, Romania, Belgium, Greece, Italy, Portugal, Ireland, and he's right, it's historic. All right, hang in with me here, because we have a lot of countries to cover here today. But tonight's story will start in France, where there are reported food shortages now in the supermarkets. Wow. Here comes the Euro music. Gotta mute that. But look at these shelves here in France. This is nuts. I mean, they're not joking when they say no farmers, no food. I mean, literally look at this video. We are already seeing the shortages. Now, the crazy leftist liberals probably looked at that video and are like, damn, I thought food came from the supermarket. No, dummy, it comes from the farmers. Now, in those supermarkets where there are shortages, the French people are starting to remove products that are not French from their shelves. Shop local. Wow. And I think that this protest is working here. Food comes from, because now French citizens are going into grocery stores, recording videos, pissed off that their food is coming from other countries.
Voilà, les travailleurs français, ils ont été emmerdés, mais bon, chez Intermarché, vous
So that's well, obviously that's Portugal, duh.
retrouvez le port du Portugal, vous retournez, vous trouvez quoi?
He's like celery from Spain, Espagne is Spain.
D'Espagne, des choux, ouais, mais c'est normal.
And now there's a cabbage from Portugal. When right beside they have cabbage from France.
Pas nous. Des choux du Portugal, et vous avez été bloqués dans des grands bouchons, il faut être solidaire avec eux. Il n'y a pas des tomates aujourd'hui. Haricots verts, voilà.
Moroccan potatoes.
Et vous ont bloqué pendant des heures et vous demandez d'être solidaire avec eux.
So that's footage inside the grocery stores, but apparently the farmers are protesting outside big box grocery stores as well. See that? So I'm seeing reports now of farmers being arrested as they go into Paris, but outside of the city, these protests are still going strong, like the 300 tractors that showed up in the city of Rennes. It's a lot of tractors. There's like eight police motorcycles for like 300 tractors. That's nuts. Now, the farmers are not having an easy time getting into the middle of Paris, but apparently some farmers were able to get through, and they dumped some hay on the Champs-Élysées. Nice. Now, the French farmers appear to be mad that the giant union of French agricultures demanded the farmers to stop blockading the roads, and in response, they are burning the union's flag.
Attends, Pierre. Non. Fais-le tourner, tourne-le, que je le voie bien. L'autre côté. Voilà, vas-y, viens.
Yeah, they sold out to Macron, the union. And this is what the farmers think of their union. You love to see it. And the angry farmers weren't done with just burning flags, as they were spotted dumping garbage throughout the city of Clermont-Ferrand. Give it a shake. Give it a shake. Now, a French farmer protest would not be complete without them dumping manure, and they were up to it again yesterday in Leclerc de Brive in Corrèze. Appears to be dumping manure in front of a grocery store. Oh my God. That is a lot. Now they're spreading it. Now they put the spreader out. Oh my God.
One of the biggest problems that organizations face today is maintaining trust across the identity lifecycle. Ensuring that a user is exactly who they say they are at all times is crucial. Identity security that relies on legacy authentication is easily cracked by phishing, prompt bombing, and other credential attacks. And identity security needs to start at the beginning. Failing to validate somebody's identity, relying on point-in-time verification, manual processes, or monitoring with limited visibility makes continuous protection impossible. The result? Inefficient, cumbersome systems, frustration, and costly breaches. The solution? Identity assurance from Hyper, the industry's first continuous security solution for the entire identity lifecycle. Hyper's unified and dynamic approach closes security and operational gaps for all systems from the desktop to the cloud. It starts with
Wild. It's just wild. And the French farmers were also seen spreading manure in the city of Limoges. Oh my God, it's everywhere. So I assume that's a government building. And they're tossing eggs as well from the looks of it. That is brutal. Wow. Now, the farmers may be bad at their government, but they do have good hearts. Their heart's in the right place. And yesterday, in a chase through a field, the police chased the farmers through the field, and they got stuck, and the farmers went to help the police.
Nous, on est sympa. On vient voir ce qui se passe. Oh là là, mince. Mince. Mince, mince, mince. Bon, alors là, on négocie.
They're saying they're negotiating, LOL.
Ouais. Bon, tu vois, monsieur Darmanin, nous, on vient vous aider. On vient pas... Regarde.
Humanity on display here. All right. Well, I guess they can tow him out here. Did they get the cop out? Oh, there comes a strap. And they're actually towing the cops out from the field. We're all human at the end of the day. But the feel-good story doesn't end just there between the police and the farmers, as apparently there are reports out of France that the police are now standing down to the farmers and showing solidarity. There's copyright music on this one, so bear with me. Wow. So they're taking their helmets off and they're standing down to the protesters. That's amazing. We are all one team. And I do tend to believe that video of the police standing down to the protesters, as Peter Sweden has just reported some huge news here that the French farmers are winning and the French government is giving in to their demands. After a week of protesting, the farmers are winning. Now that's the latest out of France. So let's take things over to Belgium, which are a little more intense, let's say. And a convoy of tractors are making their way over to the European Parliament. That honking is loud. And that looks like a long convoy of tractors. They're definitely letting the European Union know that they are on their way. Wow. So that was the convoy in the night on their way to the European Parliament. And based on what I'm seeing, there was quite a large turnout at the EU Parliament. Not a bad turnout, eh? Decent looking turnout here in front of EU Parliament. Here's more views of the crowd. They're just honking in front of Parliament. It reminds me of the Freedom Convoy. And the angry farmers, venting their frustration, started throwing eggs on the EU Parliament. Oh, man. There we go. Right on the window. Nice. Right up there. It's leaking. Ooh. Toss them. These people are stealing my hobbies from when I was 12 years old, but I like it. And a member of European Parliament, Terry Mariani, films the blockade here in front of the EU Parliament and saying that they have completely blockaded access to Parliament.
Eh bien, ça y est, c'est parti. Devant le Parlement européen, le blocage est mis en place avec des dizaines de tracteurs. L'accès au Parlement est désormais impossible.
So with Parliament blockaded, here is the scenes from inside the European Parliament as you can see the protesters on the other side of the barricade. With one fire, two fires, and the police here are massively outnumbered. Here is another view of the protests from the outside looking inwards. That should give you an idea of what the protest looks like. And the farmers, who seem to be very pissed off, appear to be starting fires outside a European Parliament. I'm not sure if they're trying to burn the building down or just keep themselves warm, but there's definitely fires. Here are some of the views from people inside the EU Parliament building recording what it looked like on the outside. Are they lighting fireworks? Wow. Pretty intense. Tossing eggs at the police. And with fires burning outside of European Parliament, of course the police tried to put an end to that. And here's what it looked like. Wow.
Un peu d'eau.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free. So he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at turbotax.com. That's me!
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guaranteed. Make your moves count. See if you qualify at turbotax.com.
Kayak. Why do people use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I don't get it. I like to do things myself. Even if I don't get a great deal, I still feel connected to it. What kind of connection would I have with the salmon if I bought it at the supermarket? We are connected.
Kayak. Search one and done.
Look at these views from the front line. It's wild. Now, as I've been saying, the majority of Europeans support the farmers in this farmer protest, and in Brussels was no different, as after they started shooting the water cannons, the police showed their true colors and showed the people whose side they are truly on. They're giving cookies to the protesters. Aw. A touching moment here. A touching moment. Truly. You'll love to see it. Now, I covered France, I covered Belgium. Now let's take things over to the Netherlands, where the farmers are rising up there, and none other than Ella van Blingenbroek is there covering the Dutch farmers once again.
Joined by a group of about 100 farmers, and there are more to come. We are on our way to the provincial government building in Gelderland, where the farmers are going to tell some of the deputies that they want the green law to go. Dutch farmers are joining the protests yet again.
And the Dutch farmers are around as they are now blocking highways in the Netherlands and showing up and dumping garbage just like the French are. They love the tires. They love burning tires in Europe. And it looks like the Dutch farmers have built an encampment here on the highway. They got the lawn chairs. They got the fire. And they got the blockade here with the porta potty. It's officially an encampment. Now, here are more scenes from that encampment, which is apparently blocking 3 highways on the border of the Netherlands and Belgium. Look how long this blockade is. It's huge. You guys. Completely blockaded here on the left with the Dutch flag on the truck. Beautiful. On the highway, but apparently the Dutch farmers are in the cities dumping manure into supermarkets. Here we go. I probably have to mute for copyright. They brought back the tires, but I believe that is the sign of Aldi. Oh my God, look inside the grocery store. Wow. Wow. They blockaded the store and now they're dumping manure in there. Savage. So that's the latest out of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. But now the Irish farmers are standing up as well and starting their own convoys in Ireland. See that beautiful Irish flag on the top of that guy's tractor in the back? The Irish are coming, and many, many Irish farmers appear to be showing up, as here is just one of the many convoys in the northern part of Dublin.
Hey everybody, Tim here. Are you looking to land a software development position where you could be making
What did Conor Macgregor say? We're not here to take part. We are here to take over. And it sure looks like that in Ireland. I love it. You love to see it, but they're not honking. Where's the honking, Ireland? Maybe they don't want to wake up their neighbors. They're too nice. Here is a video of an Irishman cheering on the farmer convoy as they are driving through his town.
Convoy of them. Convoy of Irish farmers. Absolutely amazing. They're sick of the EU agenda. They're sick of Leo Varadkar. They're sick of Eamon Ryan. They're sick of the Greens. Our agriculture sector is being decimated by EU bureaucrats, and they've had enough of it. These are the lifeblood of their country. They put in hard work every day to keep food on the tables. We love our farmers, and they've just had enough of this nonsense. Look at that convoy. On and on and on and on. Absolutely brilliant.
Preach, brother.
This is a part of the agriculture sector. PDs just do not care. They do not care. The Greens do not care. We'd be all eating insects if we had that way. Unbelievable. Just goes on and on and on. Tractors cost upwards of €100,000 mortgages on them. They have a right to earn a decent week's wages. They should be paid very well for the hard work they do.
And here is a short interview with an Irish farmer explaining why they decided to join the French farmers in this historic protest.
I'm out here to support the French farmers because I really do feel that the whole farming community right across Europe, not alone in France, Germany, but here in Ireland, are being absolutely decimised by the politicians, the green agenda, and other factors too in the political circles that are demonising farmers as criminals in food production. And the future for these is the young lads, my young lad here, this young man here, and the families here behind me. They won't have farms to farm unless there's radical change and people accept that we need food, we have to produce food, we will produce food given the chance to produce it, but currently under the circumstances we can't do it.
And the protests in Ireland are spreading, and it's not just in one area, it's all over the country, as there appears to be another convoy in the county of Louis. Louis? More convoy. Damn. It's a lot of tractors. It's a lot of tractors. Oh, is that a truck? Yeah, we got trucks. The trucks have showed up as well. Damn. Not bad. And the farmer protest in Ireland is spreading into smaller towns here, as we can see a convoy of farmers rolling into this small town. You can tell it's Ireland with that Guinness sign outside there, and a place called Shaw's. Quite a convoy rolling through that town, eh? And a group of farmers also rolled into a town called Galway and were greeted like heroes, cheered on by the people. Watch this. And here were the scenes where Irish farmers are peacefully protesting on the dual carriageway into Letterkenny. Nice and peaceful, much different than the French and the Belgium. Wow. Quite a contrast. But yes, just like a slow roll on the dual carriageway. And the farmers did a nice slow roll in the roundabout of Letterkenny here near Imbolc. Nice and peaceful. So that was in Letterkenny, but now apparently the Irish farmers are surrounding a building where the agriculture minister is having a meeting. Yeah. Quite a crowd here showing up. So that's the latest out of France, Belgium, Netherlands, and Ireland. Hang in with me here, because now we are going to Portugal, where apparently the farmers are blocking highways in Portugal as well. Portugal has officially joined the party. Not a bad blockade. Turn the camera around. Let's see the other side. Damn. The farmers are pissed everywhere. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at that. That blockade is massive. And this is the first blockade I'm hearing from in Portugal. So that's the latest out of Portugal. So that's the latest out of Portugal. Now we'll move things over to Italy, where the farmer protests have left the farming villages and have made their way to major cities now, as Italian farmer protesters are now in the city of Milan. All right, who can translate this for me in the chat or in the comments? Translate that for me, please. So that's the latest out of Italy. And now in Poland, apparently the farmers are on their way to go block the border they have with Ukraine. It's snowing in Poland. Doesn't look like these Polish farmers stand with Ukraine much. I will give you guys more updates on Poland as they come in. And in our last clip of the night, a farmer from the UK is now pleading to other farmers in the United Kingdom to stand up and join the farmers' protest that has spreaded all over Europe.
It's official. UK farming protesting is going to happen. It's only a matter of time and a bit of planning. Many of you will have seen Eden from Lancashire Lamb Boxes has also said the same thing. We are both in contact with the effing farmer. His account is making surprising progress. I'd encourage you all to please keep following in, liking and sharing, because that's where all the information on the UK protesting is going to take place. Now, from our point of view, it's important, vital in fact, that the public are on board with this, because the last thing we want to do is piss off the public. Facts. We're trying to work with you guys, so please support us and we can help each other. In addition to this latest news as well, if you're living in Mid Wales, North Wales, even South Wales, anywhere in Wales, West Wales, there's a meeting that's been coordinated by Gareth Wyn-Jones and a couple of others happening on Thursday, tomorrow night at 7:30 at Welshpool Livestock Centre. I'd urge all farmers and non-farmers to go. It's an open evening to discuss what we're going to do, what's the way forward. This might be protesting, this might be other things, such as raising awareness. But it's vital that we have a voice on this now, because if we squander this opportunity, there may not be another chance, if you will, to do something about it. So, as we always say, we'll be missed when we're gone, but by then it'll be too late. So please support us, guys, and keep sharing the message.
All right, guys, that's a wrap for today's video on the farmer protests in Europe. This is the type of stuff that you will never, ever, ever see on the mainstream media. So I appreciate
Sorry, Sue, I can't get the Wi-Fi.
No one can. We got internet, rising prices.
Across some of the Orange County area right now. They may have to issue one for this next slug of moisture coming into Southern California. And a lot of this activity is going to be moving off to the east here and across western Arizona and extreme southeastern California as we go through the day today. So we're going to dive into some of those details here as we go through the video. And I did not head out there today because I figured there was enough media coverage of this storm down there, and I'm gonna kind of wait and bide my time and maybe to go when I can actually go during the actual storm itself. But you can see as this troughing is still right off the coastline here, we got some deeper convection working its way across, and we're getting some rainfall across portions of western Arizona as we speak. Then we're gonna have some even stronger cells kind of training over the same area as we go through the afternoon today. Now, taking a look at the Doppler radar one more time here, again, you can see why the flash flood warnings are in effect for some of Southern California right now. And again, they may have to issue this for some portions of San Diego, and especially for the peninsular ranges as we go off to the east. And some of the huge rainfalls, we'll be talking about this over the next few days. Records have been set. Some areas, probably a 1 in 1,000 year event here. Just some unprecedented rainfall amounts have fallen across some of the area. And again, we'll dive into that here over probably starting tomorrow a little bit more. I just going to want to cover things because we're still pretty active and got some dangerous situations unfolding out there. And you can see we're still throwing some big snowfall across some of the southern Sierra Nevada. You can see up to 2 feet here today through Thursday morning. This was issued at 3:30 this morning here, and you can say Tulare County portion of the Sierra Nevada. So that could help keep Lake Tulare alive here even longer. The more snow you get, the more runoff you eventually get on into the springtime. Now, taking a look at the flash flood warning, it does include Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, Anaheim, and La Habra, as you can see. And yeah, this goes to about 11:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. As I'm doing this briefing, it's about 9 a.m. here. So heads up for that. When you start to, notice that heavy rainfall, check the National Weather Service or watch your Doppler radar and check for those flash flood warnings. You can see there's actually still one off just to the northwest of Los Angeles, and we're just clipping Santa Monica there as well. And this is the rainfall through Wednesday. We're still going to get these showers coming through all the way on into tomorrow. And then we got another system dropping down also. We'll take a look at that here in a moment. This is looking at the HRRR, the high resolution rapid refresh. So you can see those heavy showers moving back up across the areas we go through this morning and through today. And you can see the rainfall falling across western Arizona, some of southern Nevada out there. And then you see another round of convection probably as we go through this afternoon and evening, kind of training over the same areas here. Again, maybe Blythe included at times, but off to the west across portions of western Arizona, some pretty intense rainfall rates coming up there. There are flood watches. We'll look at that in a little bit more detail here in a moment as well. And then we got another system dropping down out of the northwest. One more look at things here, and you can kind of see National Plan of Models, something similar, kind of targeting western Arizona. But I just want to keep highlighting that this precipitation is not done here for Southern California. And then you can see the next system start to move down on the day Wednesday. This one is not going to have a big subtropical tap. This is not a huge atmospheric river, but everything is going to be very saturated. It's already saturated. I mean, the ground basically cannot hold any more water here across a lot of Santa Barbara, Ventura, Los Angeles, and Orange County as we speak. So you could still get some flooding concerns. And really, the landslides don't have to happen as the rain is falling. These landslides are going to be primed here over the next few days as well. So just some intense showers could really help trigger some of that activity. I know there's been hundreds of rock and mudslides and landslides out there, debris flow, as we've been going on through the last days. Now, just on the National Plan of Models, just kind of showing you that precip that keeps piling up here as we go on into tonight and on into very early tomorrow morning across portions of Arizona also. So yeah, at least it is starting to wrap up here though across portions of Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Los Angeles County. Still got another day across San Diego County, so the Peninsula Ranges and western Arizona kind of under the gun today and tonight as well. You can see the storm outlook today, and they've got the slight risk for excessive rainfall that includes Kingman and Lake Havasu City. So heads up through tonight. Those showers could be training over the area and cause some dynamic flooding situations. Flood watch, you can see it is in effect. It does include Phoenix as well. And you can see Yuma here, Blythe, and there's Parker and Joshua Tree National Park way over here. Now, looking at breezy conditions as well with this, mainly just minor impacts, but you can see look at Tucson, Guston 40, Prescott to 50, Sonora 35. So heads up for that. Some localized blowing dust could be had mainly before the rainfall starts. Wind advisory also does include Tucson as well. You can see gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible down here, just kind of clipping globe there, Green Valley as well. Now, heavy rainfall and snowmelt Tuesday through Wednesday. Again, I kind of want to drive this home here. This is Flagstaff, Arizona, and this could be all the way on into southwest Utah as well. So watch out if you're off in the canyons and the valleys out there, the Mogollon Rim, for example. and those underdeveloped of those today. Look at Flagstaff, winter storm warning. This is for today, just issued this morning. Check it out. Some big snowfall amounts across the higher terrain as well. Even the Grand Canyon Village, maybe an inch or two. Flagstaff 8 to 12, mainly above 6,000 feet there. This is just one more look here at the slight risk here for the excessive rainfall outlook again across Southern California. It does include some of the Mojave Desert, Las Vegas, Death Valley areas still could get some flooding today, and you can kind of see it highlighting western Arizona, as I mentioned a few times now. Day 1 through 3 overall winter storm impacts. You can see, southwest Utah and Arizona. Here we go, especially on the higher terrain. You're going to get some of that snowfall, and there's still some snow accumulating across the very highest terrain of Southern California as well. Day 1 thunderstorm outlook. So basically anywhere here across some of Southern California into southern Nevada and western Arizona, you could see a thunderstorm, and possibly even again tomorrow. San Diego, can't rule it out, and then moves off towards Arizona and Four Corners. Day 3, we should be clear of that, but even then, we still could have a lightning strike or two off the coastline. We'll worry about that a little bit more tomorrow. Looking at the surface-based Cape, just showing you the instability in the atmosphere that's been ongoing as we go through the day today, and you can see that pushing off to the west here, and kind of hanging out a bit as we go through Wednesday also, and destabilizing again, mainly across portions of Arizona. Then that next system starts to arrive as we go through Wednesday afternoon and nighttime here. So you can't even rule it out thunder here as we go on to early Thursday again. Looking at the highest wind gusts past 24 hours, I mean, look at some of this. Mammoth Mountain Summit, 125 miles per hour. Alpine Meadows, I mean, you're basically up in the jet stream at this point. Look at this, 148 miles per hour here. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff out there. And even some of the lower areas, Mean Peak 71, Heavenly 76, Rice Canyon 70. And we'll go over some of those wind speeds here. Just an all-time great windstorm here across the entire state of California, really. And when I say entire, I mean most of it. Obviously, there's some areas that don't get hit, but for the most part, this was just a very dynamic system that really included much of the state. You can see this February 5th record precipitation at Woodley Island, 1.85. So yeah, we had some rainfall records across Northern California also. You can see some of the 48-hour precipitation totals here across Northern California. Some big amounts, I mean, a lot of the media coverage is for Southern California, but some big rainfall amounts across Northern California as well. As you can see, I don't even know how to pronounce that, but you can see the Canocti Ross Lake, 2,100 feet, almost 5 inches in a 48-hour period. And here's some more 24-hour peak wind gusts. You can see Bakersfield checked in at 56. Yeah, so, pretty gusty winds out there. You can see even Merced. I mean, look at this. This is only 157 feet elevation, 60 per hour. Very impressive wind gusts. Talking about this more again, just all kinds of records are shattered across California. I mean, UCLA with over a foot of rainfall, just some very intense rainfall amounts. And the thing that's really saving us from the more catastrophic mud and debris flows, like the large scale ones, is that the rainfall has been fairly uniformly spread out. It's the extremely potent rainfall amounts within like a 5 to 15 minute period that can really kick off the biggest debris flows, and that kind of correlates with burn areas as well. So we didn't have a lot of fires burning this last season, so that kind of actually probably helped out a little bit here, and just that we had the more uniform rain totals. It's when you really get the big amounts, and especially for burn areas where you can have the the big devastating mud and debris flows. But still, that being said, I've seen all the images coming out there, and we've had some, very interesting mud flows that have hit houses and blocking off roadways, and there's been hundreds of them. Now, take a look at this, the 6 to 10 day precipitation outlook. We get a little bit of a break here coming up, but don't let your guard down, because things may be returning here as we go through the mid and later portion of February. You see the bullseye in the northwest there for below average, but look at this, moderate. 16th through the 19th, it looks like we've got another jet extension coming out there. Just in the initial stages of watching this here, so we'll break things down day by day and see how the models trend. And target. We're not going to worry about that too much right now, but I want to show you the European on the left versus the GFS on the right. This is yesterday afternoon, and here goes the storm system here that we've been talking about and dealing with for a while. Then that next system swings through as we go through the day Thursday, and finally we get a break here. We build a bit of a ridge off the coastline, but then the models start to get the Pacific Ocean active again and start to generate another powerful jet stream coming across, kind of that El Nino signature, and both the GFS on the right and the European on the left. So again, we're going to be watching this off to the extended forecast here over the next few days. We'll see how that trends, and we'll see if there's anything to it at this point. But models have been showing it off to the extended. And also look at the Canadian model as well. We'll scroll on through here. You can see our storm, then another one dropping down out of the northwest, and much more moisture starved than the one we just went through. Obviously, it'd be hard to beat it. But now if we look off into the extended, you can see once we go 180 plus hours out, you see some additional systems trying to roll in here. And also at the very end of the Canadian, showing something similar here, a strong jet stream getting organized here north of the Hawaiian Islands, classic El Nino signature as we continue on through mid and the later portions of February. Again, we'll kind of watch that, break it down day by day. But anyway, yeah, again, I decided not to go down. There was so much coverage out there, and then maybe I was going to go out there and try to chase some of the thunderstorm activity or clear across western Arizona. But I figured it'd be better if I just kind of put out one here and keep everybody up to date going on across the state. And yeah, so I'll be doing another briefing tomorrow. We'll check everything out. We'll start to dive into some of those totals and some of the extreme wind speeds, and we'll go over some of the roundup of this most amazing storm that has struck the state of California here. And yeah, so hope you guys are enjoying these videos. Click like and subscribe. We'll do this again tomorrow, and I will talk to you guys then.
Check it out at this point, and rush back down there.
They all underestimated it. They're part of the larger globalist elite that wants to transform us into sedated sheep. They want to degrade the concept with the living soul and adopt the atheistic sort of materialistic approach to dealing with people. Fun things that are meaningless in and of themselves that can be employed as they see fit. This kind of Trotskyite logic and thinking was the origin behind the Comintern. And we've become a kind of 21st century version of the same thing. No, you're absolutely right. We are sowing the seeds of discord everywhere we possibly can. Now, can all of these come together and result in a global catastrophe? I suppose it's possible. It's never impossible. But there are a few differences that need to be noted. In 1914, when we saw the First World War break out, all of the major participants were already primed for some sort of conflict. They all underestimated its dangers and its destructiveness, but they were all ready to pounce. They were already in the launch mode. It didn't take much to cause it. In fact, Gavrilo Princip, the man that the Archduke said after he was captured, even if I had never been there and never shot the Archduke, eventually this war was going to happen. Well, there's some truth to that. But what you have is the slow burn today that takes months and years versus the month or so that elapsed between 28 June and the end of July, 1, 2, 3, 4 August. In other words, everyone did not instantly pull the trigger. It took a succession of events. Well, take that same sort of choreography and apply it to the world today. We're not going to see World War III break out this week or next week. It's going to take a few months. I think by April, May timeframe, all the pieces will be in place. And whoever is not involved in the region or externally will become involved. Remember, Russia is closely aligned with Iran. The Russians are not going to allow Iran to be destroyed. By the way, if Turkey entered this fight, the Russians would not allow Turkey to be destroyed. The interesting thing is that Russia and China seem to be very concerned about preserving the international system. We seem hell-bent to destroy it. And yet we're the people that talk about, the rule-based order. What rules? Whatever we say is the rule. Whatever we say, you do. That's all. It's all hypocritical nonsense. It's meaningless nonsense. It's a facade. We're not even enforcing our own laws inside the United States. We're rewarding criminals for their criminal behavior. We're putting policemen in jail. Policemen are afraid to enforce the law. We won't defend our borders. We now have a president who wants to commit federal forces against Texas and anyone else that challenges the right of his party, his administration, the swamp, just put it all together, to open our borders and flood us with millions of people that we did not invite, we can't use, we can't assimilate, we can't put to work. And everybody talks about, well, our economy is growing. It's government spending. We are not growing. Our economy is weak. That's the point. And our financial position has never been more fragile. And it's only a matter of time until the world holds a fire sale on our treasuries. Look, we are going to take $300 billion in assets that are Russian and illegally seize those and turn those monies or assets over to Ukraine, this criminal regime in Kiev that's our puppet led by Zelensky. Now let's stop and think about that. If you watch this, if you're India, if you're China, if you're Saudi Arabia, pick your country, Brazil, Argentina, anywhere, why would you want to hold U.S. treasuries? How do you know the rug's not going to be pulled out from under you the way we are pulling it out from under Russia? They're going to start offloading our treasuries. And remember, most of these were purchased when they were at 0% interest. So these things are of very little value to them anymore. It's a losing proposition. But that cascading effect overseas is also going to be felt here because our banks own the same toxic treasuries that are now have no real value. They are a burden, not an asset, but they can't sell them. What happens to us? We're just walking into a giant bear trap. That's the point. What are we seeing happen? Well, we're seeing something very tragic. National Guardsmen, just like soldiers in the regular army, are all sworn to uphold the Constitution and to protect the American people. And we're actually talking about a situation where conceivably this president could order federal forces to intervene against guardsmen on the border with Texas in order to open the border to millions more people about whom we know nothing, and many of whom probably present a clear and present danger to our country and to our society. What is wrong? This is not something that the U.S. Army and the National Guard should have to confront. These people serve the same flag. You know, it's no surprise that soldiers being interviewed, these are regular Army soldiers at various Army posts, including Fort Hood, which is now Fort Cavazos, are saying, I'm not going to do it. You know, I agree with the National Guard. We should protect the country. Some of them have said, well, I'll go over to the Guard. Well, that's punishable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It would be very sad if something like that happened and we were prosecuting soldiers who have sworn to protect the country for not committing treason. Because arguably, when you look at what this administration is being done, it looks increasingly a lot like treason. Why would you subject your country to this? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you subject your people to this? I was talking to some people recently that had lost their jobs. You know, it's a bad economy, but in some cases, these people had lost their jobs because their jobs had gone to illegals. Well, gee, what a surprise. The illegal will work for less. And then we have to listen to people working for the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal pour buckets of filth and abuse all over American citizens to say, well, gee, we should be grateful for all these illegals. They're better people. They'll work. Americans won't. Well, Americans want a living wage. Don't they deserve it? But unfortunately, the American people are an afterthought. And oh, by the way, we need to bomb Iran. Insane. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Is the United States militarily prepared, naval, air, ground, to wage an invasion of Iran?
No, certainly not. I mean, our ground force is in ruins, you know, and I don't think that anybody in Washington deludes themselves into believing that they could order a mobilization of the country using a draft in order to fight Iran. That's just not going to happen. So I think, sadly, what we're up against right now is this assumption that ships at sea and aircraft in the air, by delivering long-range strikes, are going to change things in Iran. They'll change things. They'll make the place infinitely more dangerous and hostile to us, and Iran will have an inexhaustible supply of allies to help it. But it's certainly not going to induce change in Iranian behavior towards us. In other words, we're not going to bomb anybody into submission. That's absurd. That will not happen.
Why do Western governments seek justification through war, Colonel?
Well, I think, again, the use of long-range strike weapons is similar to without consequences. But we know that unless you use precision, you're going to have problems if you have with somebody. Well, the same thing is true in war. If you're bombing or striking with missiles or anything else, first of all, you have to have a very large supply of bombs and missiles. I don't think our supplies are really adequate right now. We've expended vast quantities, and reproducing more missiles, Tomahawk missiles and other strike missiles, quickly is extremely difficult. We have no surge capacity. We can't rapidly ramp up and provide more. Ships have to go back to port to reload. Submarines do not, at least not for a while, because they tend to carry more, but eventually they too will have to go to a protected port facility to reload. So you can't sustain this kind of damage for a long time without having to pause. Whenever you pause, of course, your adversary adjusts. And I think, again, the adversary has far, far more strike weapons at its disposal than we do. They have thousands of missiles ready to go, and those are precise, and they're going to hit us. Again, the problem is that the mind is stuck in 1991, but we are not in 1991. This is 2024. Our arsenal is considerably smaller. The numbers of forces at our disposal are considerably smaller. And as a result, this is not going to go well for us. It's going to turn into a very long, arduous campaign if we embark upon it.
Researchers from Georgia Tech, in collaboration with Tianjin University in China, have developed a new semiconductor material. With this new technology, we will be able to build computer chips that will run orders of magnitude, could really spark a new era in electronics. As a chip designer, I'm very excited about this work. Let me explain why. According to Moore's law, the number of transistors in a chip doubles approximately every 2 years. This observation was first described by Gordon Moore in 1965. However, later, Moore himself predicted that this rate would eventually slow down. And that's unfortunately true. It's getting harder and even more expensive to fit more and more transistors into a single silicon die. It seems like reaching some hard physical limits, the size of a single atom. Still, there are lots of efforts made by companies like TSMC, IBM, iMac, and Intel to continue shrinking transistors even further and keep Moore's law going. Right now, we are in the ballpark of about 200 million transistors per square millimeter, and that's an impressive number. And according to this chart from IEEE, the number of transistors per square millimeter has increased nearly 600,000 times over the last 5 decades. However, further scaling the transistor technology down is a huge challenge. So in order to move the needle forward, we are starting to build in the third dimension, start stacking transistors on top of each other in order to be able to fit more of them in the same area. Imagine it like a big, densely populated city starting to grow vertically. But here, again, we see a new problem emerging, because vertically stacked devices badly suffer from heat dissipation problem. There is no heat dissipation path, which leads to overheating. IBM is trying to address this problem. For example, last year, they've introduced vertical transistors, and that's a novel architecture where the gate is placed vertically. However, these devices are still in the research phase, and meanwhile, researchers are constantly looking for new and novel semiconductor materials that can offer better speed and heat dissipation than silicon and potentially replace it. And for a long time, the researchers were investigating graphene as a possibility. And graphene is really appealing due to its particular crystal structure and its exceptional ability to dissipate heat. In fact, it has much higher thermal conductivity than silicon. And as you know, heat is one of the major bottlenecks for many modern electronic devices. This is super important. When chips are becoming smaller and smaller and more densely packed, you don't want your phone to overheat, for example, because overheating degrades the performance and also the lifespan of the device and can even cause a meltdown. So these new graphene-based devices, they're much better at thermal management.
The good thing about graphene is not only can you make things smaller and faster and with less heat dissipation, you're actually using properties of electrons that are not accessible in silicon.
However, there is one fundamental problem with graphene. It's actually not a semiconductor. It has zero band gap, 0 electron volt band gap. And this reminds me of time when I was a student and we had classes on semiconductor physics, and it was extremely challenging, but I loved it. So let me explain why band gap in semiconductors is such a big deal. You know, all the modern microchips like CPUs, GPUs, they're built of transistors, which are, in my humble opinion, the most important invention in the history of humanity. And transistors are essentially tiny switches which can be turned on and off, and their state is basically controlled by the voltage applied to the control terminal. So the band gap in transistors is fundamental because it determines a minimum energy required to make a transistor to switch between. Ideally, we would like to have a transistor with the band gap small enough to allow some conductivity, but also not too high, otherwise it's an insulator, and also not too small, like in case of graphene. It's 0. It means it becomes highly conductive, similar to metals, and essentially it's a semi-metal. You see, this 0 band gap of graphene is a fundamental problem because we can't make a graphene transistor to switch. However, in this work, the researchers found a way to make a perfect semiconductor out of graphene. What they did, they grew graphene on top of a silicon carbide wafer, and that's pretty sick. In the fab, they heated up silicon carbide to very high temperatures, over 10 degrees Celsius. And actually, doping a semiconductor has nothing to do with banned or forbidden substances. It's actually adding impurities into material to alter its electrical properties. Actually, silicon, which is used in all the modern chips, is also always doped. So it's doped. By altering the very properties of graphene, they've managed to introduce a band gap. And they called this new semiconducting epigraphene, or shortly SEG. Unfortunately, I happen to know that about 60% of you guys who are watching this video are not subscribed to the channel. If you have ever enjoyed my videos, could you please do me a favor and subscribe to the channel? This helps the channel more than you know. The bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests that I can interview for you get. Thank you. Here is a sneak peek at an epigraphene transistor. I would call it back to square. An old school player. All this semiconductor story started with a planar transistor back in 1957. Since then, the transistors have evolved significantly. We went from a planar transistor to FinFET, to gate-all-around, and then to CFET, complementary FET, and then even to vertical transistors. But with this new semiconductor, we started all over again with planar transistor. You see here, the device is built on top of a silicon carbide substrate, and the semiconducting graphene is in the channel. To put it simple, when a gate-to-source voltage is bigger than a certain threshold, the transistor is turned on and the current is flowing through the channel. I don't know if I go too much into the details. Let me know in the comments. What cool is that this new very quickly. They can support frequencies in the range of terahertz, and this is possible thanks to very high electron mobility of graphene. Actually, they're able to achieve 10 times higher electron mobility with graphene than of what was till today possible with silicon chips. And the mobility is defined by crystal structure. The flatness and the band structure of the graphene allows electron to move ballistically. And in practice, this means that an electron can move much faster through a semiconductor, which promises much faster chips with less heat dissipation. What's also promising about this work is that the manufacturing process they used is compatible with a conventional manufacturing process. So overall, it seems like an economically viable technology. And what's even more fascinating is that they've not just managed to make a single graph, but they've managed to fabricate it in large quantity on large silicon carbide wafers, defect-free. And this is a big deal, because usually it's a huge and time-consuming challenge to make a new semiconductor technology to be manufacturable at scale. I think if we can figure out the graphene-based chips, this will be huge. But there are still many technical challenges to overcome until we can bring it to mass production. As always, let me know what you think in the comments. Actually, the whole idea is not to integrate this new technology with traditional silicon technology, as it often happens, but rather to use it with silicon carbide technology, which is already well developed. Silicon carbide is replacing silicon in high voltage applications, such as in power electronics in electric cars. For example, it's widely used in Tesla for powertrain and other applications. And the reason is because of its amazing properties to operate at higher temperatures, to withstand higher resistance and higher electric fields. Another discovery, I believe from a year ago or so, is boron arsenide, another potential candidate to replace good old silicon due to its amazing properties. It has improved charge mobility over silicon and better heat conductivity. 10 times higher thermal conductivity than silicon. This has huge potential. Researchers found it hard to fabricate boron arsenide at high volume defect-free. You know that silicon is fabricated quite cheaply, in high quality, and the whole manufacturing process is very well established. But maybe with enough efforts and also sufficient investment, we can also develop boron arsenide. But it will definitely take time, as it took several decades for silicon. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and share this video on your social media with your friends and family. This will make me very happy. And in case you want to support my work, support the channel, you can join the Patreon through the link below. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Ciao!
Well, we've just wrapped up the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. And of course, these freedom-hating billionaires that are trying to create a one world government that they control have put out all kinds of crazy things that they would like to foist upon the American people and on the global population. To help me better understand this, I have Seamus Bruner with me. Seamus, thank you so much for coming on today.
Hey, Stephen, it's great to be with you. Always a pleasure.
So you've got your book out, Controligarch, where you talk about people like Jeff Bezos. You talk about Bill Gates, the World Economic Forum, George Soros, the Steve Jobs family, on and on. I want to specifically dial in on what's going on with the World Economic Forum. If you could just give a little bit of background on them and why you believe they are one of the most dangerous groups in the world today.
Yeah, sure. So Davos 2024, it was really more of the same. It's, an annual meeting. They get together. This would be the group I call the Controligarchs, which are the billionaires and bureaucrats plotting and scheming to dominate every aspect of our lives. We can get into what the whole 2024 agenda is, but going back to the very beginnings, it was founded by this guy, Klaus Schwab. He seems sort of like a Bond villain. He's, shaved head, thick German accent, and, he seems like a sinister dude, kind of a caricature, maybe like a Dr. Evil type. Klaus Schwab is really, he started his career, he's a bit of a nerd. He was a professor. He's an academic type, not exactly the type of person you'd expect to set up, the billionaire's playground, the most exclusive country club in the world. He was raised in Germany, born in Regensburg, and his father, Eugen Schwab, was a engineer who worked for a company, Escher Wyss, which was a supplier to the Nazi war effort. And so the factory that Klaus Schwab's father ran was making things like flamethrowers that would be used against Allied troops. And Escher Wyss, the Swiss company, was actually working on nuclear technology for the Nazi effort. And so that is kind of the world that Klaus Schwab.
It's a forgotten game of winners, with only one loser.
It was the greatest sport ever played, and I was lucky enough to be its announcer from 1991 to 2020. I even got to call games in the heyday. I called games for Buck McMackey.
You all saw me out there dominating. You saw the way I wouldn't catch a ball to save my life. As soon as the ball hit my hands, boom, in somebody else's hands before they can even think about tackling me.
Buck was one of the greatest in this or any era. In 11 seasons, he was only smeared once.
A game where only the strongest survived.
When I was a kid, my father would take us to Grambo Field every Saturday. Those players were like gods to us, I used to sit and watch them play, and I dream of going pro like them someday myself. For one shining moment, I did that. Until the league went under. Sorry, Pops.
The last game I ever called was July 6th, 2020. And to me, that's professional sports died in America.
It's unclear where the game originated. Some say Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Others say Southie in Boston. But most likely, it was in Philadelphia when some kids were playing football and decided they wanted to have cheesesteaks.
It was lunchtime and one of the kids goes, "Hey, let's go to Gino's for a cheesesteak." This other kid goes, "I don't want a cheesesteak, I'm vegetarian." And then boom! Just like that, smear to queer was invented.
The game was brilliant in its simplicity. You threw the ball up in the air, It landed next to somebody, and now they're the queer. They have to pick it up and get rid of it, or else... Once it became a professional sport, Smear the Queer swept the nation. Everybody had a team. The Topeka Baptists, the New England Rastafarians, the San Diego Stepdads. It was a cultural phenomenon.
The stadiums were packed every Saturday. And the rules were simple. The home team would come out, have 6 innings to smear their queer. Then it goes to the visitors. They have 7 outings to smear theirs.
Get all the analytics and the overcoaching. It was a simple game. Whoever smeared the most queers won. It was an honor to be a part of an STQL dynasty. It was more than a game, man. It was an American institution.
In 2015, the league instituted a new rule where teams could now choose one player to be queer the whole game.
Yeah, back then I was warming the bench in the Wyoming Pistol Whippers and feeling pretty down on myself. But then Coach came and took me aside and said, "You are the all-time queer." Made me feel pretty good. I think every team after that in the league had an all-time queer. But it took its toll.
This is what they signed up for, man. Nobody made you be queer. You knew what you were getting yourself into. You signed up to be the queer, and I signed up to smash the queer. Like what? Like, come on now. This is how the game was played back then.
Suddenly there was just all this new information about head injuries, and people were getting more and more concerned.
I was asked to study the brains of several retired all-time queers from the STQL. And, well, if you look over here, we have an example of healthy, unsmeared brain tissue. And then what? And then you're just gonna cut to that? Or you notice the coloring? It's a healthy purple. Whereas this slide is the brain tissue of a retired all-time queer. I think it speaks for itself.
I don't want to hear all that industry mumbo jumbo about doctors and lawyers, and every time you eat a cheeseburger, does somebody say, "Oh, we're causing heart attacks across the country"? No, you know what? This is what people want. People want to eat a cheeseburger and they want to smear a queer. This is what America. This is America. Like, well, I don't understand what this retrospective is about, frankly.
I'm alive with it. The whole thing is what doing with the queens.
The name's not what's problematic about this. Do you understand? Kill the guy with the ball doesn't... You're killing a man. In fact, smear sounds a little bit too light for what they are doing.
I always say the Jews are worth the thing.
I've made it my life's mission to put an end to the all-time queer. Especially after the Felix Grams incident of '94.
Felix Grams was all-time queer for the Miami Pink Sox. Things got out of control and he was smeared to death. Many people called the incident a hate crime, and gay rights groups started protesting at every game. That's when attendance got thinner and thinner.
Whoa, hey, no.
This is worth the squeeze. This is worth the squeeze.
With an ongoing
up it. Now, he was too young to actually participate in the Nazi war effort. But it's interesting because he, because of that experience, he was really not able to have a national identity. When you, after the war, you can't really be proud of your heritage when you're the son of a Nazi wartime supplier. And it's very interesting because he goes to Harvard after he studies in Germany and Switzerland. He goes to Harvard, and that's where he gets linked up with Henry Kissinger. Now, Henry Kissinger is, a Jewish refugee of sorts, and he came to America. And so what could these two men possibly have in common? And the book really explores this, where because they didn't have a nation that they could identify with, they really considered themselves citizens of the world. And there's a lot of other people like this. George Soros, for example, considers himself a citizen of the world. Now, they may have dual nationalities, but a lot of the control oligarchs, they don't really identify with a single nation. They use, various countries to get wealthy. David Rockefeller, for example, is a main character in the book. He has a quote at the top of chapter 1 where, America made the Rockefellers the richest family in world history for a time. You'd think he would be grateful, but this quote from David Rockefeller says, some even believe that my family and me are part of some cabal working against the interests of the United States, that we are trying to create a one world, if you will, with no nations or sovereignty, just kind of like an EU type organization. He says, if that's the charge, I stand guilty and I am proud of it. And so Rockefeller, Kissinger, Klaus Schwab, these types, Soros, they don't love nations and national boundaries. They think there should be no boundaries. Soros is contributing greatly to the erosion of the boundaries of the United States. And so what is this really all about? This bringing in the border crisis that we're seeing a lot about right now. The number one goal of the control oligarchs, people like Klaus Schwab and even Bill Gates and George Soros, their number one goal is to transfer power and control away from nations towards international organizations, supranational organizations, things like the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, and things that they control. And so when you realize that their number one goal is to sort of subvert national identities and nations and turn this into sort of a one world situation, all of their activities begin to make sense. And so, looking at Davos 2024, it's that, everything they're doing and working towards the future is about eroding national identities, national boundaries, and creating a one world type situation. And just, you asked about the history of the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab, he gets mentored by Henry Kissinger at Harvard. He then goes back to Germany and Switzerland, where he set up the European Management Symposium. That was the precursor to Davos, the World Economic Forum. And really from the 1970s forward, he just starts collecting world leaders and powerful businessmen, types of various diplomats and NGO bureaucrat types. And they all start coming to Switzerland. He started with $6,000 in seed money, and now Davos collects over $300 million a year in sponsorships and membership fees and things like that. And so that's kind of the quick, in a nutshell, history of the World Economic Forum. It was created by globalists. They don't love nations. They love the idea of everybody kind of contributing to a one world system.
Yeah. So I watched part of it, probably the conservative part of it, where Argentina's new president, Milei, rips into them about how their policies are destroying the world, that capitalism, proper capitalism, with government support is the right way forward. You then have the president of the Heritage Foundation telling them that they are the ones ruining the world, that it is their policies, their beliefs that have actually made us a more unstable world over the last few years, and how they should be very scared to have a Donald Trump second term, things like that. But what were some of your big takeaways? What are the things that they would love to push on us? I know before it was digital IDs and vaccine mandates and vaccine passports. What are some of the big 2024 goals against humanity?
Yeah, you're exactly right. Javier Milei's speech was fantastic. He nailed it. If you haven't seen that, you need to go watch that, because that is exactly right. They are part of the problem. He said their time is up. Dr. Kevin Roberts from the Heritage Foundation said the same. These guys have way too much power, and they are working against the interests of the people. Dr. Roberts actually gave me a shout out on Twitter. He read Control Oligarchs before he went over there into the belly of the beast, and he said that Control Oligarchs was vital to his preparation. So I'm very proud of that. So you could actually tell, because that Davos realizes we, the people, we're waking up. We're not in favor of what they're doing. They tried to pay a little lip service. That's why they invited Javier Milei and Dr. Roberts. Their theme, their stated theme this year in Davos was rebuilding trust. So they know that they've destroyed our trust. They think that they can rebuild it. I'm a little skeptical. The more people realize what Davos is doing, and these people like Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and all of these control oligarchs are doing, the more people see what's going on, there's no way that they can rebuild our trust, because they're not slowing down with their mission to, yes, digitalize everything. That came out of the Great Reset. So when Klaus Schwab announced in July 2020 that it's time to have a Great Reset, this is really...
I had open heart surgery. Hospital bills were coming in from all directions. I didn't know what was paid, and I needed help.
Well, there was no way out. We had $40,000 worth of debt, and it was never going to stop.
I wasn't sleeping properly.
Right as the pandemic's getting going, people are like, what does he mean by a reset? I mean, essentially what he was saying is we need to flip off and on the power switch to the global economy. We need to lock you all down, need to crush your small businesses, need to make your kids dumber by holding them out of school. That was the reset part. Now we're still in the build back better phase. And so Klaus Schwab, during that Great Reset speech, said that there's a few things that we need to do when we rebuild back better. We need to build back a greener economy. And so that's all the climate change stuff. It's really reaching a fever pitch. I mean, it's not even climate change anymore. They're talking about climate crises. And that's a key, everything's a crisis. And why? Because fear gets people to relinquish control over their lives. And so they use that word crises to scare you. So climate crises, rebuilding greener, that's one part of the Great Reset. But another part that a lot of people are starting to realize is the digitalization of everything. Klaus Schwab said we need to digitalize everything. And so that would be your identities, that would be your currency, the curriculum. I mean, in schools, they're basically just giving kids laptops now with various social emotional learning, which is like DEI for kids. And so that's another part of the digitalizing everything. The CBDCs and the currency, there's a big push, and it's happening sort of behind the scenes. I mean, you kind of see like, when all of a sudden the Fed is just going to say, and now we've got FedCoin, and we're digitalizing currency. And so there's all kinds of clips that have come out of the World Economic Forum where they actually are admitting that CBDCs are about control. It gives them robust control, and they use scary examples like criminals and money launderers, and this is to prevent crime. And then they also simultaneously say that CBDCs, digital currency, is about convenience. This will make it a lot easier for migrants to send money back home in the form of remittances. And then finally, I said just a moment ago that their stated theme at Davos this year was rebuilding trust. That wasn't the real theme. The real theme this year is artificial intelligence, and you see it everywhere. You're going to see even more of it. I mean, all the commercials on TV are going to be talking about how AI is going to do this and that. The new Samsung phone has AI built in, and Salesforce commercials with Matthew McConaughey walking through a trippy landscape and talking about AI. It's everywhere. And the thing to know about AI is, yes, it has great potential to make everyone's lives better in a lot of ways, but it also has terrible potential to put a lot of people out of work. And so one of the keynote speakers at Davos this year, her name is Kristalina Georgieva. She's the managing director of the International Monetary Fund. One of these people, you don't really know who they are, one of these unelected bureaucrats who are, authoring the policies of our future. She says that the IMF has just put out a report stating that artificial intelligence will upend the job market. 60% of jobs are going to be affected by this artificial intelligence and automation revolution. And so, in the United States, 60% of jobs is easily 70 million people, and she says half of those are going to be negatively impacted, either fully removing some of those jobs from the economy, or you just won't, you'll have to go down to part-time. And I can give you some examples of the jobs that are already being affected. But the key, like why artificial intelligence is a Davos agenda item and the unofficial theme this year, is because artificial intelligence accomplishes so many goals that they are trying to achieve. Number one, digital ID. First, before digital ID is the job losses will lead to growing calls for a universal basic income. Europe, I mean, a lot of countries in Europe already have a form of UBI, which is basically welfare checks for all. And a lot of people, you can see the appeal. It's like, who doesn't want free money, right? And so when people, theoretically are losing their jobs by the millions, there will be louder and louder calls for UBI. Well, UBI, they're saying this. People like companies like BlackRock and Sam Altman, who is the head of OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, they are doing studies on UBI. And it's no coincidence that the AI companies are doing studies on universal basic income. And Sam Altman says, in order to get your universal basic income after the robots take your jobs, is you're going to need a digital ID. He also says that the way to get faster UBI checks is through digital currencies, CBDC. And so you can see how this AI is actually really going to accomplish, looks like it will, accomplish a lot of the goals that they've been working on for years now. And what is the end game in all of this? It's a social credit score system. Klaus Schwab and Davos, they roll out the red carpet to China. They actually love the Chinese system. They won't say it like that. They'll compliment the efficiency of China, or they'll say they are really good at mobilizing resources, or kind of use these euphemisms. But really what they love about China is the authoritarian social credit score type system, the type of system that is powerful enough to cut off dissidents from the rest of the system. And so, we could talk all day about that, but that is the end goal of this artificial intelligence and the digitalization of everything is a social credit score, where if you are against the system, a threat to the system, then you can be quickly identified, facial recognition technology on every street corner, and cut out from the system, much like people who were unvaccinated were during the pandemic. If you didn't have the proper paperwork, you couldn't go to restaurants in New York City or sporting events. And so, we see the writing on the wall. They're not slowing down these plans. If anything, they're accelerating them.
Yeah, interesting. Wow. Yeah, that kind of stuff is scary. Like on the one hand, you think, okay, you have maybe paranoid Christians who have, revelation saying, in the future, there will be a system, this beast that will control you. You won't be able to do anything, buy anything, go anywhere without showing this marking. And then you have these like anti-religious, anti-human elitists who are saying, what if we create a system whereby we can control everything people do? They can't go anywhere. They can't buy anything. They can't talk bad about their government. They can't go to church. They can't miss their mask over their face. They can't go to school. Like, they can control everything. They do this in China now, where if you don't do a certain thing, your phone literally turns off. You can't go to the subway. You can't buy groceries. You can't get back to your house. I mean, it like this level of we have power, therefore we control you, is just so amplified in these people's minds. And then you have what's the name of the big World Economic Forum guy, Johan
Yuval Noah Harari.
Yes, this guy, right? So he writes this book about humans coming from cavemen 400,000 years ago, and the progression of man up through the 21st century. And then on the other hand, he's trying to.
USDC is a digital dollar that works around the world with all the security of the dollar. So any
to wipe out humanity. He literally wants less humans on the planet. He's a eugenics that would love to see the human population cut in half, whether that's by a virus or war or AI technology or just demonizing motherhood, parenthood, things like that. So who are the big players that we should be watching out for other than just Klaus Schwab?
Yeah, Yuval Noah Harari is a very scary dude. He's, a thought leader. He's quoted extensively by Klaus Schwab in Schwab's books. He's this guy who's written a book, Sapiens. His other books, Homo Deus, God Man. have sold 30 million copies worldwide. He's someone that Barack Obama celebrates and praises. He's one of the great technocratic transhumanist thinkers of our time. Mark Zuckerberg loves him. Bill Gates loves Yuval Noah Harari. They've all signaled their support for his ideas. If anything that you hear on this show sounds crazy, or if you think that people are overhyping the threat that the World Economic Forum poses to the rest of us, you need to go watch his interviews. Go watch the Anderson Cooper interview on 60 Minutes with Yuval Noah Harari, where Harari talks about useless people, how this artificial intelligence and automation revolution is going to create a whole new caste system, a new class of people that he calls useless people. And he says, what do we do about all these useless people without jobs? Sam Altman at OpenAI says, well, we just give them UBI checks. And Yuval Noah Harari says, well, we can placate them with a cocktail of drugs and video games, and we'll just and that should really scare a lot of people when they're talking about full speed ahead on the automation. We're not totally sure how many jobs it will displace, maybe none. I'm not a Luddite, and a lot of people said computers would put a lot of secretaries and whatnot out of work, and there's more jobs than ever with computers. But the thing about the automation and the AI revolution is it's happening so fast. I mean, the advent of computers to today was a 50-year process or so, so from the 70s on, it was kind of like a slow thing, and spreadsheets, Excel only came around in the 90s and stuff. The thing about AI is it's happening every day is another breakthrough, and so you're not going to be able to train people fast enough. I mean, Microsoft just the other day put out a story about how radiologists are obsolete. And so you've got people in school right now studying to become a radiologist. Well, it turns out that, the GPTs and the AI engines from Microsoft can spot fractures or whatever you might be looking for on an X-ray or an MRI much faster than a human can. And so much like at the checkouts where, 30 cashiers have been replaced by one manager overseeing 30 machines, that's how a lot of fields will go. So radiologists are gone, according to Microsoft. And so what Harari says is this is going to create a new class of useless people. And the fact that he thinks that placating people with drugs and video games is going to be like they're not going to pay you. This is what a lot of people have misconceptions about UBI is like, well, if I can just get a UBI check, that'll free up my time and I can go take cooking classes and learn how to play the guitar, and this will be great. No, these guys at the World Economic Forum don't want to pay you so you can just take cooking classes. And so what they're going to do with all of these useless people, it's kind of unclear, but I can't imagine that they're just going to peel money off from their own pockets to take care of everyone else. In fact, Sam Altman did a study, his UBI study. He says that every working adult in America would be able to get somewhere around $13,500 as a form of UBI check. And so, you may think like that's not terrible, $13,500 a month. No, he said that's per year. And so nobody can live on these kind of wages. I mean, it's going to create a whole new poverty class is what it's going to create. And you're not going to, you're going to be struggling to get by. And so, it's not to fearmonger here, but you should be aware if you're, studying and looking into a field, look at how AI is going to disrupt that field, because it's going to disrupt every field. And so, maybe you should be learning to code.
Yeah, well, that's what Biden's telling people in the energy sector right now. I've decided I don't want the UBI check. I want the illegal immigrant UBI check, because they seem to get way more benefits than American citizens that have worked their whole life and are now receiving Social Security. I know we're coming up on time here. I wanted to get your thoughts on something. So George Soros, who has been basically funding wars, political campaigns, district attorneys, attorney generals, governors, presidential campaigns, causing chaos around the world. He's now in his 90s. He's decided, I got to pass this off to one of my children. Gives his son, Alex Soros, $25 billion. This guy immediately lays off like 40% of the company. He's greedy. He wants all of that money. He just put out a very cryptic tweet over on Twitter X, where he says, that crime and inflation have basically evaporated, and so have the theories around what really caused them. Then there's a photo of a piece of glass shattered from a bullet hole and somebody holding $47 in American money. And many are taking this as him putting out a cryptic message to the elites. We need to take Donald Trump out. He cannot become the 47th president. Did you see any of this? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I did. I saw the piece before Alex Soros posted it, and you're absolutely right. I mean, Alex Soros has taken the reins of the dark money empire of the Soros Open Society Network, $25 billion, and it always hovers around 25 billion. So it's not like as he pours millions and hundreds of millions and billions into various philanthropic causes, it ever depletes. He's got the for-profit side of the Soros network, Soros Fund Management, which is like a money printer. And so it always just stays right around 25 billion. He never runs out of money. In fact, I just saw a headline today. So Alex Soros is poured over $3 million into the NGOs that are facilitating the migrant invasion at the southern border. But anyway, to the Atlantic piece, that piece was put out by The Atlantic. And so many people may have heard of The Atlantic, but don't know much about it. The Atlantic on the totem pole of disinformation, mainstream media outlets, this is like at the top. This is above the New York Times. This is the outlet that disseminates the talking points that the New York Times and people like Alex Soros, I mean, he's involved in the crafting process, but it's actually owned by a woman, billionaire woman named Laurene Powell Jobs. And she is thick, you know, she and the Soros family are thick as thieves. I actually, in Control Oligarchs in the mainstream mind control chapter, calculated exactly how much Laurene Powell Jobs, this is Steve Jobs' widow, by the way. She's taken the Apple fortune from Steve Jobs, inherited it, and is now pouring it into various left-wing and globalist causes. I calculated that the Soros network and Laurene Powell Jobs have spent $1.71 billion on their various
Your company's architecture is basically 25 years old. It's no wonder so many of you have
mainstream mind control efforts. That would be things like she spent $100 million to buy The Atlantic. That's this article with the bullet hole in the 47, which a lot of people are commenting. I mean, General Mike Flynn commented on it, saying that this looks like putting out basically a hit on Donald Trump. And so, you know, we don't know if that's what it was, but it doesn't look good. And so then it kind of goes like this. This is kind of the anatomy of how misinformation from the mainstream media comes down. The Atlantic writes a piece. It's total gaslighting. It's saying that crime in the cities is down. Well, enforcement is down. That's what's happening. I mean, there are basically no-go zones in a lot of our cities across America where the cops just don't want to go in there. Are going to get called racist or whatever for prosecuting crime. And so crime is down because the prosecutors are all Soros-funded prosecutors who are deciding that crime isn't illegal anymore. I mean, I think you're in California. It's terrible what the prosecutors have done to California, and now you know stores are leaving, you know, shutting down. No Walgreens and CVS want to be in business there anymore. I know a lot of other big stores are closing. So crime isn't down, but here's The Atlantic putting out a piece proving apparently with data that crime is down. Well, then Alex Soros retweets that piece, and so do the mainstream media outlets. They all do their own pieces like, aha, see, The Atlantic has done a study saying crime is down. So all of these people worried about crime, shut up. Don't ask questions, nothing to see here. And so there's a couple of issues there. I mean, yes, the threat that looked like to Donald Trump is, you know, that's alarming and needs to be investigated. But also just how like these control oligarchs, these billionaires distribute talking points to each other, and then they blast it out far and wide. And the next thing you know, half the country believes that crime is down. Not the people in the cities, of course, but all of the voters everywhere else.
Interesting. So it's almost like they plant the seed knowing that 1,000 hungry news outlets will pick it up and write derivative articles, and then they can go, look how many people are writing about how crime is down. It must be true. And so they perception is reality, and they create the perception, and then you create the reality in your mind. But we all know that crime isn't down. I mean, you can just turn on the TV, you can go to Twitter, and I mean, it's insane how much crime is going on. Okay, so to wrap up here.
Well, and just the final step in that process there is all of these pieces are out there saying that crime is down, and then you go to have a conversation with your your sister, your brother, your parents, your cousin, family or friends, your neighbors, and you'll hear them saying, "Oh, well, crime. Everybody knows crime is down." It's like, are you crazy? This is why it is so frustrating to try to tell the truth to people, is because they have been, I mean, I'll call it what it is, brainwashed into believing the Atlantic Council or the Soros talking points, and we can't, the country's so divided. Mainly, I mean, I would say that one of the biggest issues in this country is the media control and the stranglehold, and that's why shows like yours are so important, Stephen, is because getting the truth out there, we need to break out of this sort of legacy media situation we have. And so, yeah, I applaud you for what you're doing and your part in getting the truth out to people.
Well, I appreciate that. I messaged you guys on our last video. It got suppressed. Of course, YouTube denies it. But, we know that these people are in bed with each other. They're all scratching each other's back so that Microsoft can become a $3 trillion company. And then all that money feeds back to Gates and all the others so that they can continue to control us and control their perception, people's perception of them. In your book, Control Oligarch, what are some of the other topics that you go deep on? And then I'll make sure to leave a link to that down below for people.
Sure. Well, I basically, the chapters are broken down by the areas of control that they want to exert. So there's a chapter on energy control and all about how the green energy agenda is not about saving the planet, obviously. All of their solutions are actually for the planet. In many ways, whether it's the war on farmers, I mean, you see, the farmers all around the world are rising up against these climate change regulations because nobody knows sustainability better than a farmer. A farmer will go out of business if they overwork their land and they pollute their land. Nobody wants polluted fruits and veggies or livestock. And so the farmers are the best ecologists we have. And there's a all-out war on the farmers waged by people like Bill Gates, who's buying up all the farmland in our country, and also like organizations like the World Economic Forum, which are really the big agrochemical companies like Monsanto and the others. So the war on farmers and the war on energy are this kind of two sides of the same coin. It's all about control, not saving the planet. Chapter 6 is all about the Soros network and how even when George Soros dies, his son is going to carry on his legacy of interfering in elections and funding all kinds of causes that are, things that are important. I mean, they've already got the prosecutors. Next, they're going after the sheriffs. And when they buy off sheriffs' races, which that's the thing that's so insidious about this. It's not expensive. These are not expensive races, prosecutor, DA races, or sheriff's races. So $1 million in a sheriff's race will totally buy the candidate. And once we have Soros-backed sheriffs, then we're in real trouble because those are the only people who can really protect us from this onslaught that we're facing from all sides. You need the sheriffs on your side, so pay attention to your local sheriff's races. If you get even a whiff that Soros is backing a candidate, you need to spread the word on that. Chapter 7, that's Follow the Money. That's all about the digitalization of currency and IDs and how that's going to work together towards a social credit score, not just America, but all around the world. Aid is mainstream mind control. That's the people like Soros and Laurene Powell Jobs and all of the legacy media outlets and the basically 6 corporations that own 90% of the news. 9 is the dystopian present. That's all the transhumanism and things like metaverse and these new headsets, Apple Vision Pro. Microsoft's got its HoloLens. The Oculus is kind of flopping because nobody wants their vision obstructed, but they'll figure out a way to get some wearable tech that, you'll never be able to escape from the metaverse type realities, virtual or whatever realities. And then finally, 10 is the end game. And that is all about how the control oligarchs are in bed with China. They don't view China as a competitor or an adversary or anything like that. They view China as a friend and a partner. And so what they are envious. People like Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab, they are envious of the total control that the Chinese Communist Party has over its populace. I mean, the CCP membership is a tiny fraction of the overall membership of China, and yet they rule with an iron fist. And that is because of things like a massive surveillance state, biometric, and facial recognition everywhere, and the social credit score. And so that really shows you the final chapter, spoiler alert, shows you where all this is headed, shows you how far along they are. And I would say, 2030 is the year that they say, Agenda 2030, we're going to have full control over every aspect, agriculture, food, and energy and money and everything. I would say to be safe, it's just a couple of years away. I say, think about 2025. Next year is when a lot of these systems will be put into place, and there may be no going back.
Oh gosh. Okay. Check out Controligarch. It's really detailed, super good information. Seamus, thank you so much for coming on, all the research, your courage in exposing these people, even though they spend hundreds of millions or billions to protect their names, keep the lies and all the damaging things they do out of the media. But people like you and me were exposed. So thank you so much. I'll put that down below and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks so much, Stephen. The last thing I'll say is you got to have hope. I do believe we can win this thing. I mean, we outnumber them 1,000 to 1. And so the key here is spread the word, wake as many people up as you can, because they are nervous. I mean, they're panicking in a lot of ways about Donald Trump, and that's why they have to make the theme of their Davos event this year rebuilding trust. They don't, they want us to stay asleep and trusting them. But the more people you can wake up, the better. And I do have hope. There's recommendations in the end of the book. So it's heavy material, but we got this. So stand strong.
Pros is custom hair care made, and most of all,
if you think about it, what I'm doing right now is kind of magic. My lungs inflate with air, and then as I push that air out of my lungs, I tighten some muscles in my throat that push together a couple of flaps of cartilage that those vibrate at certain frequencies, and then I manipulate the shape of my mouth with my jaw, my lips, my tongue to create a series of different sounds. And then when you hear those sounds, your brain organizes those sounds in a way that creates images, ideas, thoughts, concepts, even feelings. We can leave out the part where a microphone picks up the vibrations in the air and transcodes them into digital signals and then sends them all around the world. We don't need to go there. But the point is, human communication is insanely complex and kind of a fundamental part of the human experience, Like anthropologists kind of consider the birth of language to basically be the birth of human intelligence. Communication is so tied in with the idea of intelligence that the word dumb was originally used to describe someone who was nonverbal. Yeah, there are many things that set us apart from the rest of the animal kingdom, but language might be right at the top of that list. Or so you might think. Just because we're the only animals that communicate this way doesn't mean we're the only animals that communicate. Animals communicate all the time, some in simple ways, but some in ways that are so complex it's basically like magic to us. And with progression of AI tools, we're getting closer than ever to understanding these forms of communication to the point that we might have a future where we're actually able to literally talk to animals. And the animals can talk back. Sounds crazy, but there's a lot of things we do today that sounded crazy maybe even 20 years ago. So look, today we're going to take a deep dive into the world of animal communication and soon between us and our best friends. Thank you. We are so excited to share with you that we have developed a technology that allows us to communicate with animals. Yes, thank you. But why tell you about it when you could see it yourself?
So I'm standing here at Dean Farms, excited to find what our furry friends have. Hey fella, is there anything you'd like to say?
No way. Cool. It's cute how much you guys need us. That ball throw thing you do. I don't know why you keep throwing it when I just bring it back to you, but seems to make you happy, so.
And your name is?
It's Lulu.
Thank you, Lulu.
May I sniff your anus?
Ladies and gentlemen, the future.
Anything you have to say?
Oh, you can hear me?
That's right.
Stupendous. Finally, someone can tell those hens to shut the hell up. Every day I gotta listen to those birds. Morons. I swear, one more day, I'm gonna set this barn on fire. Hey, wanna hear a joke? Why'd the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Why?
To go that dirty donkey at the neighbor's farm. Hey, I'm not a donkey. I'm a mule.
Ew, no.
You, Rainbow Dash. Can I come over later?
No.
Slut.
Oh, hey! The technology does work. Can we move on to someone else?
Hello, ladies. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Have we analyzed chickens yet? We have?
I saw you talking to the sheep and the horse, and I figured you were on their side.
I'm sorry. Side?
You know, the hairy animals. Animals with hair. Oh, did you smell how gross they are?
It's wool.
It's disgusting. You were all the same. Lowlives! I want to hear what you have to say as much as I want to hear the sound of my own chicken hitting the hay.
$20 million on this. $20
Oh, yeah?
million.
Well, how does it feel to know that the humans eat your babies every day for breakfast?
Wait, is that true?
I mean...
You animals!
Hey, go f*** yourself.
Oh,
We're done.
You,
Shut it down.
Your mother's a whore!
Shut it up. We're done.
Why?
Fuck you.
Joe?
I've talked about animal intelligence before on this channel. In fact, I did a video on the smartest animal species and a video on the dumbest animal species. The smartest animals video did really well, and the dumbest animal videos kind of bombed, so yeah, let's talk about how smart animals are in this video. So there's all types of ways that animals communicate. Some verbal, like howls, barks, meows, squeaks.
Whoa! Whoa!
And some nonverbal, like bioluminescence, scent marking, visual cues, and posturing. For example, fireflies use bioluminescence, ants use chemical cues, and peacocks use visual displays. Researchers narrowed down animal communication to 4 types: auditory, visual, tactile, and chemical. We tend to think mostly about auditory communication because that's mostly how we do it with the mouth magic I was talking about earlier, but even in that category, there's a wide variety in the animal kingdom. Like animals of the same species that live in different regions might have different dialects, just like we do. Yeah, it's kind of like birds from one area saying pop, while birds from another area say soda, and birds in another area say cola, and the birds from Texas say Coke, even though they drink Dr. Pepper. There are even examples of birds that live kind of on the border between dialects that learn to adapt their dialect depending on who they're talking to. Like bilingual birds, basically. Now, animals can also communicate through sounds, but in sounds that we can't hear. Like dolphins that communicate through ultrasonic frequencies that are too high for us to hear, and then on the flip side of that are like African elephants that can communicate through infrasound that's too low for us to hear. And the cool thing about that one is that it can travel extremely long distances, like up to 281 kilometers away. And even cooler, it's thought that they can actually not just hear it through the air, but also through their feet, like picking up vibrations from the ground. And by the way, auditory communication doesn't necessarily mean vocal communication. Take the male peacock spider. It kicks out a beat with its legs, hoping to attract a female, and then once it does, it performs a little dance, and if the lady spider likes it, she'll start to dance too. Naughty. And that's visual communication. Now, obviously, there's a lot of different ways that animals use their, body language to communicate, to attract a mate, to ward off rivals, to point out threats or food. This can take the form of them, puffing themselves up to look bigger and more threatening, or show off plumage to attract a mate, or in the case of bees, they're doing a little, shimmy pattern in the hive to communicate a source of pollen. Which, by the way, that's always fascinated me, that something with a brain the size of a grain of sand, not just what something is, the way it is, but also what direction it is just by dancing. That's insane to me. Then you have cephalopods who can change colors to communicate, and not just change colors, but create flashing patterns of colors and even textures. Like I said before, like just imagine if people could just flash what they're thinking in words on their skin. And that would be crazy. Cephalopods are crazy, and they're also the subject of the best written script in the history of this channel. I still can't believe that episode didn't win any awards, like the Nobel Prize. That script was deserving of a Nobel Prize. Who wrote Did Jason write this? Ah! I got Jason! But anyway, cephalopods change colors to attract mates, or to repel predators, or to camouflage themselves, or just to make us lose our minds. They're friggin' aliens. Now talk about tactile communication. That can be everything from touch to form bonds between pairs or family members to aggressive mock attacks to sort of establish a pecking order in a pack. There's also kind of a slight crossover between tactile and auditory communication. Like I was talking about the African elephants earlier, kind of feeling sound through their feet. Another example of that kind of thing is the African demon mole rat. Yeah, because mole rats aren't freaky enough, now there's demon mole rats. They live their lives underground and bang their heads against the tops of the tunnels, and how quick and hard that indicates the different things to other demon mole rats. Finally, there's chemical communication. And this can be everything from pheromones to attract a mate to ants leaving chemical trails for other ants to follow, sometimes resulting in a death spiral. Or just smell. Like we've all seen dogs, sniff each other's butts. That's just a way for about each other. That's basically chemical communication. In fact, many animals use their poop for exactly that purpose. Like white rhinos have communication areas called middens that can be up to 3 meters wide. Basically relay social and biological information to other white rhinos. It's kind of like a rhino Twitter. That's a very apt metaphor, actually. When humans and animals try to communicate with each other, it's usually through auditory, tactile, and visual cues. Think of your dog barking, or maybe your cat rubbing itself against your leg. Or maybe you got a bird to dance to a song. All that's great and surprisingly effective. I mean, anybody out there with a dog, when they're hungry, when they need to go out, when they're not feeling well. There's a reason we bond with them so strongly. And like me, I'm sure many of you carry on full-on conversations with your dog.
Hello, Jojo. Oh, you're getting kind of crazy. It's not the time you think it is.
She's like, I know you're saying something, but I don't know what. But these conversations are pretty one-sided, and there's a lot of projecting and anthropomorphizing on our part. The real dream is for animals to talk back, using words, just like we do. Which did actually happen for the first time in 1967. That's when the husband and wife team of Alan and Beatrix Gardner had the idea of teaching sign language to primates. This makes sense because their vocal structures just don't have the ability to, create the same sounds we do, but chimpanzees communicate visually through gestures. They tried this on a chimpanzee named Walsh and found some moderate success, and this prompted Dr. Francine Penny Pat this with a gorilla in 1972, a gorilla named Coco. Coco is by far the most famous talking animal of all time. She was able to not just ask for food or for toys, which she did all the time, but she also seemed to be able to convey complex emotions and concepts. There's actually a story that I heard where somebody asked her what happens when you die, and she responded, "Comfortable whole by." That makes me feel weird things. 2. Coco. Coco is by far the most famous talking animal of all time. She was able to not just ask for food or for toys, which she did all the time, but she also seemed to be able to convey complex emotions and concepts. There's actually a story that I heard where somebody asked her what happens when you die, and she responded, "Comfortable whole by." That makes me feel weird things. She also apparently struck up a friendship with Robin Williams when he visited her one time. I think she had seen him on TV a lot and was just really excited to see him. Anyway, it's really heartwarming. It's thought that Coco had developed a vocabulary of up to 1,100 signs before she died in 2018. It does need to be said, though, that there are some language and animal experts that don't think that Coco really understood what she was saying. They think she was just kind of mimicking what the humans were doing. Just full discussion around it. Then you have those videos that some of you may have seen of dogs using soundboards to communicate with their owners. I know, it's amazing, it's adorable, and it's wholesome. And of course I'm going to throw cold water on it because I'm the actual worst. But for one, the dog may be pressing a button without knowing or understanding the word. Like B.F. Skinner's rats didn't talk, but they knew which button to press for the food. The dog could also just be reacting from clues from its owners, like, body posture or looks, just the little micro expressions. The owner's probably doing it unintentionally, but dogs are really, really good at picking up even the smallest signs in our body language. When you're communication is primarily visual, you become hyper attentive to these kinds of things. Sure, they may have some kind of understanding of what the words mean, in the sense that, you know, they know if they press X button, it'll make Y sound and get Z reaction from us. And of course, if it's a reaction that they like, they'll keep doing it. Like the dog might press I love you, but it's not necessarily because it understands the word love and the concept that that entails. It's just that they can tell that it makes us happy, and we smile and we pet them and we play with them when they do it. You know, again, they press a button and then they get a thing that they like. And you know, I'm just gonna say it. Dogs are manipulative little liars, okay? My old dog Jake hurt his leg one time, and then he saw how much attention he got from us whenever he limped. So yeah, from that point forward, he'd literally fake a limp to get sympathy from us. And yes, it worked every time. And there are some other issues with the videos. I don't need to go into all of them, but you know, they are edited, so you don't know how many times a dog may have typed nonsense into the board that got cut out of that video. Maybe for every, you know, intelligent interaction, there were 99 nothing burgers. And also, again, cold water, according to an article that I'll link down below, the people who made those videos are kind of participating in a study that's being funded by the makers of the soundboard. So it's kind of a marketing thing. Just to be super clear, I'm not saying there's nothing to this. It's just that, well, like everything on the internet, skepticism is warranted. And look, I totally get why people love these videos. Of course we want to be able to talk to our pets. We love them. We have a bond with them. We share our homes and even our beds with them. And especially when they're sick or hurting, it's just super frustrating that they can't just tell us what's wrong. Being able to talk to animals and understand their thoughts and feelings might even help us better understand our own cognitive abilities as humans. It might also help us take better care of them in zoos and sanctuaries, because they'll be able to let us know what they want or what they need. Quick sidebar, would we still keep them in zoos and sanctuaries if we knew what they were thinking? But it could also help us to develop deeper and more interactive relationships between animals and their caregivers, you know, maybe help reduce anxiety in both. And look, this might be a bold statement, but who knows? Maybe communicating with animals would help us to become more empathetic beings ourselves. Not just with each other, but with the planet as a whole, which could impact conservation efforts and give us a real incentive to protect it from unnecessary abuse and exploitation. And to my knowledge, there's really only one thing that can truly do that.
We'll align the planets and bring them into universal harmony, allowing meaningful contact with all forms of life, from extraterrestrial beings to common household pets.
So let's go with this idea. What would the world look like if we could actually talk with animals? Well, the nonprofit Earth Species Project wants to find out. According to its website, quote, "We believe that an understanding of non-human languages will transform our relationship with the rest of nature." And they want to use AI to decode animal communication and to actually talk to animals. They plan to use machine learning systems to help decipher animal communication. And they'll do that by identifying patterns and then analyzing data to understand them. And then they hope to link back the communication patterns to figure out what they could mean. The analysis includes data from bioacoustics, which is a recording of individual animals, and then ecoacoustics, which is recordings of whole ecosystems. To measure this, they established a benchmark for machine learning algorithms in October 2022. It uses 10 data sets of different animal communications to create a baseline for AI classification, and it's called the Benchmark of Animal Sounds, or BEANS. No offense to the Earth Species Project, but I reject this acronym. That is the worst acronym I've ever heard. The data sets include recordings from amphibians, birds, elephants, insects, and primates. Cats and dogs are being studied too. But it's marine animals like whales and dolphins that show the most promise. As CEO Katie Zakarian said, quote, "Cetaceans are particularly interesting because of their long history. 34 million years as a socially learning cultural species. And because, as light does not propagate well underwater, more of their communication is forced through the acoustic channel." And it's thought that this type of research could help with conservation efforts. For example, AI analysis helped create mobile marine animal protection areas off the west coast of the US. By the way, this doesn't just help with research and conservation efforts, it can also help endangered species. One of those examples is the Hawaiian crow, which went extinct in the wild in early 2000s. Yeah, some of the last remaining birds were brought into captivity as part of a sort of a conservation breeding program, but reintroducing them back into the wild has been challenging. But the Earth Species Project wants to help out with this by basically studying the bird's vocabulary and creating a catalog of all of its calls. Then it'll compare that to historical recordings of Hawaiian crows to see if those calls have, changed while being in captivity. And it's kind of interesting because the thinking here is that, maybe one of the reasons why they're having trouble reintegrating into the wild is that maybe they've, lost important calls in captivity, like mating calls or warnings about predators. And if so, maybe they could retrain them through these recordings and give them a leg up in future rewilding efforts. And if successful, this could be repeated with hundreds of other threatened species around the world. Now that's super cool, and it's obviously a noble cause, but Let's be honest, you're just here because you want to talk to your dog. But machine learning may help out with that as well, by finding subtle differences in dogs' posture and expressions that they use to convey information. And one of the people working on that is Dr. Kon Slobodchikov. He's a professor emeritus of biology at Northern Arizona University and the author of Chasing Dr. Dolittle, Learning the Language of Animals. He wants to create an AI model that'll translate a dog's facial expressions and barks. And he's coming at this after spending over 30 years studying prairie dogs, who actually have a sophisticated language of their own. For example, they have predator warning calls, but they also have specific calls depending on the type of predator. He's even documented them changing their call to let other prairie dogs know the color of a person's clothing, which kind of makes me wonder if they think that people in different clothes are different species. Why wouldn't they think that? But he wanted to learn more, so he worked with a computer scientist to create an algorithm that turns animal vocals into English. And he was surprised at what the prairie dogs were actually saying.
When I learned about Mind Bloom, I was curious if psychedelic therapy could actually help with those.
Alan! 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 Al! Alan!
He formed a company called Zoolingua, and they're currently focused on translating what dogs communicate to us. In an interview with the CBC in 2013, Slobodchikov said that he imagines having something the size of a cell phone that could translate a woof or meow into, "I want to eat chicken tonight," or "My litter box is filthy, please clean it." He believes that if dogs and humans could understand each other better, it would maybe cut down on the number of animals euthanized due to misunderstood behavior. And just knowing that animals have complex thoughts could create more empathy in people toward them. As he told the CBC, quote, "When people realize that prairie dogs and other animals as well can talk, suddenly they see these animals with a new perspective. They're actually thinking, breathing things, not that much different from us." AI could also help farmers and ranchers identify which animals are sick or in pain by looking at micro-expressions in their faces. Dr. Krista McLennan teaches animal behavior at the University of Chester in England, and one of the common concerns that she's heard from sheep farmers is that they have a hard time recognizing pain in their sheep. So she created a pain scale based on the animal's facial expressions like folded ears or retracted lips. Then Dr. Peter Robinson at the University of Cambridge turned that scale into an AI algorithm and then trained it on hundreds of sheep photos. And yeah, this technology actually worked. It actually proved to be faster and better than a human at identifying sheep in pain. As McClellan told Euronews in 2018, quote, "We're looking at pain because that's the most significant in terms of welfare. But there's nothing stopping us from looking at other emotions as well. What does a happy sheep look like? What does a sad like? But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done." And more work is continuing, but before we get too excited, there are some pretty major obstacles to overcome, both technological and ethical. Because one of the major problems that we have as humans is kind of what I was saying earlier about the dogs and the soundboards. We tend to sort of project what we think they're saying, what we want to think that they're saying. It's a pretty major bias, and it's one of the issues that we learned with AI models over the last few years, especially the LLMs, is that they can actually pick up on those biases. One of the efforts to get around that was created by neurobiologist Yossi Yovel and Oded Rashavi from Tel Aviv University in Israel. They created what they call the Dr. Dolittle Challenge. They published this idea in the August 2023 issue of Current Biology, and in there they cited 3 obstacles that need to be overcome by AI, including it has to use an animal's communication signals and not learn new ones. It has to use the signals in several different behavioral contexts. And the animal has to produce a measurable response, like it was communicating with a similar animal and not a machine. So scientists have created a robotic honeybee that mimics a real bee's waggle dance to let other bees know where the food is. You know, that thing that I was so impressed by? So this covers points 1 and 3 in the Dr. Dolittle Challenge, but it only works in one context. We still can't ask a bee, or a dog, or a cat, or a whale what it's actually feeling. But even if we could increase AI's power to understand animal communication, we'll still run into some of these same obstacles. As they write in the paper, quote, "Even if we will never be able to talk to animals in the human way, understanding how complex animal communication is and attempting to tap into it and mimic it is a fascinating scientific endeavor. It's an endeavor that has to consider ethical concerns too. For example, poachers already use recordings of mating sounds to entrap animals, so imagine what they would do if they could use AI to communicate specific messages to those animals. Which, let's just be honest, they will. They will absolutely do that. Like all AI tools, they are just an accelerant. Good people will use it to do bigger and better things. Not so good people will be extra not so good with it. Also, what about consent? I mean, if understanding communication from animals gives us an enlightened insight into their status as sentient creatures, I mean, you kind of would then have to respect the possibility that maybe they don't want to talk to us. I mean, if you were an animal, would you want to talk to us? You also have to ask if interacting with humans would affect social dynamics or natural behavior. Kate Zakarian from the Earth Species Project thinks that it's definitely a conversation worth exploring to stop anything bad happening, but she also believes that the benefits are huge for conservation efforts and for installing more empathy in humans towards animals. As she told Discover Magazine in June 2023, quote, "Humans need to dramatically shift the way we are relating with the rest of nature." And I certainly won't argue with that. Now, whether being able to communicate with animals will get us there, I don't know. Like, it's funny to me, we always talk about what it would take to communicate with aliens and what a paradigm shift it would be if we could, find alien signals and decode them and whatnot, like the movie Arrival, and, how it would make us rethink our entire place in the universe and all that. But we currently live on a planet with millions of different species that we do communicate with in a way, and it doesn't seem to have really changed anything. For me, it's just fascinating as a look into how intelligence works, what intelligence means, how every different species has different ways of doing it. And as we're developing AI tools to solve the problem, well, AI is just kind of another kind of intelligence. It all gets very squishy. But serious question, do you think that real communication with animals is possible? Do you think that if we could, it would be this big redefining moment for us as a species? And what have been some experiences that you might have had where it feels like an animal has communicated with you? The freakier, the better. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to get some coffee.
All of these people have experienced this, and some of them currently are.
My name is Joseph Worthen, and I'm currently
if you think about it,
This remastered interview includes bonus content of additional questions and answers originally made available only to members of Christina's Patreon Members Club.
Hi, Diana. Welcome to Shifting the Paradigm. Thank you so much for being here. How's it going?
It's going well. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you. For my younger audience, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
So I'm a professor of religious studies, and religious studies is a discipline that basically studies religion. We don't advocate religion. We don't tell people to practice religion. What we do is we basically just study religions for their cultural effects, because most people in the world are religious. And religion is a very powerful force in the lives of people who are religious. So religious studies is something that a lot of people should know, especially say if they're in college and they're business majors and they go to another country. It's always good to know about the religion of the people who live there. So I do that. I study religion. And I got into the study of the topic that we're going to be talking about today, because in religious studies, we're studying things that can't be proven, right? We're studying things that people believe, but there's little evidence for the things that they believe. So let's take Christianity, for example. Christianity is a religion that one of the dogmas of that faith is that Jesus was born of a virgin, and that can't be proven, right? So, and most likely we will never be able to prove that that's the case, but a lot of people believe that. So it's very easy to make that transition to studying something like people's belief in UFOs, because there's little evidence. As far as we know, we don't have a UFO. We can't actually study it. And therefore, a lot of people believe in them and believe that they've seen them, but there's not a lot of evidence for that. So that fits well into my field of religious studies.
And you have done research on Harvard professor John Mack, and he had a hard time bringing the UFO phenomenon to the academic world in the 80s, and that's understandable. But it seems like when you had to speak about your findings in front of other professors, the whole room was silent after your speech, and like not the good kind of silence. So take us back to that day. What did you say to your colleagues? And overall, what were their reactions to the path that you wanted to take with your research?
Sure, that's a great question. So what happened to me was that I was a full professor, which means that you can't actually get higher. That's the highest level of professor you can be. And so I felt comfortable. To put it in context, John Mack was doing his work in the 1980s and the 1990s. And so he was at Harvard University. He was already he was a research professor already at the very top of his profession, yet he had a hard time studying the topic of UFOs. And, because it was the 80s and the 90s. So by the time I started to study this, it was, in 2012. So I'm in the 2000s. A lot of time has passed between me studying this and then John Mack studying what he studied. So I naturally felt that I was perfectly okay to study this. And I didn't feel like in any way first I wasn't really that open about it because, people, this was in the 2012, 2013 time period. And I don't know if your audience knows, but in 2021, the Pentagon released a report that acknowledged that UFOs were real. And they renamed them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. So I studied this, and I was already a chair of my department. I'd won a lot of research awards and grants. So I felt perfectly comfortable doing this. However, when I did actually go to conferences and present my research, there were a lot of people who said that I'd been fooled by the people that I had studied, because I'd studied people in the space program, in the space shuttle program. I was studying people who were professors at major universities like Stanford, and they were all anonymous at the time because they didn't want to be affiliated with that topic. And some of them just had secret jobs that, their jobs were secret, so I couldn't name them. That was at that time. And a lot of my colleagues didn't believe that. Well, they trusted me, but they thought that I had been fooled. So that's the silence that you referenced. So yes, it was uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable for me because I was already a vetted scholar, and I thought, wait a minute, I've done the work here. Everything is fact checked. This is being published by Oxford. They've done the fact checking too. So I was a little ticked off, frankly. I was like, well, they should believe me. And they did actually believe me after the 2017 New York Times stories that came out that said that there were these secret government programs that were studying UFOs. So basically all the work that I had done had been corroborated by the New York Times and then finally by the government itself. And right now every day I get a request to go on a podcast or to talk about my work from people all over the world, from people from Germany, Denmark, Japan, you name it.
What specific information did you provide to the conference in 2012?
Okay, so when I did my research, I was I was a disbeliever. So I was basically reporting on the belief in UFOs. I wasn't reporting on UFOs like, I have this UFO and I have this debris from a UFO and this is the data I have from it. That's not what I was doing. I was basically just talking to people in my field in religious studies and acknowledging that we're at the point where there's a new religion in place. There's a new form of religion that's taking hold. So that's the type of stuff that I was presenting to people. I was also talking about the relationships that I had formed with professors and people in the space industry who believed in UFOs and who did definitely believe that they were in contact with UFOs and that they had materials from UFOs. At that point, and within the writing of the book that I wrote, at no point did I say I believed this. I was reporting on their belief. So does that make sense?
It does. So what made you want to look at the connection between religion and UFOs?
Okay, so this is what prompted me to talk about that. And I've already talked about how in religious studies, we basically look at data sets that we can't prove, right? We look at people's beliefs. That's basically our data set, not the actual thing that they believe in. Nobody can actually prove God exists. Nobody can say, I saw an angel and here's the video and this is literal proof, okay? But what we can do is we can say that many people believe in angels, and this belief impacts their behavior. Okay, so that's what we study. We study cultural effects and we study behaviors. Okay, so what does that mean? So how did I get into the study of UFOs? Well, I study Catholic history, and if your audience might be familiar with the Conjuring franchise. The Conjuring is the kind of horror films about Ed and Lorraine Warren and their exorcists. So I was actually a consultant to these movies. And what I was doing was I was looking at the beliefs, how do people believe through these movies and media technologies and things like that. And so what happened was that I'm a historian of Catholic culture. So I was looking at belief in miraculous things within Catholicism from archives, which are very old libraries. And, the kind of manuscripts that if you touch them, they will disintegrate, that type of thing. So I found reports going back 1,000 years, 500 years, 200 years of aerial phenomena. And I started to log these reports. And that's what made me then take a look at the UFO phenomena, because a friend of mine looked at the log that I had and basically said, I do think that this at the time it was pretty funny because he said, well, yeah, this actually looks like Stephen Spielberg's movies, like UFO stuff. And I thought he was crazy at first, frankly. And after a while, I went to a UFO conference and I saw that people were still talking about aerial phenomena in the same way that they talked about aerial phenomena 1,000 years ago. Their language was different, but the patterns were the same. So that is what initiated my study into modern day UFO reports.
And that's fascinating that you were able to find accounts from hundreds, if not almost thousands of years ago. And we often hear that if the truth of UFOs came out, or that we were being visited, that the world's religions would implode. There'd be riots. People would stop believing in their religions and things like this. But you don't think that's the case. So why do you think that this is such a well-accepted theory that the religions would crumble if hearing about that extraterrestrials are real?
Okay, so yeah, this is actually quite, I don't buy this line of thought at all, because if you are educated in the history of religions, you see that people have been believing in extraterrestrials for a very long period of time. So take the religion that I study. So in 1750, which is a long time ago, there was a man named Emanuel Swedenborg, and he wrote a book called Life on Other Planets. And he talked about extraterrestrial life on other planets, on Venus, right? On Mars, on the moon. So people have always been talking about this within religions. And so I think that religious people would actually probably be, if tomorrow all governments came together and had, had a press conference and said, aliens exist, okay? And, we've got to deal with them. I think the people that would be best equipped to deal with that would be people who are religious. Because, most people just don't think that that's the case. And a lot of people who are atheists, they don't even have a category in their mind for something as alien, literally, as extraterrestrials. But people in religions do. They already believe in non-human intelligence. They believe in angels. They believe in bodhisattvas. They believe in, if they're Muslim, they believe in jinn. Okay, so we already have these categories within, religions that account for intelligences that are non-human.
So then this leads me to the question of, in your opinion, what would be the difference between an extraterrestrial and an angel?
Okay, yeah. So I think that those are just terms we use to describe things that we just don't understand. So in the history of Catholicism, angels literally don't look like each other from the different accounts. So if you take something like the Bible and you go through all of the accounts of the Bible of angels, the accounts where angels are described, sometimes they're described as human-like, right? They look like people. They invite you in for tea, okay? Or they're, you have to invite them in for tea and you have a conversation with them and then they leave and then boom, they're angels, They don't have wings. They don't look like each other. Different, there's an angel in the Old Testament for Christians and the Hebrew Bible for Jewish people, same set of books, where an angel shows up and has seemingly like a wrestling match all night long with Jacob. I think it's Jacob. Okay. And that angel is very different than the angel that comes along and, announces to Mary in the New Testament, that's Gabriel, that she's with child. Okay. So they're all very terrifying, to tell you the truth, but these angels don't even look like the things that we consider to be angels. When we think of angels, we generally think of the Western tradition and, an angel with wings, and it's generally really beautiful. It has curly hair. It's kind of tall. And I don't find those angels in the Bible. I don't find those angels in other religious traditions. So those angels came about through artistic conventions. And that's how angels became portrayed. A good example of this would be a Saint Teresa of Avila, who, if you go to Rome, if your audience is interested, they could internet search Teresa of Avila Rome statue, right? And they could see her, and there's this famous depiction of her with this angel next to her, and the angel has this sword, okay? And the angel pokes it at her, right? And so she actually wrote about that. She herself wrote about that experience. And when she wrote about it, it doesn't look at all like how it's represented in the statue and in paintings about it. It's one of the most represented angel contact events in history. But if you look at what she writes about it, she's confused because she says, this angel was real, which it's not in my mind, which usually if I see angels, they're imaginary and in my mind, but this angel is really short and it's all on fire, it's shiny. I think it's an angel. And if it is, it has to be short. It's not one of these tall angels with wings, right? And so that even doesn't, the most represented angel event in history doesn't even look like, the representations don't even look like her description of them.
That's a fascinating story and one that I have not heard of. While I am also interested in religious studies, at one point in my college career, I attempted to get a degree in religious studies, but my university only offered one class. So I took that class and I was like, oh my gosh, I just want to learn so much more about this because it truly is fascinating. Regardless on if you believe it or not, all of the stories that all of the ancient scriptures hold are truly remarkable. you've spoken to thousands of people that claim they have had UFO sightings or are in communication with extraterrestrials. And there seems to be a rather interesting dynamic that many people that have a sighting, their worldview changes, and some even turn spiritual. And I'm using that term lightly. So, from the people that you've spoken to, when they state that they've seen a UFO or have had communication, do they say it's alien, or have there been some cases where they believe it's an angel or a demon?
Yeah. So I think that it depends on who has the sighting. So what I've noticed is that if a person who, say, is Christian has a sighting of something that isn't, I'll call it anomalous, because I don't like to use the terminology that we already have because we don't know, what it is, but people have interpretive frameworks. Here's a good example, and it's a whole chapter in my book. It's the experience of a man who's an atheist, and he's an attorney, and his name is Ray Hernandez, and he lives in Florida, and his wife Dolce, who is Catholic and a believer. Okay, they both have an experience of something anomalous in their house that spins around, comes down. Their dog is just about to die, by the way, and it heals their dog. Okay. And she literally thinks that it's an angel. And she still says, this was an angel. And Ray himself says, this was an extraterrestrial. This was some type of plasma being of some sort, right? So they both have the same experience, but completely different interpretations.
It is unbelievable how our perspectives of the world change from person to person. And I've had the pleasure of speaking with Ray Hernandez and him telling his story of being an atheist to what he is now believing in, and so much more. And I also had Cheryl Costa that spoke about Ray Hernandez, stating that when people have UFO experiences, they're all becoming gurus and spiritualists and things like this, kind of like as a joke. But it is rather amazing that when people have these experiences, their world changes forever and there's no going back for them. So there's an interesting theory that alien abduction cases sound pretty similar to demonic encounters, some of which with incubi and succubi. Do you think there's a connection between alien abductions and demonic encounters? Are they the same thing, or are they two separate things?
Okay, so this is a really good question. And this is the kind of thing that you have to be very careful with doing any kind of analysis with. So this is what I've actually written about this. And by the way, I want to tell your viewers and listeners that there's a great website called academia.edu where you can actually download a lot of information for free. A lot of my writing is for free up on this site, and you can download any of it. And one article is called "The Supernatural Goes Galactic." And basically what this is about is it's this question that you have: how do we do this comparison between, a person has a terrible event where they have sleep paralysis, and I'm sure some of your viewers have had this event. It's somewhat common and it's scary when you have it. So basically this has been reported in every culture, and what it is, well, we don't know what it is, but it's scary. So this is when you can't move at night and you almost feel like there's something coming at you, and it might even be looking at you in the dark or something, and it's terrifying and can't actually speak. And you try to wake yourself up. Okay, so this sleep paralysis is cross-cultural. Now, okay, that's not the only thing that's cross-cultural. Balls of light that come, out of nowhere and somewhat terrify you. These things are cross-cultural. So how do we do this kind of cross-cultural analysis without delving into, and I don't want to put ancient aliens down, but that's more of a simplistic way to look at it, is to say that back in the day, these were all UFOs, but we just didn't know that because we didn't have the language. But that's actually probably not the best way to look at it, because maybe these things are still happening, but maybe they're not what we think they are too. Maybe they're not like UFOs like we think they are. I think that a lot of different communities have different ways of describing these events. These events could all, what my position is these events happen. They happen in almost all cultures that I'm aware of, and they've happened through time. And we have always come up with our own community interpretations of them. So some people, so I'm talking to, and now we have a global society where we can share our interpretations. And a lot of people I know say, "Oh, these are definitely demons, right? How can they not be demons? They are doing evil things. They're coming at you at night, and you don't have a say in what they're doing to you, and that's not good." Okay, well, yeah. And then some people say, well, these are angels, and we're just not used to how angels, work. And so do you see what I'm saying? So there are different ways of interpreting these. And I've come across, most of them, I think. I've come across a lot of them, and they diverge. So people have diverging views about what they are. What I think is really interesting now is that we're taking the tools of my field, which is religious studies, and the tools of science, and we're bringing these both together, and we're doing an analysis now. I don't think this has ever been done. I think this is the first time that I know of in human history where people like me can meet somebody like my colleague Gary Nolan, who is in my book. He was anonymous when I wrote it, but he's since come out as who he is. And he's a scientist at Stanford University. And what we do is work together to get a bigger understanding of what this is without using the language that we know what it is. We just don't know. But what we can do at this point is we can just identify patterns and build knowledge from there.
Do you think science and religion work hand in hand?
Oh, absolutely. I'm working with scientists now, so they definitely work hand in hand.
A little bit earlier, you mentioned sleep paralysis. Have you ever encountered that?
Yes, I have encountered that. And every time I do, it's terrifying. And I actually met David Hufford, who wrote a book about it. So he's a medical doctor, he's a researcher, and he also is he does folklore studies. And what he did was, I think he was in his 30s, and he went around to cultures all over the world, and he gathered sleep paralysis stories. And it's in a book, I think it's called, I can't remember the book. Please let your viewers know what it is, though. It's David Hufford and sleep paralysis. And he did one of the most definitive books on that topic. And I was at a conference where he was at, and he gave an talk on the sleep paralysis. And it was so terrifying that I think half the people there thought that night they were going to have sleep paralysis. And so the answer to your question is that, yeah, I think that I don't know what it is. He doesn't know what it is too. It could be purely physiological, but that it occurs in every culture, and that we also have a lot of interpretive, basically we interpret it in different ways. Some cultures call it the old hag, and that she comes at night, and it's a foreboding thing. I've had it. I have 5 kids. And when I was doing this research, they're all teenagers now, but when I did this research, they were really young, and I was sleeping one night with my door closed, and I was in my bed sleeping, and then I heard one of my children come in, open the door, and I heard the feet right next to my bed, and there was a whispering, and it was, "Wake up," and I was afraid. But I woke up. I when you're in sleep paralysis, sometimes you wake up in unconventional ways. So I screamed myself awake. There was no child near me, and my door was closed.
Did you happen to see any weird anomalies during your times of having sleep paralysis?
No, I just had the experiences. I didn't think because my eyes were closed, but I heard things, and I'm, of course, terrified, as most people are when that happens to them.
And when this happened to you at the time, did you think it was supernatural or all happening just in your mind?
Well, this is when I was doing the research. So I did think that it was incredibly creepy, but I was okay with it because I knew that it was normal that people have this.
It's pretty terrifying. I've only had sleep paralysis once, and that's enough for me. I do
Yes.
not want it to happen again. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, one of the good things about the research that I do is that the things that happen that could throw you off and make you afraid, once you start to understand how they happen all the time to other people in other countries, and it becomes less scary.
I have heard that as well, where the more times it occurs, the more in control you feel. But the first time, I think it's always the scariest because you have no idea what's going on. And when it happened to me, I had no idea what sleep paralysis was. I'm just like, why can't I move? Why can't I scream? Why can't I do anything? And why am I seeing this weird, shadowy creature coming towards me? No, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's terrifying. I agree.
Yeah. As someone such as yourself that has a PhD in religious studies, you've looked at all religions, even though Catholic history is your specialty. But what can you tell us about the New Age religion? And for those that aren't familiar with this term, could you please explain it as well?
Yeah, sure. So I assume you're talking about the New Age religion, and not new religious movements. So New Age religion is a part of new religious movements. And so I actually know a lot about this because I was born and raised in California. And it seems that that's like the hub for New Age thinking. And so I actually resisted a lot of this because it was my parents who were the New Agers. And I thought, oh, this is crazy. They believe that these things and everything. Now I'm actually looking into New Age thinking, and a lot of it is, I think, pretty interesting. But the New Age is it's a way in which, first of all, let me contextualize this a bit. Right now, a lot of young people are not affiliating with religions, but they're still identifying as spiritual, and they call themselves spiritual but not religious. Okay. And I think that this is really interesting. And this is an outcrop of the New Age movement. So the New Age movements happened in a very large way in the 1970s, where people that were young decided that they were going to, they didn't feel that their own religion spoke to them. But they felt that there, a lot of it, to tell you the truth, looks very much like Star Wars, like the Force, right? They believed in kind of this overarching force of good, or a force that they could maybe hook into. They used things like from the environment, like crystals. They looked to indigenous spiritualities, like Native American spiritualities, and they appropriated those and took from those. And they developed their own eclectic, and eclectic means that you take from, like, say there's 5 different religions that you like. I'll take this one and that one and this part of it and that part of it and create your own idea. And so these formed basically shops or online communities for people to talk about all kinds of things like astrology. They talk about astrology. They would maybe have gurus from different sects of Hinduism or something like that. And so they would blend these all together. And so in New Age spirituality, it's generally focused on positive things. Like if they're going to look at UFO contact, they're going to see this as beings that are trying to help us evolve into a better species, to help each other, or let's put it this way, a less violent and more peaceful species. And that's what you see when you look at New Age religiosity. This has a long history in the United States back to the 1800s, but because I teach about this in one of my classes. But if you just go to, say, a shop that's called like a New Age shop or something like that, or a crystal shop, you're going to get a lot of different varieties of beliefs within that shop. But most of it's going to be fairly tolerant of other religions.
You practically touched on the spiritualist movement in the 1800s. For those that aren't familiar with that, can you go into detail on what you teach in your class?
Sure. So I have a class called New Religious Movements, and in that class we talk about the very beginnings. Now you have to understand, for people that are viewing this, a long time is 200 years, but that's a short time for people in my field because we look at things like 1,000 years old or 2,000 years old, sometimes 5,000 years old. That's actually a long time. So when we say new religious movements, we're talking about the last 200 years. So we're looking at generally the birth of new religious movements in the 1800s. And a lot of this came about basically by people, well, let's put it this way. There was a lot of what we'd call a civil rights movement going on in the 1800s because people were against slavery, and we had a civil war about that. People decided that they didn't want to be part of a hierarchical church, and so there were the formation of what's called non-denominational Christian churches, where they didn't adhere to the typical, like the Pope or a priest or a minister, and they felt the Holy Spirit in themselves instead of feeling it in church. Okay. So there was a decentralization, basically a normalization, a democracy type of impetus that happened in that time period. And one of these was that people began to, especially women, decided that they were able to contact the dead and channel spirits. And so this was the spiritualist movement. So the spiritualist movement was a movement still around today where people feel that they can actually access there's an old movie called The Sixth Sense. And we have an idiom in our country called dead people literally comes from The Sixth Sense, and that's a spiritualist movie. It's a movie about a little boy who feels like he's in contact with the dead. And so this becomes a huge movement in the United States in the 1800s, and it never goes away. It also helps women speak in public because a lot of the women are going to be, women couldn't speak in public back then. It was deeply frowned upon. But if women decided that they could channel, say, Thomas Jefferson or Lincoln, they could all of a sudden speak in public because people were like, well, it's not her speaking, it's actually Abraham Lincoln speaking through her. So this is kind of like a twist. But what it did was it allowed women to be more accepted in the public sphere of speaking.
And this was the birthing age of mediumship and seances. When you were looking to the 1800s, what are your current thoughts on seances?
My current thoughts on seances, I don't actually do them, but I know that people do them and believe that they are in contact with beings that they think are passed away or something like that. I actually don't have, in religious studies, remember, we have a method where we don't weigh in on the truth or falsity of the claims of the people that are doing this. I always ask, how do you know that this is whatever you contact, say it's real? If this is something real, are you really contacting something that, what if they just say they're your Uncle Joe or something? But what if they're actually not? But so I have those kinds of questions, which are just logical type questions. But in terms of the belief, the seances are a huge thing. People engage in them. It's part of the spiritualist practice. And it's not my job to say, don't do that, or it's wrong to do that. My job is just to look at the cultural effects of that and whether or not it's on the rise and why it's on the rise, and those are the questions that we ask.
Those are very important and valid questions to ask that, for the most part, a lot of people don't ask those questions. Shifting gears just a little bit, You had also studied philosophy as well as religious studies in university. So, how does philosophy play a role in understanding the history and reports of UFOs?
Sure. Okay. That's a question. And let me think about that for a minute because it doesn't necessarily bear on the reports of UFOs, but what it does bear on is that when you look at the history of Western philosophy, what you see is you see that a lot of people in philosophy have gone the way of being very technical, and this is called analytic philosophy, where people are really focused on like mathematical problems. So a lot of philosophy is like, it looks like symbolic logic math word problems. Okay. It's a very difficult major to have. Another part of philosophy is looking at the history of asking questions. And this is what I'm fascinated with. So I'm going to give you an example of a philosopher who is somebody that I don't advocate his life because he was a Nazi, but he did do interesting philosophy, and this is what happened. And by the way, a lot of his friends were Jewish people, so I mean, he's somewhat not somewhat. The man is reprehensible for continuing to be a Nazi while good friends of him were basically going into concentration camps. So one of his good friends was Hannah Arendt, who's a Jewish woman philosopher who was interred in Bergen-Belsen, a women's concentration camp. She subsequently escaped, came to the United States, and wrote some amazing philosophy. All right, so I don't know how she maintained her friendship with him. I don't think I could do that. However, he did have some interesting things to say, including things about technology, and that's where I think he's somewhat of a visionary, if a flawed one. Listen, I want to say this is that in the history of philosophy and the history of science, a lot of the people that did some very interesting things, you and I would not want to be friends with them. They were despicable in their views. They were anti-Semitic. They were racist. They were misogynist. Okay. So what is our position vis-a-vis these people when we look back about their philosophy? We just have to take what's good and just acknowledge that a lot of what they did was bad. That's even with respect to our own space program, which some of it was created through concentration camps, through the work and suffering of people who basically died in concentration camps to get our rockets into space. This is some of the stuff we actually, in my opinion, we have never acknowledged in a public way, and I think we need to acknowledge that. So those are some of the things about philosophy that I think could bear onto what's happening now with space and the idea of UFOs and things like that. So one of the things that I find interesting, interesting in philosophy is this tradition of questioning that was suppressed for a long time, but I think is now making a comeback. Questioning, what is it that we're doing here? Why is it that the Earth is in the Goldilocks zone? These are the questions that inspire people to be philosophers, basically wondering, why? What are we doing here? It all about? Those are questions that were lost in modern philosophy and I think are being rekindled.
And I think at the same time, also keeping in touch with your inner child. As a mother of 5, you're aware that they hit that why stage. They're always asking, Mommy, why this? Why that? And with philosophers, they are still asking those why questions decades later, while the majority of adults stop asking why. Because 1, they believe that they already know everything, or 2, they have that fear of rejection of, oh, they might look dumb for asking why, because when they were children, they were just told to stop talking by their parents and by their teachers and just to listen instead of ask. So I think it's really cool, and I wish they got a little bit more credit, philosophers, because they really are fascinating people. Your current research focuses on religions, supernatural beliefs, and practices, and its connection to digital technologies and environments. Please walk us through that. What does that mean, and what have you found?
Of course. Okay, so this is a lot of information that is happening right now has to do with I mean, we have a revolution in place going on with AI. And I spend a lot of time talking with people who are at the forefront of doing research in this topic. And I also, a lot of those people, surprisingly enough for others, have a huge vocabulary with respect to the history of philosophy and religion. So it's very easy for me to speak with them. They have to get me up to speed on what they're doing because I don't have a huge vocabulary with respect to AI. So I'm around people who are really smart. And I also, I mean, this happened with my book. I found myself around people who were really smart. So I studied how they believed the things that they believed and how they created the technologies that they created, because a lot of them created technologies that we're using today and also that are game changing for, extension of human life and stuff like that. And what I started to realize was it wasn't necessarily what they were thinking. It was basically how they were thinking, how they came to these ideas. And I found that a lot of them had things in common. Like they had lifestyles where they weren't on social media a lot. They didn't hook into the internet a good portion of the day. They were engaged in some type of practice, like protocols, like religious practice, meditation, contemplative prayer, eating well, energy work, meditation, things like that. And they made sure that they kind of lead hermit lifestyles, and they're not what you'd call normal people. Well, they're producing things that are also extraordinary. And so that's how I really got involved with the technology. Well, I was already looking at technology before that, but not in the same way. So right now, I think that when I say media environments, this people that are on your show are going to be college kids and high school kids. You were brought up in media environments. You don't understand, or you do understand, but not in an experiential way, that there was a time when there were no media environments. So religion took on, and everything actually took on, a much different feel. Now we live in media environments. And so this is changing the way. And in fact, I think the reason why young people today are disavowing their religions and kind of becoming more spiritual is because of the shift in environment. Whereas before, you'd go to a church, and now you can access a community online of like-minded people who help you understand how you believe and what's important in the world, and could very well share your values. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm also looking at this, is that what we see when we go to the movies. Okay, here's an example. I worked on The Conjuring. And so let's take the example of the first Conjuring, which came out in 2013, I believe. So this is a movie that's a horror film. And we know it's not true. It's supposed to be based on a true story, but a lot of it is in poetic license is being used here. And so we know that. We go to the movie, even though we know that this is not truly happening. We're terrified. Our bodies are terrified. We scream. We might go home and keep the lights on because we're frightened. Okay, so that's a belief. Even though our conscious mind doesn't believe it, there are parts of the conscious mind is not your only mind. Like your whole, your mind is extended. It's like it's bigger than you think. So a lot of parts of your brain are basically interpreting what's happening to you as actually real. And this has some interesting effects, and it's a very powerful thing that can be used to encourage us to buy things, encourage us to think certain ways. So, this is powerful. We need to be aware of it.
We need to be aware and also to understand how it works so that we don't fall into those traps. That's why I stay away from just horrifying movies. How can religion play a role in the research of AI?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I was just teaching a class about this. Actually, the class wasn't about that, but that's actually something that was addressed in the class. And it was actually a focal point of the class at one point, because there was a young student in the class who was a graduate student doing work in creativity in AI and doing basically artwork with AI. And so I had just given a class where I had taught about what's called redaction, which means this, that when a person has an experience, let's take Teresa of Avila, who I mentioned earlier, and she has had this experience that she named an angel experience, but looked pretty weird. And that gets represented in art. And, it's one of the most represented angel contact events in art. So, you have a lot of that out there. So this young man took first of all, I do the actual primary source research. The primary source is the actual description of the event, the first description of the event. And then what happens is the secondary source is the representation of it, usually by an artist. And they don't actually look alike. Okay. So I want to get to what she experienced as best as possible. You can't actually get to that, but you can get close. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. So I did a whole class on the techniques that we use to get to, as far as possible, non-redacted experience. All right. So what this young man does is he takes a creative AI. I forgot exactly which one it was, but it was an art AI, and he basically fed it the prompts of of what I gave him and what he got himself, which was the unredacted version of the event of this quote unquote angel contact. And he put it into the AI, and he created an incredibly beautiful visual video of her experience, and it moved the whole class. What I found interesting about it was that it got a lot of it wrong. Okay. And so that doesn't mean that AI and us, we can't work together, because it's inevitable that we do. But this is what it shows. It shows that the history of the representation of her event, which is all misrepresentation of it, to tell you the truth, is important, because it goes in there and it gets completely, what we see is not what happened, literally not what happened. And so what we're working on right now is we're working on about non-redacted AI. Like, how can we take an AI and feed it as much data as possible that's non-redacted? Think of the angel counter events that we'll get out of those, right? Instead of the kind that we have now, that's just taking the data that's out there that's all actually not accurate and putting it into the AI, and the AI is creating from that. It might be beautiful, but it sure isn't what happened.
Do you think that in this day and age, in the technological era that we are in now, where we're dependent so much on our phones, or we believe everything that we read, do you think that in itself is a type of religion?
Okay. No, I don't think that that's a type of religion. What I do think, though, is that we need a massive intervention at a very young level, children in schools, to share with them how what they're looking at is biased, and we basically need a severe intervention at this point. I don't even know if we can actually accomplish this. I try to be functionally hopeful. That means that I do what I can do to try to do this. Do I believe in my speculative mind that it can be done? I don't have a lot of hope for it. but I do think I could reach people that understand, and those are the people I'll reach. If we can reach enough people who understand, maybe we could leverage that information, but it's not a religion. What it is an unsophisticated understanding of the manipulation that we're undergoing on a completely hourly basis.
This is so true. The cell phone, the internet is so addictive. You can spend hours on social media seeing who liked your comment, who liked your photo, who liked your post. And then also scrolling, such as TikTok, which is this black hole, and you keep going and going and going until you get that one dopamine hit. And then you continue this really just horrid cycle. It's scary. And at the same time, so many of us, my generation, those younger and those even older, we are so dependent on our cell phones that, in my opinion, this is merely my opinion, I really think that if not now, at some point, in some way, it's going to turn into some type of religion. But then again, I don't know the process of how a religion is created.
I think that that's brilliant. So this is what I think we can do about that. When you say it's going to turn into a religion, I think what you're saying is that it's going to be used almost like a weapon against us, right? A weapon to form our opinions and to create our realities. And this is a stage in the formation of religion. Is a religion begins, and this is just wide strokes. My colleagues in religious studies will hate me for saying this, but this is a wide stroke about how religions are formed. A person has an event. It's a contact event with something that they believe is either a UFO, an angel, or something. It completely, like you said before, changes everything. There's no going back. Okay. So this powerful event gets reinterpreted and redacted and changed and then represented into media. And then media does its part because maybe a lot of people like that event so much on social media or something, that algorithms get, kind of configured to make sure that it's in our faces a lot. And then our own experience of interacting with it then changes the algorithms as well, so that they then show us what we really just want to see instead of what it was. And these kinds of mechanisms of training us is a very similar thing that happens in religions, right? People train children up in religions to believe these types of things. So I think what you're basically saying is that it's a similar type of process that happens within religions.
That is exactly what I meant, and I'm so happy you were able to dissect what I said and make it sound so much better. What I would like to mention is that in 2014, Pope Francis mentioned that he would baptize Martians. Is this making a joke on the subject, in your opinion, or bringing the conversation into the modern day church?
Yeah, so I think that Catholics and the Catholic Church, they don't have a position at this point, an official position or anything like that. But you do have, I know lots of people in the church, and I've been to the Vatican and studied at the various archives there. And this is what my position is on that, is that there are very many people with different ideas within the church. Some do not believe, some are ardent believers. And that particular book is actually, I don't believe it was about the Pope that he was saying it. It was basically questions that the director of the Vatican Observatory, which is a space observatory, and they do have one, he fielded this question once when somebody say, hey, do you think the Pope would baptize an extraterrestrial? And he quipped back and said, off the cuff, he said, only if she wanted to be baptized, right? And so then the editors took that and kind of made that the topic. And so that book is a book about this whole, not necessarily whether we would baptize it, but the question of extraterrestrial life and how it would impact religion. And in the introduction, he makes the same point. Brother Guy Consolmagno is the author, and Father Tom Mueller. He basically says the same thing that I've said, is that within the history of this, at least the Catholic tradition, extraterrestrials we've been talking about that for 1,000 years. So it's not a new question.
That's very interesting. So, why, in your opinion, do UFO hoaxes get more traction than maybe the stuff that would be classified as real online?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, a lots of different reasons, which once we understand make perfect sense. The fact that when you go out and you see something, that I do have videos of people who've seen things that I gave them around to friends of mine who are videographers, and so they're able to spot fakes and everything, at least now. At some point they won't be able to distinguish the difference. But okay, so they're looking at these things that are unknown. They have videos of them, and I have those hoaxed ones. The hoaxed ones, and I've taken a person who's a very well-known figure in the UFO community, very famous, and I said, here are 2 videos, and I showed this person the 2 videos, and this person basically looked at the one that was hoaxed and said, "Oh, that's fascinating," and then looked at the one that was actually correct and real and accurate, and we don't know what it is, and said, "Oh, that's nothing." So basically, we're trained by media to identify UFOs as like these craft. They're circular, mostly, some are triangular, and that's what, if we don't see something that looks like that, we don't believe that's UFOs. But that's not what if you're looking at things that are actually unknown, they're not going to look like that. So we're trained to, because we're trained to see that, if we happen to be on social media, let's take, I don't know, TikTok or something, and somebody says, "Look what I saw," and they post their video of something that looks very much like Close Encounters of the Third Kind of, craft. Everybody's going to look at it. But if you take the person's video from the backyard and said, "This is truly, I don't know what this is," and you can't really decipher it, and it looks kind of amorphous, and it's kind of like shiny and moving around like this, that's not going to get as much, because we don't have the recognition. We were brought up and trained to see UFOs in a certain way. Is that really how they look? No. But it doesn't matter, because we're trained that way.
It seems that we just really want to be entertained, remain in this entertainment malaise. We don't want to see something that makes us question or look at objects that are anomalous. We want to be spoon-fed the item and the information and everything related to that. In this world of UFOs and even the paranormal, there's a lot of disinformation, and sometimes it can be very difficult to separate the wheat from the chaff. How can people practice discernment from your own experience and practice?
So what we have to understand, and probably your listeners may not be aware of this, but there's been active disinformation by our own government about the topic of UFOs. It's all fact. So we had something called Project Blue Book, and this lasted years. From basically the 1950s to 1969. And this was a debunking campaign of people who saw what they considered to be UFOs. And so they'd send somebody out there, generally this man named Alan Hynek, and he would basically see what they were seeing, take their reports, and then his official job from the Air Force was to debunk it, was to say, this was swamp gas. That was the planet Venus, right? Well, people knew that that's not the case, okay? So it generated a suspicion of how the government was handling UFOs. So the first thing, in order to answer your question, is that there's absolutely disinformation, okay? Literally. The next thing we have to understand is, how can we train ourselves to know what's disinformation and what's not. And when you say that people just want to be entertained, sadly, I think that's probably just the truth. So sadly, I think that a lot of people don't even care and they just want to be entertained. I don't know why that they would want that. I mean, if they do want to know about UFOs, being entertained is you're not going to get the information about it. So you're going to have to do a little work on your own. You're going to have to figure out who in the community is acknowledging the disinformation and who is actually trying to identify the actual stuff. And I have someone whose books you should read about that if you're interested. Jacques Vallée has a huge corpus, which is a huge body of work about just this question of how to identify what's happening against the misinformation. At this point in time, with just instantaneous media and things like that, it's really difficult to identify the disinformation. So it's only for people who are truly interested to be able to kind of identify who does disinformation and we know what's actually accurate.
When you've written your books and the people that you've spoken to, how do you specifically discern truth from fallacy?
Okay, so Jacques Vallée, again, I mentioned him. I worked with him for a lot of my time doing this and read everything that he's written and also, basically listened to him. And one of the things that he said was, now he's not Catholic now, but he does come from a Catholic culture. He uses the word discernment, which is a Catholic word for identifying what the heck's going on. So, I think one way to describe it is your BS meter. So you got to hone your BS meter. And so how do I do that? You basically have to, it takes time. You have to be around a lot of people. Some people are automatically, you say, I don't believe that person. And some people, you're not sure, and it takes time. So I would say that the ways in which I did it, I was already, being a person who studied religion, I already had a decent ability of discernment, but sometimes it failed me. So it's an ongoing process of trying to figure that out. Another thing is that you have to have really good friends who also are in the process of, honing their discernment. And then you talk to each other and you say, what do you think? Is this legit or not?
It is very good to have a supportive community around you to where you're able to ask questions very openly, but also to share notes as well. Sometimes when you do it by yourself, it makes it more difficult. Do you think there's a convergence between the UFO phenomenon and the paranormal?
Yes, actually, this is what's so strange is that a lot of people, so there are two different factions within the UFO community to try to figure out what this is. And some people consider themselves what are called nuts and bolts people. Like these are just extraterrestrials. They have craft like we have craft. They might have more advanced propulsion systems, but they're just straight up nuts and bolts, machinery. Okay. And then you have people on the other side that say you can communicate with the UFO inhabitants through ESP or through, this type of thing. It's consciousness based, right? And so those are obviously very different ways of looking at it. And generally these people don't get along. Okay. But Jacques Vallée comes along and says, it looks like it's both. And so it looks to me that if you do go to, say you talk to a person who's had an experience of ongoing experience of having UFO, sightings and contacts and things like that. And within the historical record too, it looks pretty much like it's both. So there are these, so it's not only a physical thing that shows up, and sometimes you can see it on radar, but people also have experiences where they feel like they're in contact with something, or, something says to them out of the blue, look right up, and then you look right and you look up and there you see something. I mean, what kind of strange thing is that? That's what you'd call a paranormal experience. So I would have to say that this is data. You can't throw away the data. So you have to take all the data, even if you don't understand how it fits together, because in the future, we most likely will understand how it fits together.
I completely agree with that. So then what are your thoughts on Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, where you're getting all of this paranormal and UFO activity just in that one location?
Yeah, so I'm not one of the people who was part of the research team that was out there, and frankly, I would never want to be, because the things that were happening out there, I talked to some people that were researchers, and oftentimes they would say, "I'm not going out there again," because there's a lot of paranormal things that were pretty terrifying. I also think there's a lot of urban legend about it, that not only did that it became super public. And when things become very public, they do exactly what the Teresa of Avila stuff does. They get changed, they get redacted so that they don't even appear to be like what you think, what originally probably happened. So I think I actually don't know a lot about that place, so I can't authoritatively comment on it. I just do know from secondhand knowledge of people who have been researchers out there that it was the paranormal experiences that were happening out there were terrifying.
When it comes to the stories, they are rather bizarre. They are very scary, but also they can sound almost a little bit too hard to believe. But hey, when you want to be entertained, these are fantastic stories and a place that I would definitely want to visit and experience them for myself, for sure. But when it comes to people meditating and praying to have visitation with UFOs, such as CE5, which we're aware has been practiced long before it was patented by Stephen Greer, how do you think it's different or the same to people praying to their God and the like for communication or guidance?
Yeah, so I think this is interesting, and this came up in a class that I just taught. So the question was, there are similar protocols that people have done throughout time, of making sure that you're not, that your body is attuned in a healthy way so that you can communicate with something, or whether or not we're actually communicating with something that's objectively real, that we just don't know. It could be that you just think that you are, right? Okay, so those two things said, I guess the question is, what's the difference between a Buddhist meditating and experiencing effects like precognition, or things like that, or even seeing things, which does happen? The difference is this, is that the goal of the Buddhist is to become enlightened, and those things are a distraction to him or her, and they don't pay attention to them. Okay, because that's not their goal. The goal of perhaps the CE5 movement is to make communication with those things that the Buddhist monk just ignores. Within Catholicism, there's this thing called contemplative prayer, where it's very similar in the sense that you want to commune with God. During that process of communing with God, things might show up, like angels might show up, or maybe even demons show up or something. You're told not to pay attention to those things. Those are distraction. The goal is to communicate with God. So I hope that makes sense. So these things have been around for a very long period of time. The CE5 movement, I think I just don't know why a person would patented that when it has been, these protocols have been around for a very long period of time. And I also think that why would you want the goal to be to contact something that, why couldn't the goal be, what's wrong with the old fashioned goal of enlightenment and communion with, divinity and things like that? Those seem like the more important things to help humans today in our world, where we're still having fights, we're still having wars, terrible things happen every day. You know, I'm still an advocate of the old-fashioned way of of doing these kinds of things.
And now, bonus content of questions and answers previously only available to Patreon club members.
Welcome to the after show segment. With me today is Diana Pasulka. And Diana, we're going to play a game. We're going to end today on a high note. So I'm going to ask a question, and you're going to answer it as fast as you can. So you can't really think, you can't hesitate. You're just going to say the first thing that comes to mind. All right?
Okay. Yeah.
What was your favorite subject in high school?
Religious studies.
You were given that in high school?
Yes. Well, I went to a Catholic high school.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I was going to be like, I'm actually jealous, but I went to public school, so that's too funny. Okay. How do you like your coffee or tea, depending on the one that you drink more?
Okay. I generally drink coffee. I have a love-hate relationship with coffee because it's in my book, Tyler told me that it'll mess up my protocols, but I drink it anyway. So I basically do drip coffee, and I put in a little half and half, and that's how I like it.
Oh, no sugar?
No, but I have to tell you that I've been to Rome, and that coffee is so much better than any I've ever had.
I bet. You can never go wrong. Italy has everything is better in Italy.
It is.
Except I don't really like their pizza. I'm a stickler for Domino's.
Oh, wow.
What was your favorite vacation?
Okay. My dad was he was in the Coast Guard, and we had boats, and I had my own sailboat. So my favorite vacation was going on a giant houseboat in Lake Shasta. And we had a big adventure because we almost there was a big storm, and we had coves, and there were otters, and it was really cool.
Oh, it's so cute seeing otters when they fall asleep and they hold hands with their family. So adorable.
So adorable.
Has there ever been a moment where you felt scared when researching the UFO phenomenon?
Many moments.
Tell us one of them.
Okay. In the very beginning, in 2012, I went with an experiencer named Chris Bledsoe and his wife to a conference, and it was in Philadelphia, and it was filled with all kinds of people. And this is where I first realized that topic had a lot of government agencies interested, like FBI and CIA and things like that. And it was in my opinion, it was a very dark conference. And I met people who were clearly not legitimate people in terms of they were lying about the UFO, just to make money and things like that. And it was very dark. And after that, I said, I don't want anything to do with this. And I told everybody I was going to quit and doing it. And then about a month later on my birthday, this woman out of nowhere who she believed she was dying. She wasn't dying, but at the time she believed she was. And she was a researcher at Duke University who had a bunch of UFO archive materials. And she said she wanted to give it to me. And so it was on my birthday. So I thought, oh, I'll take it. And I took it and I looked through it and I was hooked back in.
It is a rather fascinating topic, for sure.
It is, yeah.
Do you wear socks with sandals, Diana?
Never.
Sometimes it's just so comfy.
I do wear socks, but generally not with sandals.
Bigfoot or Chupacabra?
Chupacabra. That's New Mexico.
Heck yeah. What was your biggest wish as a child?
World peace.
That was cute. What do you do right before you sleep? Like to prepare yourself for sleep or to prepare for the next day?
This is an embarrassing one, okay? But I watch, and I shouldn't, because in order to get good sleep, I've heard that you're not supposed to be on the screen, and you're not supposed to have the blue screen, okay? So, but I do watch videos of just fashion videos. I kind of enjoy watching those because they take I think so hard about things all day. Fashion videos are just, handbag videos, fashion videos. I'm like, okay, this is really relaxing. And then I just fall asleep.
Describe your style in one word.
I'm a hermit.
If you could retire right now, would you?
Okay, so I wouldn't stop doing what I'm doing in terms of my research, but if I could retire right now, I would change how it's done. So I would be able to travel more to the places where I know people are having experiences or doing technologies and things like that. And like I'd spend a lot of time in New Mexico. So, I mean, already as a researcher, I'm able to do that, but I'm not able to do that with my kids. And so if I retired and I was able to, I'd bring them with me.
Are they also interested in the phenomenon as well?
They try to stay away from it. They don't think it's cool.
Not yet. But at some point, hopefully in our lifetime, everyone will be talking about it. And then we're going to be the cool kids, Diana, on the block.
Yeah,
People are
there
going to
you
come
go.
to us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Summer or winter?
Winter, because I live in the South.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And sometimes, but yeah, it's a different kind of winter down south. Up north, you get like feet of snow. South, you just get like, if you're lucky, like an inch or two.
Yeah. And almost every Christmas I go out to the ocean. It's really nice. I've seen dolphins.
My gosh.
Yeah.
The winter and going to the beach, it's great. You just can't get in the water unless you're, near California, right? It's warmer water there. What inspires you?
I feel inspired every day. So I think that just life is, to me, inspirational. I get inspired by, I live right next to, I have a dock down the street, not near the ocean, on the ocean. I just go down there and I look up and I see the moon and the stars and, I see dolphins in the water. I mean, that's fairly inspiring to me.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever eaten?
The weirdest thing I've ever eaten was a fruit, and I can't remember the name of the fruit, but it's a Vietnamese fruit, and it's this big, it's giant, and it has kind of thorns on it, and you open it up.
Jackfruit?
I don't think it's jackfruit. It's a fruit I've never encountered before, but it's a Vietnamese specialty.
I think my favorite Vietnamese fruit are lychees that are like really spiky,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they're kind of small.
Those are good.
Yeah, those are so good. Do you have any tattoos?
No, but when I lived in California, I was that one, I guess the first group of people, during the grunge era, when everybody got pierced or a tattoo. We had tattoo and piercing parties. And honestly, it takes me a long time to figure out if I'm going to do something different with my hair or my clothes or something. So I wanted to get a tattoo, and I also wanted to get a nose ring, right? And I never did. So I have no tattoos, no piercings, but a lot of my friends do.
So then when you were thinking about getting a tattoo, what design were you thinking about during that era?
Okay, so I wanted to get maybe like an angel, but a really small one. And I'd probably have it in a place where I could hide it.
I get you. What's your favorite dessert?
Tiramisu.
That one's so good. My last one for you. If you had a time machine and could only go to one time period and destination, where would you go and what year?
Okay, if I could do that, what would I do? Okay, so I would probably want to go back to probably the second century Alexandria, and I would want to experience the building of the library and just the people that were there, and see what was going on.
Yeah, and it's believed that in that library was documentation of Atlantis. I would be there with you, Diana, and going through the books if I could read.
Yes, that would be great.
Diana, thank you so much for doing this extra segment with me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. It was fun.